It's round 2 of GT World Challenge Europe, powered by AWS Endurance Cup. And we're at Monza, the Temple of Speed near Milan, with a 57-car grid at one of the sport's most famous and evocative circuits. It's been a long break since the first Endurance Cup round. Since then, the Sprint Cup season has started. And of course, this is the final race for the teams before the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa at the end of June. GT World Challenge Europe boasts an impressive entry of manufacturers. Aston Martin won last time out at Paul Ricard. Audi's R8 is one of the older cars, but capable of class wins, and BMW's M4 is a car to beat at most venues. American muscle comes from the Chevrolet Corvette. Ferrari will be looking for a home win, and the Ford Mustang gets quicker all the time. The new Lamborghini Temerario lacks development, while McLaren's 720S is a proven race winner. So too is the popular Mercedes AMG, and no GT grid would be complete without Porsche. GT World Challenge runs across 4 continents, and in Europe the Sprint Cup began at the start of May, with another impressive entry, and poor Robin Knutsen in the wars, just like he had been in the Endurance Cup opener at Paul Ricard. Slick pit work was essential to success in the 2 one-hour races in which Ferrari and Porsche split the wins. In Australia, at the Bend circuit, Mercedes was the brand to beat in both races. The three-pointed star taking more valuable points in that global manufacturers' battle. Intense racing has become a hallmark of GT World Challenge Australia, with star names as well as star brands going toe-to-toe in an increasingly competitive championship. In GT World Challenge America, it was the airfield circuit of Sebring that played host to some very feisty racing. The fast and flat circuit turned out to be a happy hunting ground for BMW, as the brand battled with Porsche amongst others in order to score a race win and valuable points in that global manufacturers competition. It had looked, though, as though this race was going to be a Mercedes victory, until mechanical dramas struck late race, leaving the way clear for BMW to inherit success. And Intercontinental GT Challenge has been in action as well after its February opener in Australia, with a record crowd heading to the Nürburgring 24 Hours, with Formula 1 world champion Max Verstappen the focus of attention. It was the usual huge entry, and a Mercedes win as Lucas Stoltz, Mario Engel, Fabian Schiller and Maxime Martin took honours. For Engel and Martin, it was their second IGTC win of the season. The next IGTC round will be the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa, with Suzuka and Indianapolis before the end of the season. So Porsche leads the GT World Challenge manufacturer points tally, with Mercedes AMG in second place. Monza is a fantastic circuit, and it's attracted a 57-strong entry with the usual battles in Pro, Gold, Silver and Bronze. It's the 14th time the series has been to Monza. BMW and Porsche the most successful brands with 3 wins each. And this race runs for 3 hours, but has 3 pit stops, so it is one of the most strategic of the season. Qualifying is going to be all important, with the first chicane a real pinch point, and trying to get through there without drama is always key to a good result around the Italian Temple of Speed. We'll see whether Ferrari can come out on top for a home victory. We'll see what progress the other Italian brand, Lamborghini, can make, and indeed we'll see how that grid shapes up after the 3 drivers per car have had their average times to determine the grid. That third pit stop is going to be crucial as well. The strategists are going to earn their money today. The Monza circuit is 5.793 kilometres long. There are 11 turns, 3 chicanes, and some very fast sections indeed, with the highest point of the circuit being that run towards the second chicane, the Variante Roggia. The long, fast pit straight is where the cars can really stretch their legs. And because of the high speed and then slow corners after, there's always plenty of opportunity to overtake around here. Monza is a circuit that lends itself to good racing, but drivers beware, the barriers can bite at this old school circuit.
At Monza, coming into turn 1, 270 kilometers an hour, hard on the brakes at 150 meters, all the way down to 60 kilometers an hour, first gear, all over the chicane on the first part. Try to avoid the second, hard on the throttle. The splitter cam here, you can hear the cars accelerating hard through Curve de Grande, easy flat in a modern GT3 car. You're minimizing steering lock to make sure you don't scrub any of that speed off. You then need to spot your braking point. Use the gantry over the track here, hard on the brakes, quicker than the first chicane. Apex speed of 80 kilometers an hour, lots of curve on the left, less on the right, slightly larger, big bump on the exit there that unsettles the car. Lesmo number 1, the first soft brake of the lap. You touch the brake, you get the car in. The access road on your right, she'll signal to pick the throttle up. Short squirt into Lesmo 2. Again, the apex curve is your friend. Get the car over the top of it if you can. And then another long run with gravel being thrown. Clear the historic banking of the old Monza circuit into this Scari chicane. A shorter break here, 100 meters or so. Dirt being kicked up again. And then we have to worry about getting the exit out of here. You can see what happens when we catch a slower car. We have to set the car up and get a good exit onto the final part of the lap, into the parabolica. Again, this is a fast approach, 255 kilometers an hour, and it's a break down 2 gears. And the important bit here is to get a very good exit onto the long pit straight. Bring the car into the inside, tuck it into the curb. There's a slight dip in the drainage there you can use to rotate the car. Now we're full throttle, already up to 4th gear. We'll be pulling 5th gear, pit entry on your right, and we are about to start another lap of this historic 5.793 kilometer circuit here. 11 corners, 7 right and 4 left.
It is a very hot weekend here at Monza. The sun is shining, the teams are on the grid. We're slightly delayed after dramas in earlier races, but we're good to go racing on a track that is 56.8 degrees by way of temperature. And the VIPs enjoying their grid walk. The teams, they're going through their final preparations. Really frantic weekend in a sense, because yesterday was all about free practice. This morning was when they did qualifying, and it's been a rapid turnaround between qualifying and the race. You can see the grid starting to build down on the grid, and then to the pit lane, Nina J. Paul and Brid Lucas, David Addison and Joe Osborne. Trackside, 57 cars for the grid, and it is just the most wide open of races, this. And part of the answer to who's going to win is going to come to see who survives the first chicane.
Yep, that's the first one. Then the second one's the strategy, the 3 hours, but the 3 pit stops. There's an extra stop, effectively, the teams have to navigate when to get rid of. And that's going to be the hard bit, because here it's a long pit stop. The fuel has to be connected for 46 seconds. It takes at least 30 seconds to drive through pit lane. So you are so close to losing a lap if you're anything more than 20 seconds off the leaders. And that could become a factor. No wave around in GT World Challenge on races shorter than 6 hours.
The third stop was introduced a couple of years ago because of the high-speed nature of the circuit and therefore the demands on fuel. So it isn't, if you like, a full stop. You don't have to do certain things in that third as you do in the others. Equally, when you take it, it's not third in the sequence, is it? It's like an extra stop, but it is mandated.
Yeah, there's an awkward asterisk. It takes the same time, but you only change the left-hand side tyres if you want. You don't have to. You have to keep the same driver in, whereas the other stops you're going to change driver, and you might not need all of the fuel for the 46 seconds you have to be connected, but you still have to be connected for that time.
And of course the teams will then tell race control which of their pit stops they have made, but as long as you've done a regulation 3 and it meets the regulations, then all is good. Of course there's a lot of attention surrounding Ferrari, there's a lot of attention surrounding Valentino Rossi, and there's been a lot of attention surrounding Ford. It's on pole position for the first time in GT World Challenge history, the car of Adrian Maini, Fabio Scherer and Thomas Drouet. We got very excited about Adrian Maini in Q1. We got even more excited when it got an outright pole position based on the average of the 3 drivers. But perhaps not surprisingly, then the technical team have had a look just to make sure that everything is right. I'm not saying they were doing anything illegal, but maybe they've been given an advantage under the BOP that was unnecessary. They just reviewed all the data again.
Exactly. The balance of performance working so strong here in the weekend. Earlier in free practice, we had over 50 cars covered by 1 second. It was covered. And even after qualifying, we had over 30 cars combined. So the balance of performance just changing the restrictor size by 0.5 of a millimetre on that Mustang that occupies pole position and third.
We'll see what of a difference that makes. Right, there is a very busy grid. Somewhere in all of that are Bryn Lucas and Nina Jade Paul. But we'll go to Nina Jade Paul first up. She has found Eric Coma, who's got something rather special with him on the grid.
I'm standing here with Eric in front of the most exclusive road legal Le Mans car, and how special it is to have it at Monza with us this weekend. Eric, tell us about this amazing car.
Well, this car is a capsule of my best year in racing career. I did many years in GT, 11 years in Japan. And 98, 99, I won the GT championship in Japan. And they called me the Pencil Man because the 2 years Pencil was the sponsor. I won the championship. And at the same time, I was doing Le Mans with this beautiful R390 GT1. And luckily enough, I had an option on my racing car in my contract. And eventually, a few years later, I made it road legal, which was my dream when I was racing for Nissan in period. And of course, so probably I'm the only Le Mans racer that can go to the supermarket with his Le Mans car and still with the turbo compressor seals from the scrutineering.
That's quite a car to go to the supermarket in. And how does it feel to be here at Monza for GT World? What do you think of the racing?
But it's lovely because on the GT, I love GT. The GT started really in early 90s and I was already there. And for me, I love the atmosphere. I love being there in Monza. And we even tested with that car before Le Mans 98. So since I haven't been to Monza, so it's just incredible to be on the most beautiful GT event in the world with my Le Mans car. And I'm not in pole position, but it looks like the last of my career. So it's lovely.
Thank you for chatting with us, Eric. Enjoy the afternoon.
Thank you to you.
And there's another SRO link because Eric St. Anthony was part of the SRO team for a number of years and used to look after the FIA Motorsport Games and the esports activity and other things commercially. So that car's going to go and do a demo lap in a moment, and the band also at the front of the grid ready for the national anthem as well, which we'll play before we go racing there. The band is poised. After that, the lead and safety car from Maserati. And then you get to the front of the grid. And if I'd have said to you at the start of the weekend, Joe Osborne, the front row is going to be Ford and Audi, would you have put money on it or just laughed me out of the place?
I may have put money on it, but I've lost many bets as well before, so I wouldn't use me as the yardstick there. And HRT looking proud, and quite rightfully so. They were so strong, weren't they, back in their Mercedes days, and this Ford project. It's been a slow burner so far, but it's exploded into life here at Monza.
So there, still cars being pushed into place. Let's get to the grid. Let's go and look at this Ford Mustang. Arjun Maini is going to be the start driver.
What a party atmosphere it seems to be here on pole position. Huge photographs there, and it's a monumental moment for the team, isn't it?
Absolutely. Yeah, pole position. I mean, it's great atmosphere here. Let's see what we can do.
Absolutely. What can you do? Obviously, you're in the best position, the prime seat in the house.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, we just got to focus on the race. Of course, quali pace was amazing. We didn't get a chance to do much race runs so far this weekend. So let's see. I think I'm quite confident. I think we know what adjustments we had to make for the long runs, but let's see how it pays off.
Finger in the air, see how it goes. Good luck.
Thank you.
Arjun Maini then will do stint one. It's only one stint per driver. That isn't affected by these 3 stops, but they'll only get into the car once. You can see there the grid stretching all the way back to the Parabolica. 57 cars we have across Pro, Gold, Silver and Bronze. There towards the back of the grid is the Dynamic GT car of Angus Whiteside. That was one that got a grid drop for yesterday, overtaking or improving a sector, I should say, under a yellow flag. Chris Lallam, Jules Gounod, Danny Juncadella, they got a grid drop as well for overtaking under yellow flags. There is Eric Comas now on track with his Nissan, and it is a very cool bit of kit, that, as you look down on the grid once again. On the cars, many of them with that reflective blanket across the top to try to get rid of some of the heat, keep the cockpit relatively cool. And a very receptive crowd on the outside of the front row, Lorenzo Ferrari, Audi driver, and he's caught up with Bryn Lucas.
You caused so much confusion. A Ferrari and an Audi on a front row in Italy. The first time Audi been in the front row since 2022 at Hockenheim.
Yeah, amazing. Actually, I got called Friday night, so I came Saturday morning. I drive different cars than this. I mean, GT3, but it's a long time that I don't race in the GT World Challenge, actually 2 years. So it's a good comeback, I think. Yeah, we are on front row, so it's amazing. So happy for the team. I mean, you know, as you said, the last years they were struggling a bit, but I think we found a good solution. They found. I'm a guest. But yeah, I'm super happy to be here, and I hope it will go well.
I mean, it's been a great team effort as well, but looking around this atmosphere, this circuit, it's such an iconic place to race.
Yeah, as an Italian, it's beautiful to see so many people here. So yeah, I think it's one of the best tracks in the world, the most historical one. So actually, you know, I'm super happy to be here.
We wish you all the very best of luck. Great to speak to you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, we've got a good return, isn't it, to be on the front row of the grid. Dylan Pereira and Andrea Frasinetti, the other drivers of that Audi. And as we've been saying all weekend, all season, last season as well, those Audis may not have the development anymore, but they are still very competitive. And the Tresor Attempto team knows how to operate them. There's been a bit of shuffling in the driver lineup. Alex Arkin not racing this weekend, but we look forward to seeing Alex back with us in the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. Now, Nina Jade is busy on the grid as well. She has found Alessio Rovera, who is very much part of the Ferrari family, and he starts on row 3.
I mean, it's a home race for you, driving a Ferrari at Monza. How special is this?
Yeah, of course, it's amazing as an Italian driver. Driving the Ferrari for F course is it's a dream with all these people around, all the tifosi. It's super nice. Will be a hard race. It's super hot. We are trying to cool it down in the best way. Will be hard, especially for the tires. Even if on this type of track there is not so much deck, but especially following other cars will be hard for the car. We'll try to do something good for us and for all the fans. Let's see.
Well, interestingly, pole position has only won this race twice, so that bodes well for you starting in P5.
Yeah, the P1 is not so far, but we miss a bit of top speed, and here, as we know, is super important. We will try to maximize, and especially with the 3 stops in 3 hours is a bit different, the strategy, so let's see.
Congratulations, go well.
Thank you.
Yeah, Ferrari having only had 1 win. Let's just listen in to let's just listen to the national anthem for a second. So the grid now starts to clear, and those 57 cars stretching right the way down to the Parabolica. Monza, one of the circuits where the start and finish lines are in different places. You've got to get the cars sort of down the pit straight, but not too far down. But the timing line is where you will have the finish itself. Right, let's get back to the grid. Nina J. Paul's busy finding drivers.
P7 starting after the penalty. How are your thoughts about the race?
Yeah, a bit less ideal than we expected, obviously, when we qualified second. So front row is always nice, especially here in Imola. It's a bit of a bottleneck, turn 1. But yeah, I feel confident. Car is good. Teammates are strong as well, and I think we can fight our way forward.
Thank you, good luck.
Thank you.
The crowd responding to the national anthem. Yeah, just to make the point again, that the start line has to be down the pit straight so you can accommodate everybody in a straight line so everyone can see the start lights. But equally, you can't have them too close to the first corner, and you can't have them too far away from it because the speed is too high when you get to turn 1. So there's always a regulation about where the start line can be. We are 5 minutes away from the start of the formation lap. Let's go back to the grid and rejoin Bryn.
It's been a real amazing weekend for HRT, and you've got the silver pole position in your team just ahead of you as well on the grid.
Yeah, we had a mega qualifying. Team did a really good job, and yeah, now I cannot wait to get started here.
We've cut it very fine, so go and get ready. We wish you the best of luck. Good luck.
Thank you.
House, who will go first in the HRT Ford Racing entry. number 48 Mercedes, Mauro Engel, will start. He gets ready. And the winner of the Bathurst 12-hour, the Nürburgring 24 hours, ready to get on board. Almost didn't recognise him without a trophy in his hand. Such is the season that he's had. But Mauro Engel, very much one of Mercedes' star turns. And he, along with Lukas Stolz and Lucas Auer, potential winners of this race. But then the list of potential winners probably goes to about 15 cars, if not more.
Yeah, everyone that's lined up on the grid now is in their fastest lap order from all three drivers. Yeah. That isn't how they are over a 52-minute stint that we're about to see over the 3 hours coming. So, of course, the order is going to jumble. Mercedes and Porsche have looked strong all weekend, but potentially not in the qualifying session.
Now, what about one of the fastest Porsche peddlers? Alessio Picariello is one of those. Nina Jade has caught up with him.
Alessio, I know you're half Italian, so how special does it be to be racing here at Monza?
It's kind of a home race for me. I'm half Italian due to my dad, so it's always nice to be here in Italy and on this amazing track.
What are your realistic expectations for this afternoon?
Well, I think we have all our chances. The race is not that long, but many things can happen with the 3 mandatory stops and maybe some rain, so aiming for a podium and then we will see.
Good luck with your stint.
Cheers.
I thought I heard him say maybe some rain, which instantly sends us for our apps on our phones, yeah?
My watch buzzed a minute ago saying storms in the air, and I assumed it thought I was back in the UK, but I will now get on a radar forecast. It doesn't feel like it, and I can't see it, but I will investigate further.
Right. So the fans get ready. Somebody's just lost their flag, which has fallen off the pole. That's slightly embarrassing. They are ready to go racing. We are ready to go racing. And I hope Pirelli have got the same weather app that others have, because if wets are needed, that's really going to throw a curveball towards the end of the race. There on the grid is a car that is going to be well worth watching. Max Hesse, Dan Harper, Valentino Rossi aboard number 46. It is Valentino who will go first. And a regular at Monza, not only in GT racing, but also in the Monza Rally. And you can see his faithful fans with the yellow caps and the flags in the grandstand and ready to cheer on Valle as the grid now is cleared. We are getting closer to the start of the formation lap, about a minute or so away. And very shortly, engines will fire, cars will be released. You can see the grandstand at turn 1 packed, the banking of the old circuit that went in front of it. Number 59, McLaren there, is going to be yet another car to watch. Marvin Kirchhofer will start. Joseph Loke and Dean McDonald will bring it home. Fascinating to see as well the way the teams have worked out, who's going to be the start driver. Sometimes you think you'd keep your fastest one to the very end, but here many of them are putting them in first.
Yeah, it's a real difficult decision. The normal strategy is always save your fastest till last, but the opportunity to do that double stint for the driver is most common at the start, and then that could be your longest time to have your fastest driver. But then any safety car after that, you lose what they could have done at the end. That's the hard bit. So this is where the even driver crews really get the benefit.
Okay, strategy. If people are going to go, as you see Stefan Rattel walk up the grid, if people are going to go sort of go outside the norm.
Race control to all teams. 1 minute until the start of the formation lap.
That's the voice of Niels Vittich, the race director that you hear, telling them 1 minute to go to the formation lap. Stefan Rattel saying, I've got to go. I'll go back to my question. If people are going to go off strategy, as it were, and pit early, when are we expecting the earliest you could be? 17 laps or so?
17.5 minutes is the earliest, I think, if there's a full course yellow safety car at that point. If it's green, 20 minutes, but I don't expect anyone to pit under green at 20 minutes. Right. So that's when the window opens for me. 17.5 if we get a long full course yellow. Short full course yellow, the pit entry will close. Yep. There will be a red X on the marshal panel just before pit entry that we will keep an eye out. Expect the longest stint time to be able to be 1 hour 27 with that extra pit stop in the middle. All drivers have to do a minimum of 45 minutes.
15 seconds. 15 seconds.
And weather news?
There is rain in the Alps around us and the lakes. A lightning strike 33 miles away from us is the closest. It's hard to see where it's moving. Milan being in this natural bowl around the Alps, it could go anywhere, but we've got 3 hours
green
to get
flag,
closer.
Start of the formation lap.
So the green flag is waved, the cars leave the grid. It is round 2 of GT World Challenge Europe powered by AWS. Endurance Cup in bronze, it is Marvin Dienst, Gabriele Piana, Renat Salikov on pole. In silver, it is the Finn Wiebelhaus, Eduardo Cosateng Ford Mustang. In gold, it is the Dylan Pereira Lorenzo Ferrari, Andrea Frasinetti, Audi, and in Pro, Arjun Maini, Thomas Drouet, and Fabio Scherer are the drivers. Maxime Ostam was the one I missed. Apologies for Silver. He's the third driver there. But let's look at the start drivers then. The Rover Pole Award to Arjun Maini's Mustang, and he will start. Lorenzo Ferrari returns to the championship and is on the outside of row 1 with Finn Wiebelhaus third and Riccardo Feller, a Sprint Cup winner at Brands Hatch, going from 4th. Alessio Rovera is 5th on the grid. Mauro Engel will start 6th, and it's Danny Juncadella 7th. That's got a 5-place grid drop, so it's a bit quicker than that suggests. Gilles Magnus alongside. Then you've got Charles Weerts in the BMW and Paul Ricard winner. Nicky Thiem 10th for Aston Martin, 11th. Another of the Nürburgring 24-hour winning crew, Maxime Martin, Alessio Picariello's Porsche alongside. Valentino Rossi 13th on the grid, and Simon Birch aboard a Ferrari 14th. Marvin Kirchhofer is on row 8, Sean Gallard alongside. On the 9th row, there's the Renat Salikov Mercedes and Augusto Farfus ahead of Dante Raponge and Max Lind. Then Dustin Blattner, and alongside him is Ivan Klimenko. On the 12th row, there's Jamie Day and Aurelian Panis. Row 13, the Audi of Simon Reicher and Dylan Medler's Ferrari ahead of James Kell and Franck Pereira in the Grasser Lamborghini. Ariel Levi is next with Oliver Söderström alongside. On the 16th row, there is Gilles Stadsbader and Luca Engschler from Benji Goethe and Alex Malikin. Behind them, Mikkel Mack starts the Chevrolet, and Tare Zhao in his Porsche is alongside. Then you get Harry George's McLaren and Ethan Isher with the Aston Martin. Rolf Inarken's Ferrari is alongside the BMW of Matisse Niesmont. Roman Andriolo's McLaren has newcomer Bobby Thompson alongside the quick Brit, outpacing Gerhard Tveralza, and then James Kelly's in the other Paradigm car, Reese Barr for 2C's 23rd row of the grid with Ugo de Wilde with the grid drop. Then it's Callan Williams alongside Josh Ratticum. Ralph Bowen lines up alongside Tom Calenda. Bashar Mardini has Jonathan Hui returning to the championship alongside him. Then you've got Marcello Tomassoni and Giacomo Petrovelli in an Aston that was troubled in qualifying. Alfredo Hernandez Ortega lines up alongside Georgios Kolovos, and it's Angus Whiteside with the 10th-place grid drop who rounds out the grid. So the car's now weaving side to side to get the warmth into the tyres. I know we say it all the time at Monza, but that first chicane, I don't know what else you can do with it, but it is such a pinch point, and with such a big grid, it's a bit of a lottery as to whether you get through or not. I
think a lot of cars will show you what they want to do is go straight on to Curve Grande flat out. There's 2 options, well 3. You do the track normally, you cut the chicane across the inside, and then the official way is through the polystyrene bollards on the old layout there. And it's going to be a grenade down there at turn 1. And where does the pin fall out, and where does the fallout land?
Last year was a Mercedes AMG dominated race, but the Lucas Stoltz driven car came a cropper with a loose wheel, and we've had quite a lot of unsafe releases yesterday and indeed this morning. Cars with loose wheels, it must be a Monza trait, as Arjun Maini and Lorenzo Ferrari are going to go toe-to-toe. Finn Wiebelhaus and then 2023 Sprint Cup champion Riccardo Feller on the outside of the second row. This is Mauro Engel's view, and the cars in decent formation coming down to the Parabolica. It is a 3-hour race then, as the cars now turn their way into the right hand of the pin, about to be pulled then. There you can see teams looking on and everybody getting set for what's going to be a really fascinating race. Are we going to get through turn 1, lap 1, without a safety car? It all depends on the chicane. It's been a dramatic day in just about every category that's been on track. We're ready to go racing at Monza. Round 2 of GT World Challenge Europe, powered by AWS Endurance Cup. The Temple of Speed is about to play host to what could be an absolutely outstanding race then, with so many imponderables. The cars slowly make their way up towards the timing line. Niels Vitic, the race director, ready to give the signal to change the lights from red to green as we get set to go racing. Riccardo Feller peels a little bit to the outside there. He may regret doing that. Gets back into the train though now. The lights on red, blink to green, we go racing, and Riccardo Feller is on his toes. Here comes the Porsche then, straight between the other 2 cars. Mustang on the right, Audi on the left. It is going to be Arjun Maini who leads, and Maxime Martin then in the red and white Mercedes makes contact, and again a Boots and Porsche demolished, and there's absolute mayhem, and that takes out the leaders. 6, 7, 8, 9 cars, absolute mayhem, and all of that was triggered long before the corner.
It was just, it went on early. That was the problem. Row 6, Juncadella got a mega start to start with. It was only the 17 Get Speed car that did it officially. There must be 9, 10, 12, 15 cars wiped out, and it's still going on. We're under green still at the moment.
Maxime Martin then is the race leader. Mauro Engel is second. In third place it's Picariello, and Valentino Rossi is in 5th behind Danny Juncadella as they come up towards the first chicane, and it might kick off here as well as people get crossed up under braking. But you've had pretty much the first 4 rows of the grid eliminated. I thought that Martin was the one that rather triggered it as he tried to get back into the queue, but he's come out as the race leader. But that's the Mustang, just wiped out the Audi from the front row. It's just wiped out completely. It's taken the front of the grid out of the race. Like I say, I don't know what else you do with that chicane, but it's almost impossible to get this many cars through.
Yeah, and I thought it was the other VDS car got involved. Piccarello luckily went through. Drinkade's still okay, straight to safety car. Cars will slow down. Look at the 46 car of Rossi. He picked his way through incredibly well. I think it was the Stella Corvette getting involved with the Rutronic Lamborghini down at the second chicane, but they lived to fight on. But that was a huge amount of contact, and I do see what you're saying, David. This red-nosed Mercedes swept out to the inside, and then the track narrows, and he had to go somewhere. And was that the Constantine effect, side to side?
So we've lost Arjun Maini, we've lost Wiebelhaus, that's both Mustangs gone, Ricardo Feller has gone, Gilles Magnus has gone, and I think Kirchhoff has been involved in it as well. That is the 3rd race in a row that a Boutsen, the same car, number 10, is eliminated on lap 1. Paul Ricard, Brands Hatch, Monza. What do they have to do to get a break? Even changing the driver from Robbie Knudsen to Gilles Magnus hasn't helped. But look, that's an absolutely written-off Porsche, 2 demolished Mustangs, a broken McLaren, and there's a Ferrari in there as well. So number 80, that was Ricardo Feller. He'd made a decent enough start from the 2nd row of the grid, but that's demolished. That's Marvin Kirchhoff's McLaren. That's destroyed. Look at the pole-sitting Mustang. All that hard work, it's barely got to turn 2. I mean, that's completely destroyed, isn't it?
There's 150,000 euros worth of damage on that one. And look at HRT.
Both cars destroyed at turn 1 through no fault of either driver. As I say, I don't know what else you do with that chicane, but 57 cars into one line did not go, which is the Ferrari that we've lost as well. That's Rovera's car, isn't it? Alessio Rovera's Ferrari, that's out of the race as well. And it's not just bad luck, it's tears for HRT. So much work in qualifying for nothing.
We spoke about how it's just qualifying. This is the race, but you've got to get through turn 1.
But even on pole, you're not safe, because if people come flying up behind you, you still get obliterated. Go and ask Arjun Maini.
That would have been the worst thing. He did everything right. He got a good start. He got it stopped. He got the apex. Honestly, he would have taken a sigh of relief as he was at the apex of one going, this is good, everything's okay.
Bang.
Whack. And it was a big whack as well. And we're seeing the Aston Martin 007 come in. Talking about damage, I'm pretty sure I saw a lot of damage on the front of the 3 Verstappen.com car of Juncker as well, who initially got a mega start. He was my hot shot into turn 1, but he got caught up in all of this as well as the clear-up goes on. Look at the oil coming out of Marnie's car as well. So that's done the engine, at least maybe the radiators. Hopefully Kirchhoff's car is completely destroyed as well. And guys in the mid-pack, that must have been crazy trying to pick their way through. Luckily, the momentum has taken all those cars off the track and at least left someone there. And we saw this at Paul Ricard, didn't we? And I quickly called it day done for the 007, but I think this one could be day done just on the amount of damage.
Yeah, exactly. It's more than a puncture this time, isn't it, for the Aston? So we are behind the safety car, not surprisingly, and that has taken out 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cars effectively. 1 or 2 have just pitted and rejoined. Bashar Mardini's Porsche rejoining. Right, let's have another look. I called it at the start. Joe, you call it this time.
It's just the sheer amount of cars. So look all the way back to the 6th row. The red-nosed Mercedes goes to the inside initially and then gets the momentum, and now he swings to his right. And is that the reason why everyone starts to pinch up? Rovera goes over to defend, and as Martin comes back, I think there's contact between himself and the Ferrari. That sends the Ferrari into Nicky Team, takes out the Boutsen car, then wipes out Kirchhoff, who had a mega star, and he's really the wrecking ball through no fault of his own. That strong carbon fibre tub McLaren that started all the way back on the 8th row, wiped out our leader. So he had a great start, but unfortunately he gets turned around with all the contacts, and he's just innocent in there. And it's so hard to apportion blame, and it's easy with this many cars damaged to really want to point a strong finger. But like you said at the start, I think it's got to be Maxime Martin from coming from an off-track position effectively. Yes, Rivera ushered him over there, but as he came back on, the contact between the Ferrari and the Mercedes was the catalyst to all of that.
He was over the white line as well, wasn't he, Maxime Martin? And it was almost as though he thought, I need to get into the queue here, and had to sort of elbow his way in a little bit.
And listen, I've raced against Maxime since 2008. Super friendly guy, super honest, hard racer. All these professional drivers are hard. Let's look down from the drone. Each of these cars, 500, 600, 700,000 euros of damage being used like a destruction derby car at your local wrecking fest. Cars picking their way through. There's an Audi there. Was that Ferrari involved that gets away in the end? He's looking like he actually doesn't have that much damage. Cars on the gravel, on the exit. But going back to my point about Maxime Martin, you've got to overtake. You're a racing driver. It looked fair. He had momentum. He didn't want to lift. So we're looking back now. Where is that Kirchhoffer's 59 car? So Rossi is somehow going to get all the way through here. We're looking back from Nicky Team's 007 Aston Martin. He's getting the front damage. That's where it goes. And then we're going to the inside. This is where Kirchhoffer's just in front, wrecking the Mustangs. And you can see Maxime Martin just about survived. And that's now going to get past him. Martin, the only one to go cleanly through turn one, but potentially escaping the scene of the crime that he created.
So 57 cars. We said it was going to be a pinch point. We were not wrong about that. And those actually in the body of the field towards the back, they are the ones that have got away for a change. It was largely the front of the grid that got wiped out. But yeah, your first... The front row of the grid is virtually disappeared. The second row of the grid has certainly gone, and half of the third row has gone. Here it is again. Have a look. Kirchhoffer is the one that comes into the Mustang, takes the rear of it. The Porsche impact is huge. It lifts it off the ground.
Luckily for all the drivers involved, it's on the passenger side, so big impact, but luckily not in the driver's door. Look at that in slow motion. Try and pick the body parts there. The 007 comes flying through. I'm sure Nicky Team, the character he is, was screaming through there through fear and laughter and equal measures being the way he's wired up. But I have to admit, I thought more cars were going to get involved at initial hit. That's why I started with 4 or 5 and then went up to 12 of my estimation of how many got wiped out there. And just to finish my Maxime Martin point, he's a class act on and off the track. He's just had to roll the dice, and then this time it hasn't worked for him. No malice intended, but what do we see here from Mara Engel's 48 car? Jim Kadea in that Red Bull car gets damage on the front. Where's that from? And
wow, how lucky was he?
How quickly did he read that? He was like turning right and going, I don't fancy this anymore. It's like when Waze fires you a route that will save you 12 seconds. He takes it hard, gets on the throttle, and actually clears the chicane in the lead. And I assume Martin now blasts fast with the momentum from carrying through on the proper course through turns 1 and 2. We stayed green for a long time, didn't we? We were green all the way until coming out of Lesmo 2, so the race was still on. And this is hard as a driver. You know there's been a huge shunt. Martin goes in deep there. Shows you that maybe Engel could have got the lead. Martin then closes the door. Emotions high. That was a... I mean, that by itself would get investigated by race control. Did he close the door too late on Engel? Both Mercedes factory drivers for separate teams. So here's Rivera. We're going to have Maxime Martin swing around the back of us on our right. Why is there contact? Where is Martin in relation to us? He's in front. He squeezes across, and that way makes it look less on Martin because Martin was more in front. But Rivera had to check up because Martin had not cleared the front of his car.
But Martin is overtaking the wrong side of the white line there. He runs out of road. He tries to get back into the queue. That's where the contact comes. The first casualty is Gilles Magnus. So you've got a destroyed Boots and Porsche already. And then here comes Kirchhoffer, spiralling into the pack. And that just creates utter mayhem. Nicky Team, I think, Team hits the front of the spinning Mini. That's where the damage has come on the Aston. And look, it takes a long time for any car to arrive through the chicane on the right line. Maxime Martin emerges in the lead. I can't think of another time where we've talked about Maxime triggering an incident.
No, and I get what you're saying exactly, David. He was off track. I just wonder if he actually did keep wheels on the white line. As long as there was a wheel on the white line, that counts as the track. He didn't go all 4 wheels off, but I still think it was the swinging action of him coming in front of Rivera. The first shot, I thought it was more door-to-door, and that triggered it, but it was really the rear bumper of Martin cutting across the front of that Ferrari that triggered it all. Of course, race control will investigate. The important bit is that Martin is now our race leader, so there is importance, I think, that race control make the right decision relatively quickly.
And just looking down from the drone a moment ago at the chicane, it is very clear already. So great work has gone on. Let's hear, as Valentino Rossi is pitted, by the way, from Nicky Team with Nina Jade.
Nicky, we're going to show you a replay of the start. Can you talk us through it?
What can I say? It's typical Monza carnage. Everyone's trying to get a jump on each other. I had a good run here. Going in between now a McLaren and a Ferrari, and then I just got squeezed right to see there, and now I have no steering. So yeah, it was just arms crossed and hoping that I didn't hit anyone. Yeah, what a shame. It's just very bad for the championship. But what can we do? Destroyed car, no points. It's worst outcome, but it's just the chance you have when you stand in the middle of the pack in Monza. Everyone obviously want to be racy, but it's wrong time, wrong place.
Unfortunately, you were just a passenger there, Nicky. Commiserations.
Come in? Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay. Enjoy.
So Nicky Team tries to be as upbeat as possible, but stalks away. Bad for him, bad for the championship. And there you can see great work by the Monza marshals and recovery crew, because we can't be far off going racing.
No, we really can't. And Nicky Team says that's the problem. He started mid-pack. He started 10th. He was in the top 20%. Imagine all the guys behind him.
Well, yeah. Just quickly, Valentino Rossi has been in, Gilles Stadsbader has been in, Ariel Levi in, James Kell, Rolf Eichen. So some of the teams electing to get one of those mandatory stops out of the way. That could be really important for 46 BMW. We know how good WRT is at reading strategy.
Yeah, it was earlier than I thought they can go in terms of them not having to do an extra stop potentially. They're banking on extra safety cars in every stint. So if there's a safety car that we're under, this stint now goes to 57 minutes, not 52. But my math, they need that to happen in a future stint that isn't this one.
Thomas Drouet eliminated from the race. Let's hear from him.
Well, Thomas, there's utter devastation here inside the garage, and I can only feel for you all. It's both cars out, and it was such a great performance.
Yeah, that's a shame. I mean, we started the pole and the other car P3 overall, and still we are destroyed in the turn one. We know it's a big risk here in Monza, but it's a shame that it happens. And you see how many cars are destroyed in the grass. It's not normal. So I really think we need to watch the footage again, and some needs to sink before they take a start, because it cannot happen.
I won't ask you any other questions, so I know that you'll probably say something that you can't take back.
No, the thing is, we really need. I mean, the team did a really good job, so I'm so happy that we had a good quali, and yeah, we will come back stronger.
Let me just show you. They're going to show the replay again just on here, so you can relive this horrible moment. But just give us your thoughts. Talk us through.
Well, I think we saw that there's a Mercedes going like really wide in the pit lane exit, and then I think coming back on the track, they had a contact with some of the cars, and it's just bowling game then. So yeah, difficult to say, but I think they wanted to try everything on turn one, but you cannot win the race in turn one, so that's a shame.
Thank you so much for talking to us.
Thomas Drouet then, and that's very bad news. Valentino Rossi, I said, had pitted, but he's got a problem. The car has not made it out. It has ground to a halt at the pit exit. This could be electrical. It looks like it's got no power, no lights, no nothing.
Strange failure. They've done the pit stop. They've left their box, and it just ground to a halt on pit exit. They're lucky that it was before the exit line, so they could push it back. But they've gone a lap down. This is day done, and yeah, like you said, David, there's no headlights on, but the Lumarank in the windscreen is still on, so there's an element of power in the car. I saw one of the mechanics saying it's day done with his gesticulation with his hand, and gutting after a mega start for Valentino, the man himself, and he
out of the car,
trudges away.
And that is a rare failure, isn't it, for a WRT BMW, because normally they are bulletproof. Others are cycling through pit stops. Simon Birch has just been in, Mikkel Mack in the Corvette, forgive me, Luca Engschler's Rutronic Lamborghini was still under safety car here, and many of them taking this opportunity to get one of those 3 mandated stops out of the way. I wouldn't advise Bryn or Nina J to go near Valle just yet.
No, helmet staying on, obviously, and that's always the easiest way as a driver to make sure no one talks to you, and then if they really get close, you put your visor down and speed up your pace slightly.
So the field is on lap 5, and that's your leader, Maxime Martin, but what Thomas Drouet was suggesting was pretty similar to what you and I have been saying ourselves, wasn't it, about that car being very, very wide and trying to get back into the queue and contact as he elbowed his way back in. But it's being investigated, and we await news from race control. Lights are still on top of the safety car, and Maxime Martin, the leader from Maro Engel. Alessio Picariello is in 3rd place. Danny Juncadella is 4th. You said there was damage on the front of that car. Yes, it's there on the front right, isn't it? 5th is Franck Pereira. Now, the Grasser Lamborghini has had a big win. I know it's a slightly false 5th, given how many cars have been taken out ahead of it, but it's 5th. 6th is Dante Raponge, and then in 7th place is Max Lynn in the RJN McLaren. 8th is Dustin Blattner. 9th was Simon Birch, but he's pitted. That's going to give Renat Salikov 9th, and 10th will be Augusto Farfus. So this race is going to turn out to be very different from what we had by way of a grid.
Yeah, and the cars boxing now are the first cars, for me, that can get to the end without another safety car.
Okay.
We had 9 interruptions last year. So the other cars have just run the maths. Everyone that stopped before this bunch need one more safety car to get an extended stint time. That extra 5 minutes afforded. Remember, that can be at any point at the stint. It doesn't need to be during the pit stop window. At any point, the next stint gets extended.
The pit exit is closed, Legend, has just come up on the screen. So these cars coming in.
I think it's just an overzealous message. The pit lane gets closed when the pack is going past, which is happening right now. I don't know why it's come up as a separate message.
Yeah, because it's the first time it has happened within the effectively 5 laps of safety car. However, the teams will be on top of that, and so will race control, I'm sure, as the field turns through. There's the surviving Garage 59 McLaren going through its first of 3 regulation stops.
So the pit stop, 46 seconds, that fuel needs to be connected to the screen. The fueler can see counting down, that will drop and it will go. And because this is the asterisk pit stop, no driver changes going on, and at the moment no left side tyres I've seen change either. Race on pit lane between the Kessel Ferrari and also the Audi.
Yeah, Justin Blattner and Simon Riker there almost overlapping, and then the 21 Aston joins in ahead in the queue.
To me, looks like an unsafe release by the 74 Ferrari, because the car of the Audi already in the fast lane, and the Audi luckily lifted for the Ferrari because of the Aston and also Rossi's car in the way.
So we're still under the safety car, and I suspect that might stay out a little bit longer while we've got all these pit stops cycling through. Once perhaps we have a lap where nobody is pitting, then Niels Wittich will make his call. I'm not entirely sure what else needs sorting, and the safety car indeed is in this lap, so we're ready to go racing this time around. 21, that Aston was Oliver Söderström.
Surprised some of these leaders haven't taken this stop, especially this car, because it could have got some tape on that bumper. Maybe 2Cs have looked at it from the pit wall and decided it's okay. Luckily for them, the splits are okay. That's the main way the car generates downforce on the front end. It will be a bit draggier the way it's popping up. My worry is the amount of curb you have to use around here to be fast. That headlight, I think, has got a potential of falling out. It doesn't probably have the support on the brackets as we get back ready for the restart.
Now let's have a look at Maxime Martin. Comes back across, and there's the contact that we saw. So yeah, the more I look at it, I still come back, I'm afraid, to Maxime Martin being guilty.
Yeah, I removed my comment as well that he stayed on track. That was completely wrong from me.
Well, we go racing. The green flag is out, and so at the end of lap 6, we're back in business at Monza. Maxime Martin leads across the line. That incident is being investigated, so any penalties come, we'll tell you. It is Martin ahead of Engel, and then in third, Alessio Picariello. And this time it's a lot calmer as everyone's in single file.
Juncadero's got smoke coming from that front corner. The bodywork rubbing against the tyre. Not too bad at the moment, but if that gets worse, then the 2C team are going to have a look at that car. Look at the progress, from some of the cars. Andrew Olo there, 33 places. Reece Barr behind him, 36, 41, 42 places gained. Some big winners from the big losers at turn 1.
Absolutely right, with, of course, a chunk of the field no longer actually in the race. So we've lost very nearly 9 cars as there Ivan Klimenko dives up the inside of Renat Salikov, Audi ahead of Mercedes. But it's 3 for the lead, isn't it? You've got Martin from Engel and Picariello's Porsche looking prodigiously pacey right now as they go up through the first of the 2 Lesmo bends. So Mercedes 1, 2, Porsche 3, Mercedes 4. And then in 5th place, Max Lynn having the drive of his life in the RJN McLaren, leading currently in silver.
And we've got a big group of cars here. There's a lot of people out of position that would have got caught up at turn 1. Didn't get wiped out, but lost places. We're hearing that there's the 46 car has a clutch issue. Let's listen to the radio.
Stanley, still no update from race control.
Yeah, but now a lot of cars have fitted. Don't think it makes sense, right?
Yeah, so they're gambling on an EDS later on. Because so many cars have stopped, they were better off staying out and going for a full course yellow.
Yeah, I agree.
Danny Junqueira being told that teams are gambling on an EDS, an extended driving stint, which would include a yellow flag in a stint later in the race. Go on.
Yeah, Al Fleming there from 2Cs. Worked with him at Optimum Motorsport, great guy. And just trying to calm Danny down there. And my worry is here, the pace isn't going to be there with the damage still rubbing on the tyre. It is a tyre-limited circuit here. Luckily for Danny, it's on the left side. The right tyre affected has got a bit more life and a bit more bite. But you can see he's having to defend now from the McLaren of Lynn. Polystyrene getting kicked up. And yeah, I worry here. And just interestingly, you gain more under a full course yellow than the safety car because of the bunching of the safety car. There's a lot of strategy at play here we'll talk about in the remaining 2 hours and 39 minutes.
So Martin, Engel, Picariello, Junqueira, Lynn and Klimenko up to 6th. Stalikov in 7th place at the minute. 8th is Andriolo, 9th is Reese Barr, 10th is Alex Malikian as the cars wriggle through the chicane. Mikkel Mack gets turned around in the Corvette. He's a sitting duck. People go left and right, and Mikkel Mack thankfully spins the car out of the way and gets going now. That could have been nasty.
Yeah, just trying to work out who it was. So he had Ortega behind him in the Mercedes, Bobby Thompson in the BMW, sorry, as a dive fair from the WRT. The 30 car gets past the Aston Martin. I think it's going to bring the Valkenhurst Aston Martin as the BMW goes to the inside, and it's getting tight. I feel like there's another crescendo coming. It's just about where.
BMW up the inside then through the Lesmo Benz they go. And in pro it is Maxime Martin leading the way. Silver, Max, Lynn, bronze, Renat Salikov. We haven't got many golds left. The best of them is in 17th, James Kell in the number 111 McLaren. So we started with 57 and we are effectively down now to 48. We've lost Harry George somewhere. We've obviously lost Mattia Drudi, but the number 4 Optimum McLaren's also looking like it's out of the race as a legacy of the damage. Danny Junqueira 4th. He's steadying that ship now, isn't he? He's not staying with the leaders, but he's not falling too far away.
No, and he'll be breathing a sigh of relief at the moment as we see him 3 wide into Parabolica. You can see there the 2 cars fighting in the bronze class. The BMW from the Curie Cross Aston Martin with the Audi tucked up behind, and then the Paradine BMW as well. This is the great thing with GT World Challenge. Yes, we had 57 cars at the start, but across 4 classes, we've got 4 races for the price of 1.
They're going over the line is the Blackthorn Acuria Cross Aston Martin, the Caro Giacomo Petrobelli, the blue Aston Martin. He's involved in a big battle, coming now down towards that first chicane, into which he's on the outside line. BMW, the Paradigm car there, trying to creep up on the inside. That was James Kellett's car, I think, getting through the corner. Yeah, so Giacomo Petrobelli dropping back a little bit. Callan Williams going great guns in the BMW. Callan back in the championship after a season away, the British-based Australian, and his BMW booming away up the road as the cars now. There is Callan Williams' car, come into the chicane. James Kellett back on the inside, goes through, nicely done. The BMW Paradigm ahead of the Aston Martin of Blackthorn.
Yep, silver graded driver James Kellett getting past the bronze graded driver of Petrobelli. Petrobelli's pace has been good, but this is the problem when you start the bronze. You've got a lot of fast drivers around you, so you have to stop the rut at some point. Each time you get overtaken, it's a time loss. The risk of damage goes up. At the end of the race, you've got the better strategy if you're still on the lead lap with 4 wheels on your car.
So Maxime Martin leads the way, comes then out of the chicane. That car started, don't forget, on the 6th row. Maxi Goetz and Fabian Schiller, the other drivers. So gives you an idea of exactly the drama of turn 1. Row 6, leader, coming out of the chicane. Engel is still 2nd, Picariello 3rd. The damage not getting any worse for Junqueira. That's the leading Silver Cup car, the McLaren in the hands of Max Lynn. And then behind is another Silver Cup car, the Audi, the Santa Lock Audi of Ivan Klimenko.
Talking of damage, saw some damage on the nose of our race leader, Maxime Martin. And the only thing I think is interesting there, it's around the grille area. And later on in this race, there gets so many stones everywhere. If he's not got his grille radiator covered, then potentially a problem there later on. At the moment, okay on the 17 lead car.
Renat Salikov turns through there ahead of Roman Andriolo. Salikov is leading in bronze. 3rd in silver is Andriolo. Fastest lap of the race, by the way, is the recovering Audi of Lorenzo Ferrari. So he seems to have got away unscathed, relatively speaking. Badly delayed, yes. But that car now doing very good lap times, and he's up to 24th place. So maybe Trezor Attempto Racing can salvage a result from this as long as they keep out of trouble for the remaining 2.5 hours.
Yeah, talking about our bronze-graded driver, Salikov is amazingly fast here, isn't he? He's really holding his own. When you think in the sister car, Mauro Engel is up the road on him, but not by much at all, still within 7 seconds of him. He's had a mega start to this race.
Not only has Ferrari caught back up, he's also made one of those 3 pit stops. Mathis Liesmond, by the way, number 30 BMW, has made 3 pit stops already. So might be with a problem, but also it will have got one of those regulation stops out of the way. But obviously they're going to still have to pit given the fuel and tyres.
It's a WRT special, that, isn't it?
Yeah.
But now their strategy that won them the race way back when it was Sam Dehan, Klinman and Ahmed Al-Hati when they were in the bronze class there to win. That was incredible, and that was what they did. But then the rule of maximum and minimum stint times was introduced, so going to be a hard race for the 30 car there to go all the way.
So race leaders currently work lap 10. You're looking at the Gold Cup train as they come down towards the Parabolica. There is James Kell in the McLaren leading the class. The driver's name on the Lumi rank as he turns into the corner. So this car currently 16th. The class opposition, Simon Birch, in 23rd. So he's got quite a bit of traffic between himself and the opposition as James Kell, as he comes now over the timing line. And the McLaren goes through. We've obviously lost Garage 59 McLarens, but James Kell's car for CSA Racing going nicely, and with quite a nice cushion over the traffic behind, and a big battle going on now. Look, Giacomo Petrobelli in the blue Aston at the head of the queue as they come diving down towards the chicane. Cars on the left, cars on the right. Breathe in, everybody. There's some late breakers in the background. And yes, they have just about made it through safely, but that was a bit touch and go. No, they haven't made it through safely. BMW and Ferrari go nose to nose, and it's number 71 Ferrari. That's Simon Birch's car that's been turned around.
Yeah, he's got to try and find a space. He does it quickly and efficiently. Luckily for him, I thought Birch was going to get beached, but he gets out of there. But a lot of time lost, and up to the 21 car on the exit. Spoke slightly too soon, David. I thought you were all right. It kicked off at turn 2. We're seeing that happen a bit here at 4 and 5 as well. Remember that 30 BMW is the one that's done its 3 stops. So this is a strategy that we're going to have to keep an eye on, and at the moment they're going to need a lot of full course yellows and safety cars towards the end of this race for it to make it work.
Bobby Thompson's Paradigm BMW is being given a drive-through penalty for pushing another car. Replay of the dramas into the chicane. BMW tags Ferrari.
I actually almost think it was the Audi loosened him up and the BMW then hit him because he was spinning. I feel the Audi went in the back first, which made the car of Simon Birch in that Ferrari spin round. That car had been so competitive in qualifying, especially with Frederick Schandorf as well, so tough break for the Danish run Ferrari.
But it has rejoined it back into the race, and we've still got 2 hours and 32 minutes to go. As another big effort is made there on the inside line, looked by Charles Weerts to try to get ahead of Ralph Bowen in one of the 2 Herbert Motorsport Porsches, the other one being the Ziggo Sport Tempesta entry. As there over the timing line comes this battle side by side. Look, BMW and Porsche absolutely dead set level, and the BMW will have the inside line for the first part of the chicane. And in fairness, that's a pro battling with a bronze entry. Charles Weerts clears in advance, but actually Ralph Bowen comes back at it. That's rather impudent, but Charles Weerts stays ahead.
Yeah, he shows his nose, didn't he, just to show I could overtake you if I won, but I know for the class battle it's not the correct thing to do.
Like a dog with a bone. Yes.
Yeah, and Ralph carries on, and I'm sure he'll be very happy.
Absolutely right. Charles Weerts then up into 11th place. And upholding BMW honour, there is Danny Juncadella then going through in 4th place. Maxime Martin, by the way, now starting to build the lead. He's done the fastest lap of the race. And an update on Lorenzo Ferrari as he tries to fight back in the Audi delayed early on. He's dropped back a couple of places now.
Yeah, and the damage still visible, but the smoke lessening to a point where I can't see it. He makes his own smoke running through the gravel trap on the exit of Lesmo. Obviously, the tyre won't change its diameter, but obviously it's worn away the bodywork that was fouling upon that Pirelli. A tiny puff of smoke. Obviously, as the car builds speed, the car lowers with the downforce, and under braking, maybe we'll see a puff. We don't. That would be a breath of relief for the 2Cs Verstappen.com car, and Danny Juncadella here will now keep going. But these guys that didn't take that early pit stop will really need a full course yellow or a safety car within the 57 minutes of this opening part of the race.
As down comes Danny Juncadella then. Lots of the teams getting the 3rd stop out of the way as the 1st stop, if you like, the extra stop, if you prefer to describe it thus. So Maxime Martin leading by 11/10ths of a second at the minute from Maro Engel. Half an hour of the race done. Bobby Thompson's drive-through serve. This is Giacomo Petrobelli under attack now because he's got the Ethan Ischer Aston behind him, and then also Rolf Eichen in the JMW Ferrari, the Tim Sugden managed team. Spencer Aldridge, a very successful touring car engineer, looking at the data as well. And a replay here of more fun and games down at the chicane. Who do we see this time? This is the Mikkel Mack. That was Bobby Thompson hitting the Corvette. That's why he got the drive-through.
Yeah, he was one of my 2 options, Bobby Thompson, and showing his British touring car heritage there with his racecraft.
Don't know what you mean. Non-contact sport, touring car racing, Osborne. What on earth are you saying? Way up the curve, Ethan Isher as he tries to get past Giacomo Petrobelli, but all that serves to do is open the door to Mathis Liesmann now in the BMW, who comes storming up the inside. On the outside line is Rolf Ineichen. All of this is going on for 17th place, but what a fight!
Petrobelli will looking in his rearview mirror, and then I think he'll adjust it so he can't look behind. It's like when you walk into the lounge and your kids have made a mess, you just close the door and walk away. Petrobelli is causing a huge fight behind him. He's well within his right. He's driving clean, he's driving fast, but he's creating an issue behind him of what's this going to be, 10 to 11 cars.
Hang on a minute, he's also pulled away by a couple of lengths the other side of the chicane, so Petrobelli trying to respond as Ethan Isher defends now from Mathis Liesmann as the BMW looks for a way through. Then you've got Ineichen, then the Valkenhorst Aston of Jamie Day. Sebastian Oegaard is next in the queue, I think. No, sorry, Sean Gillisle is next in the queue, and then it's Augusto Farfus and Hugo de Wilde. Two more BMWs looking to make progress, but Petrobelli starting to scarp up.
Yeah, he's doing well. He's kind of working people back into him, isn't he? I was worried at turn 2 when Aston Martin got on top of the curb that he was going to get doored as Isher unloaded his car there. And yeah, I know this race has been a little bit boring for maybe some guys at home, but the rain is coming on the radar anywhere in the next hour and 45 minutes to 2 hours by the looks of it. So at the moment we're under sun, aren't we? You can't believe it's going to rain, but something else we need to keep an eye on.
Well, one weekend I get a hard car that's a soft top and it rains at the end of the weekend. Maxime Martin, race leader, coming up to the end then of lap 13, clear by 1.4 seconds. This midfield pack, Petrobelli and friends really come through. Giacomo Petrobelli is 17th, and this line takes you to about 26th place. That's quite a queue.
Yeah, like you said, he's managed to gap Isher at the moment. The problem for the second Aston Martin in the train is they're the same car, different teams, so the strengths and weaknesses are identical. So that's why I think he's struggling so hard to get past Petrobelli. I just wonder if actually the BMW gets past Liesmann in the 30 car. That would be a different question then for Petrobelli to have to answer.
Race leaders are on lap number 14. It's still Maxime Martin ahead, and there's quite a gap opening up now, 16th to 17th. James Kell is 16th, and everybody else is 17th. Look at the line of cars. It is pretty much the second half of the field. Luca Engschler is investigated for overtaking at turn 5 off the track. Turn 5 is up, of course, at the chicane. So they're out, or Lesmo 1 they go. There is the Paradigm BMW, which has got James Kellett behind the wheel. He's got the WRT car of Callan Williams just up the road ahead, and behind Kellett is Kell, because the McLaren was next up. In fact, James Kellett has now got himself up past Ralph Bowen. The Herbert Porsche, there it is, has dropped back a couple of places on this lap. Bronze is Salikov, then Rees-Barr, Callan Williams and James Kellett. That is the order now that Ralph Bowen has fallen back a little bit.
Now we've got some green flag laps. I'm just looking at the average pace of drivers so far, and really Maxime Martin is in a bit of a class of his own. Only 1.3 seconds ahead of Engel, but his average is the only one that's in the 1:47s right now.
Engel's just done, though, last time around, the fastest lap of the race. So Maro responding, trying to stem the tide. The gap had been creeping up, getting a replay here. This is how Ralph Bowen lost his place, because Callan Williams got up the inside, and that put Ralph offline. And James Kellett's BMW breathed in there and went for the inside line, as now over the line comes the Ethan Isher Aston, and Giacomo Petrobelli dropping back because Liesmann's gone by, and up the inside goes Rolf Ineichen in that green and white Ferrari, and he gets it stopped. Yes, but here comes Petrobelli to try to have a go, no way through. Very close indeed.
Yeah, they all concertina up. I actually think Petrobelli got hit in the back from the Aston Martin, which again got hit in the back from the Ferrari there. So, yeah, Isher, I don't think meant to overtake, he just broke too late. And then it really concertina up all the way through Jamie Day into Sean Gillisle and Augusto Farfus as well in the Rover BMW. Gillisle on the grass, and he's going to have to go straight on there. It's slightly slower here, so he's going to have to try and do a safe rejoin. Is he going to lose any places? At the moment, he's net zero. He's just lost one to Farfus, so he got lucky there. He just got eased out wide.
Bobby Thompson, I told you, had served a drive-through penalty. He's now being looked at for speeding in the pit lane. So not a great start, sadly, for Bobby, but we'll wait and see what transpires of that as this long battle for 16th, 17th rather place continues. Sean Gillisle there going through ahead of the Hugo de Wilde BMW. And Augusto Farfus, I thought, was starting to fall back a little bit, or is it Farfus finally making some progress? It is Farfus making progress, because he's now jumped ahead of Gillisle finally. So BMW ahead of Ferrari. Hugo de Wilde is ahead in turn of Luca Engschler. Dylan Medler next in the queue as they run down that back straight, but this second wave of cars now really has lost a big chunk of time, and the lead gap down again, 1.2 seconds, Martin to Engel.
Again, a great illustration of bronze drivers, isn't it? Petrobelli there, and he's got Augusto Farfus behind him, but Farfus can't go through. For Farfus, this will feel like wading through a bull pit while wearing some lead boots. He'll want to get through, but at the moment, he just can't make the progress through these cars, and this is the negative of stopping early.
Maxime Martin, a 3-minute stop-and-go penalty for causing a collision. Maxime Martin, 3-minute stop-and-go. That's the best part of 2 laps.
Yeah, they done then for the 17 car. What do Get Speed do? Do they retire it or do they keep it going? Listen, there isn't a penalty that's fit for what's just happened. Race control, a 3-minute one, is almost the largest they could offer you apart from exclusion.
Yeah, exactly, because that ruins your race, doesn't it? Because to get back on the lead lap will be virtually impossible. But as we said at the time, it is very, very rare that we talk about Maxime Martin triggering an incident. He did make a good start. He kept pushing. He had to try and push his way back into the traffic, and the net result is quite a sizable accident. And 3 minutes doesn't equate to the damage bill for the teams, but it does certainly affect their race. So in real terms, Engel is the race leader.
Yeah, we're on board here with the Corvette, and Mikkel Mack got turned around trying to come through the field. Got Dante Rapongi in front in the Optimum McLaren. In front of him is Frank Pereira, who just cut the second chicane, didn't gain an advantage. Then Benji Goethe in front. They were side by side. Look at the state of the windscreen already. They're going to do some tear-offs, but the dirt and the stones that are being fired at these cars shows you how bad the circuit is in places with what's being brought on by these drivers.
Down to the Ascari chicane. Leader has gone by. Maxime Martin staying out for another lap as the team decide when to bring him in. You can't really argue a stop-go penalty like that, as there is the race-leading car, but Maxime Martin will get the news, or already have had the news, and the team will decide when to bring him in. So in real terms, it is Engel versus Picariello for the race lead.
Those two are really in a class of their own, aren't they? Equidistant gaps to the thousands between second and third and second and first. But at the moment, I really do think this is an Engel 48 car. And this was the pace I was talking about. He was so quick. He really in his own class of an average pace. What could have been? He was already having a good start. With hindsight, how would he watch that replay? What would he have done differently? And that's the problem as a racing driver. You live and die by your sword. We watch it here in a cold air-conditioned room. He swings out too wide, goes off the track. The grass comes in. He has to go over the contact now with the yellow, the red and yellow Ferrari. Squeezes everything, and that starts everything kicking off. And then Kirchhofer gets wiped out by the innocent Rivera, who then comes in and wipes out 3 more cars for good measure.
Doesn't matter how many times you see it and at what speed, it still looks horrendous. The impact that Miney and Feller suffered at the head of that. Look at the damage on the white Mustang, and Maxime Martin deemed to be responsible. 3-minute stop and go penalty. So look behind. Engel is being caught by Picariello. That's your lead battle. Picariello has now done the fastest lap of the race in that Porsche.
Yeah, Porsche coming alive. It was strong at the start of the weekend. Didn't show its hand in qualifying, we felt, but we knew it was strong over a stint. And at the moment, Picariello is showing that. That is for sure. Watching that replay as well, I'm amazed the Audi is still going of Ferrari. That got hit so hard, but that car is still on the lead lap and it's actually just gone up to 27th position.
Yeah, they're fighting back, aren't they? How many times past the timing line are you given before that stop-go penalty has to be served? As in, are Get Speed thinking, well, let's roll the dice here and try and keep the car out for another yellow, because 3 minutes under a yellow isn't as damaging as 3 minutes under green?
Potentially, it's 3 times past the stripe. You've got to serve it, so they're running out of time now, aren't they? I believe he's crossed the line twice since the penalty was served.
I think so, and he's just done the fastest lap of the race, almost like the last hurrah before they know that the game's up.
The other thing to consider, the next time out for these cars in endurance is Spa 24 hours. So yes, they're out of the race, but is it worth keep going, even though you're not going to win, to get some more data for all 3 drivers?
Very true. So as the cars come into view out of the first of the 2 Lesmo Benz, there Mauro Engel, there Alessio Picariello, they don't have penalties hovering over them, and it was 9/10 of a second between the pair when they went on to this lap. The Porsches have always looked sort of there or thereabouts this weekend. If you go back to the very first year of what was the forerunner to GT World Challenge, the Blancpain Endurance Series, it was a Porsche that won at Monza in the very first BES race. And don't be surprised if that Porsche comes through to win this. Dorian Boccolacci, Maurice Schuring, the other 2 drivers, both real Porsche stars, as we know.
definitely catching Engel, and Engel isn't getting compromised by Maxime Martin, who I think should peel into pit lane this time to serve that 3-minute stop and go penalty.
So Martin turns out of the Parabolica, and the line that the car took didn't suggest he was about to peel to the pits, and indeed he does not. He goes on for another lap, so the team's aware that the penalty has been applied. Mauro Engel still second, Alessio Picariello third as they come through. And in fourth place, Danny Juncadella. And the bigger that gap gets between third and fourth, the more you start to appreciate the legacy of the damage. Yeah, exactly that. Danny Juncadella, super fast Mercedes factory driver. I'm sure that's the damage. It's just compromising him by probably 3 to 4 tenths of a second. But the problem is that's every single lap you're losing that and someone else isn't around you. So that's why it's going to really hurt them. The penalty, they should have been second on the grid, shouldn't they? If they were there, would they have got wiped out in that one? So was the Lulham overtake under yellow 5-place grid penalty a blessing in disguise? Yeah, next year when we come here, we won't be quite so confident in saying that if you qualify at the front, you're out of jeopardy, because as we've seen, don't work like that. There is the Hugo de Wilde BMW through, 99 Audi. How was that got so little damage considering where it was in the drama? That's Lorenzo Ferrari, and he is still in 27th place. Right, let's listen in.
I didn't do anything wrong. Head down, Maxime. Head down. Keep going. You're doing a great job. Keep going. Very good pace. Stay out. I have to look at the footage. I didn't touch the fingers now.
So Maxime Martin arguing that he didn't do anything. They need to look at the footage. I suspect they have. Yeah, claiming your innocence, I get. Adrenaline high, speed is high, all of this on the fly. Car's doing 270 kilometers an hour while Martin is communicating with his engineer, but from the tone of the engineer, you could tell, I think the engineer agrees with the penalty they've been given. But what we haven't yet heard is box this time, Maxi. He's been told about the penalty, but is he staying out in the hope that it can be argued away or it'll just disappear? They've got to serve it sooner or later, and the longer he stays out, the more hot water he's likely to be in. He's gone through again, although Engel has just done a faster lap, and therefore the fastest of the race, as they're going very nicely. He's Reece Barr in 222, the 2Cs Mercedes. He's on the back here of Charles Weerts. They've actually switched places. Weerts up to 9th and Barr 10th, but Reece trying to fight back there and regain the place. Yeah, looking racy, isn't he? And for me, Martin should have been in by now. Yeah, maybe the penalty was given just as he crossed the line. I think he's got one more lap potentially. So this is what he's saying. There's no contact. For me, he swings out wide and the rear of his car hits Rivera. Listen for the contact. The only defence I could give Martin watching it once more is Engel brakes and he has to check up. But all of that is happening because he went off the track. That's the bit that definitely can't be argued by anyone involved with the 17 car, in my opinion. Well, Maxime Martin certainly does not have a reputation of being a dirty driver, an aggressive driver. He's normally one of the smoothest as well as quickest, so it is unlike him to trigger an incident like that. It put the car in the lead, but ultimately little good does it do. Out of the Ascari chicane he comes. We're on lap 20. We're 16 minutes or so away from the end of the first of the 3 hours here. Mauro Engel in second place. He will have got the message, won't he, that there's a stop-go penalty for Martin, so he doesn't need to attack too much. Engel's race isn't with the car ahead, it's with the car behind. Yeah, exactly that. It's a bit of a distraction at the moment, though. He will be getting a slight tow at that point and won't be getting the dirty air effect, so slight positive, I think, for Mauro Engel having Martin as his donkey, and Martin stays out once more. Race Control have got a decision to make here as we see the fastest drivers by class, and it's obviously Mauro Engel in that Pro 48 at the moment, but pace looking good. Now let's hear Fabian Schiller's thoughts, teammate to Maxime Martin. What did the team think? Let's get to the pits.
Well, Fabian, the news has obviously gone around the paddock of the 3-minute stop-and-go penalty. Do you think the penalty was fair? How does the team see it?
To be honest, I'm not sure. Obviously, we've seen the TV pictures. Maxime, we spoke to him on the radio, of course, as well. He said he didn't have contact with anyone. So, yeah, we need to investigate the pictures. I guess the race control has seen more pictures than we have on the TV feed. So, I don't know if the penalty is fair. I don't know if 3 minutes may be a bit much, but, I mean, it needs to be investigated. I guess they're looking at in-car footage later on as well, and then, obviously, we have a clearer picture.
Thank you for talking with us.
Thank you.
That was Sean Gallal clattering into Giacomo Petrobelli there, going down to the chicane. And is that Ferrari who's been turned around again? Audi facing the wrong way. Off the road there has gone number 5. That's the Dante Raponge McLaren. And I think Lorenzo Ferrari, again, has found himself facing the wrong way at turn 1.
Yeah, not his happy hunting ground. Mick Mack as well, forced wide. I feel that was way too aggressive from Galeo in the Ferrari. It was almost like pent-up rage of Petrobelli holding him up. He just swiped across the front, which then bunched everyone up. I think race control will look at that. Of course, Schiller playing the party line. I don't disagree. If that was my teammate, I'd want the same words coming out of his mouth. But yeah, look at Galeo here, just swinging across the apex into Petrobelli, which then means they all back up, and then it's just a concertina effect, and the 99 gets turned around again at turn 2, like you said, and then Mick Mack causing some damage to the front of Raponge's car, took the dive planes off, I think, on that car. So more detritus over pit lane as Martin finally comes in, and I think he's just avoided getting a black flag personally.
And Maxi Goetz is going to take over that car. The car that did the turning of Lorenzo Ferrari was Ugo de Wilder's BMW.
They can't do a driver change under the stop and go, so Goetz is ready, but all they can do is wait for 3 minutes and drive back out of pit lane.
So obviously this is not one of the regulation stops, so it'll cost them a lap when it cost them 2 laps. So this is your new race leader. Mauro Engel, 1.4 seconds ahead last time of Alessio Picariello, and Engel with those lightning quick reflexes, avoiding all the drama at turn 1 up the escape road. And now the race, if you like, comes to him because they've got the race lead, clear circuit ahead. Nice fresh air in the front of the Mercedes AMG, and he's just starting to edge away again from Picariello.
Another shout out to our 6th place car of Salikov there. He is having a really good run of it, isn't he? And paces look so strong for him.
The bronze leader.
Yeah, exactly that.
Yeah, and he's gaining 6th place now that Martin has pitted. And also, shout to Max Lynn, still leading silver. His first season of racing at this level. Max, who's the brother of Alex Lynn, who sadly at the moment isn't racing because he's waiting for an operation, but pole position at Le Mans last year. There is Max Lynn, driving for Bob Neville's team, the Team RJN McLaren. And although he's done quite a bit of historic racing of late, it's his first year really racing at this level. So Max going very well. His father, Sean Lynn, the man behind Motor Racing Legends, race promoter, and it's the Motor Racing Legends run GT3 series for the older cars that we will have at the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. There's an SRO one with Peter Auto. That's already been to Spa. It's the Motor Racing Legends one that we're going to have in a few weeks' time in Belgium. So expect the name Lynn to be on the grid, perhaps in both father and son case. This second in silver is the Ivan Klimenko Santalok Audi that goes through. Mauro Engel, by the way, has just done an even quicker fastest lap of the race. Now he's got clear road ahead.
Yep, fuel coming off, so cars will get this second bite. Tyres getting worse, but the weight, around 85 kilos, will get burned in a stint here. As we see the Mercedes going to work here, Grupo Prom racing there. And this is a slight strange time to box, to be honest. And this isn't an optimal strategy for me.
And nor is that. So that's the ComTU number 11 Aston Martin that is in. That's Marcello Tomassoni. Alfredo Hernandez Ortega was in the 177, and you see Maxime Martin sitting there. 3 minutes must feel like a lifetime. Away goes 11 with a driver change having been served.
Yeah, the reason they're doing it is their bronze time has been adequately done, the 45 minutes, so they're getting the bronze out as early as they can, but under green, they're hemorrhaging time.
Luca Engschler is being given a 5-second penalty for leaving the track and gaining an advantage. That was up at turn 5 earlier on in the race, so that now is filtering through the system. So we're still waiting for many of them to make their first pit stop. Some have already done 3, and Maxime Martin serving the stop and go, not one of the mandatory 3 pit stops. Even the man with the board is bored, wanting something to do now.
Brink could have gone and interviewed him, couldn't he?
Yeah, and that's a bad sign, I'm afraid. Lorenzo Ferrari, after all his efforts, the car into the garage. So the Tresor Attempto Audi, there's damage on the front. We know he's got damage on the back. Maxime Martin rejoins, and he is just about going to rejoin as up towards him comes Engel. This determines whether he's going to go 1 lap down or 2. Engel flashing the lights to say, I'm coming. And as they get to the braking zone, 2 laps down, Maxime Martin.
Does he play the Mercedes game here and hold up Picariello, or where are we going to see the blue flag regulation? Remember at Paul Ricard, it was a hot topic, wasn't it? And basically there it transpired. If you were getting a blue, there's a car in the wall there at Ascari.
That's a McLaren, isn't it? And it's not James Kell's car, is it?
Yeah,
it is. James Kell in the gravel, and that could well be a safety car. It's in the middle of the Ascari chicane, so turn 8, and that car up against the barriers. He's looped it. He's got into the gravel. Full course yellow is coming. Full course yellow is going to be called for. That gets everybody under control. And, of course, this is what would have helped get speed with Maxime Martin. If this had have come just a little bit sooner, that 3-minute penalty wouldn't have mattered quite so much.
Maybe you believe in karma, and 2C's getting to work early. They called that one early. They were in the box, weren't they, before the full course yellow was called. They would have done that in case it was going to be a short full course yellow. Or is there a bigger problem? Are they just checking over? They've got 46 seconds of fuel. The tyres can get done in half of that, so they might just be using this time, and they're doing left side only because Junqueira is staying aboard. Interestingly, no tape put on that just yet. I reckon that's been pulled back as they've changed the tyre. The mechanic maybe has just caught it ever so more. Or is it? No, the skates are going under. This is bad news for the 3 car.
And this is going to be a long full course yellow. So let's go to the pit lane. Lorenzo Ferrari, after all the optimism pre-race, very disappointing result in the end. Bryn Lucas is with him. Just keeping an eye on the Mercedes. Right, yes, Bryn has got himself ready with Lorenzo. Let's go there.
Lorenzo, we're looking at your car, and almost every single angle of it, there's damage.
Yeah, basically we got hit on the first corner, as everyone can see. I don't know what happened, honestly. I mean, I lost one position, but I was, in the back, so everything was good. And then I just got hit suddenly. I also saw not me only, a lot of cars. It's unfortunate because I think we had a great pace. Now I was coming back, but I think from the hit we got a issue that was coming slow of the gearbox, so we had to retire. Unfortunate, and yeah, it's racing.
So the retirement isn't anything to do with the sheer amount of damage to the car?
Yeah. It's, I think we've got something with the gearbox, and yeah, so.
I see, linked to the issues. Thanks very much for talking to us. It's a shame.
Thank you.
Yeah, so not bodywork damage, but mechanical damage triggered by the contact that's just manifested itself and got worse, yeah?
Yeah, the gearbox will have a cooling system where it's got a duct to keep it in control, and that's obviously got damage beyond repair. This is what happens to James Kell by himself, and that's all the dirt that we were talking about getting dragged on, and it just looked like maybe he just put his left side tyres on that, and it just understeered off is my first call on that one, and yeah, there's going to be some big winners here. Everyone that didn't stop that first time will now be thinking, do we stop? When do we stop? You want to go as long as you can into the full course yellow to push yourself later in the race. 2C's getting to work.
But in the garage, not a good sign. So that's another car now that's going to be badly compromised. The key is always stay on the lead lap. That could be marginal depending on the amount of work. So Maro Engel is still the race leader. Gone.
Yeah, he's gone past them now, so they are the lap down, literally just coming past their garage now. Brutal for the 3 car.
So a long full course yellow. We'll wait and see whether it goes to a safety car for the resumption. And others are deciding that now is a good time to come into the pit lane. So again, this is where the strategists on the pit wall really earn their corner. I say on the pit wall, these days they're in a garage with about 3,000 laptops, aren't they?
Yeah, this is the optimum strategy right now. It was a lot of luck because we weren't far away where they would have to be stopping in the next 4 or 5 minutes under green potentially, but this keeps their options open, and this is where we're seeing more driver changes getting done because this is a normal pit stop. So these cars doing full service drivers and tyres.
So you've got there the Santalog Audi in. Ivan Klimenko brought that car in. Max Lin is in. Renat Salikov, the bronze leader, is in. Romain Andriolo is in. Ariel Levi is in. Reese Barr, Max Hoffer, Ralph Bowen, and the troubled Danny Junqueira we'd already accounted for. So another wave of cars down the pit lane. Explain to me Engel and Picariello, the top 2 staying out.
Just trying to eke it out as long as they can, and they will definitely do a driver change because if they stayed in the car they would only be able to go 1 hour and 27 minutes from the start of the race, which doesn't make sense. So they will do a driver change, so they're trying to eke out their driver time as long as they can to keep that window open for the next 2 drivers. James Kell's car is removed, so if there's no barrier damage we could go back to green. The roll of the dice here for Engel and Picariello could bite them.
There's Bobby Thompson's blue BMW coming towards you. In the background is the Zego Sport Tempesta Jonathan Hui driven Porsche. but we're still under full course yellow. The road might be clear, but as yet, still yellow. And
every bit of tape. The yellow bit is actually what they use to mark out their grid box.
That's
so
right,
they
yes.
ran out of colours. It sticks with the Pirelli at least, but yeah, they're going to try and go. They're a lap down. Of course, things can shake out. Is there confusion? Santalot won a box. I think they're the mechanics holding the tyres, and the car is now released. I might have actually seen Chris Lulham's helmet behind that. We'll see as they leave, does it update. The only reason I think it could go safety car as well is just to give the marshals a chance to clear the track. Yeah. This is the first time we could have gone. That might save Engel and Picciarello.
James Kell's damage does not look that severe, does it? He's still circulating. You wouldn't really know that had been off, apart from the fact it's a bit dusty.
Yeah, left-hand mirror's bent in, but it's still there. So he's coming into pit lane. He'll know if it's tracking straight, just if the steering wheel's there. But they build him strong in Woking, and he went into those rector cells as well, which dissipate the energy better than a tyre will.
What, of course, he has done is lose a lap. So James Kell may not have damage in terms of bodywork or mechanical, but he has got damage in terms of time lost. Maxime Martin, by the way, in 46th place after that stop and go penalty. Just gained a place with the demise of Lorenzo Ferrari, but small consolation. Right, still under full course yellow. Pit stop cycling through, and only now the top two in the race have not made at least one pit stop.
Yeah, coming into the last corner. I think they're going to dive for pit lane. I think they've rolled the dice hard enough now, and it's either going to go green or safety car in the next 90 seconds would be my guess.
So as there, Bobby Thompson comes down towards us. That's your race leader, Mauro Engel, and Maxime Martin between the top two.
Martin needs to box as well, although he's been there for 3 minutes already. Yeah. He hasn't done a pit stop.
No, not one of the regulation ones, as you say, no. And of course, there's also the fuel burn to consider in this, although there's been a lot of yellow running. Engel is heading for the pit lane. You can tell that off the line he takes through the Parabolica. So this is the view on board with the Mercedes of Van Filter team down the pit lane. Race leader Mauro Engel in at the end of lap 25 with 2 hours and 3.5 minutes to go.
80k down to 50 for pit lane. Winwood at the last garage has got to go all the way down this 490-metre pit lane. Looks like he's getting ready for a driver change. He's already changed the driver ID, and that's the positive when you've got this much time. You can loosen belts. He's changing the wheel position. You can see there. So is that going to be an hour or Stoltz's position? Looks like Lucas Stoltz, a tall figure, ready to jump aboard.
And, of course, that car very close to pit exit. So as soon as Lucas Stoltz fires up, he doesn't have to worry about the pit lane speed limit, because effectively he is going to be straight back onto the racetrack. Mauro Engel out, crouches down, helps with the belts. The team go to work to clear the screen. Also in as Alessio Picciarello in the Boots and VDS Porsche. Yet again, one has to say, the surviving Boots and VDS Porsche. That's 3 cars destroyed for Boots and VDS, with number 10 on the door in 3 races.
By jaunty angle they've parked at. The regulation states it must be parallel for fueling. Doesn't look parallel to me. Was there an excuse why they were there? I think this generally could attract a penalty for something there. The rules are very clear. The car must be parallel to refuel.
It angles it away nicely, doesn't it, to get back into the race. But you're right, it's not parallel part like that. And away goes the Porsche then, but Lucas Stoltz will be the race leader. We're still under full course yellow as the Man Filter Mercedes AMG rumbles back on track.
Perfect call. With hindsight, for me, that when Kell got going, I would have not wanted to be the engineer in those garages, because there would have been a fear of going back to green, as we now finally get all our cars through their first mandatory pit stops. Of course, some cars have done more than that, and it's just trying to work out at the moment, is that the right thing to do? 32 Verts car is doing its 3rd stop at the moment.
Now, there is Dorian Boccolacci, who's taken over number 2. It was brought in by Alessio Picciarello. We were worried a little bit about the way the car had parked. Why did it park sideways? Because it slid under braking.
Too fast, too furious. No handbrakes in GT3 cars, but it is a low grip surface here, the Monza pit lane. You see the shininess of the concrete. It's low grip, but Picciarello would have known that. Just strange he turned in so late, which really made it lock the rear axle up. There's mitigating circumstance, but you would argue that all the other cars that we've seen in pit lane are at this parallel angle. Car to that yellow line is what race control will be looking at. Did anyone get affected by it? No, but rules are rules.
Absolutely. That's Mathis Lismont in for a 4th pit stop. Number 30 BMW. Drops down, blasts back into the race, and also in is number 74 there, you can see, for Dustin Blattner to give way.
So at this rate, that car's going to do 8 pit stops for the 3 hours. We've done 4 in under 1 hour, sorry.
Yeah, you don't get reward points, do you? The more fuel you take on board. Got a loyalty card. So tyres for 74 Kessel Ferrari. Justin Blattner taking that car over. And at the moment, you've got James Kellett leading in bronze. You've got Gaspar Simon, the SRO GT Academy winner, leading in silver. And gold is Hugo de Wilde in 15th place.
Yeah, we're going to have to keep an eye on which bronze drivers have done their minimum 45 minutes, just a single stint effectively here, because that will be the big shake-up. Petrobelli is out the car. Johnny Adam is now in that car. Good release from Kessel. This time, no car to worry about. That was already in the fast lane.
So there down the pit lane again goes the 74 Ferrari. So Lukas Stolz has taken over in the yellow Mercedes, Dorian Boccolacci, and then Jordan Pepper aboard number 32 BMW. That's done 3 pit stops, number 32, and that I think now is in with the chance of a win here, depending on the gaps at the end of this caution period.
Yeah, exactly. So what hurts them is you've got to stop 2 more times for the minimum stint. The stint is never going to be longer than 57 minutes, and with the pretty much 2 hours remaining, you can't get to the end. Even with the pit stop time allowed for, the pit stop is dead time. It's not part of a stint, but you cannot go over that 57 minutes. So they're just basically opening a different window to the obvious one, that if they get lucky and can take it in those stint times, there is a possibility.
So Mauro Engel has done his first stint. Nina J. Paul has found him. Let's get to the pits.
Mauro, crazy race, very chaotic first corner, but you've done your job.
Yeah, shame to see, to be honest, to see so many cars out. I saw it in the last moment as I was turning in, and then took the escape road, and yeah, luckily I was able to avoid it.
Yeah, your reaction was super quick. How do you feel now about the rest of the race?
Car's handling good. Obviously, we're in a good position, but a long way to go.
Good luck.
Thank you.
So at the end of this lap, we can see what the new order is. Certainly one of the big winners thus far is 991, the Paradigm BMW of James Kellett. This is how Mauro Engel saw it all on the first corner. He talks about those quick reactions. Well, let's just remind ourselves, because there's an accident happening on the right, and how close to it was he? But look at that. Straight through the chicane, has to slow the car, powers back on, carnage behind him, clear road ahead. Maxime Martin comes through, but there is decades of experience. Now, this is James Kellett, who was ahead on the road, but he is now serving a second pit stop. So that car had led over the timing line, but it gives the lead back now to the Mercedes of Lukas Stolz.
Yeah, Darren Lung getting aboard there. So that's a bronze car doing a different strategy. So the cars who have already had their bronze drivers in will start to gain back now. They've got their faster drivers in this stint now. And a nice clear pit lane for the Paradigm team.
So it will be Stolz from Boccolacci, the top 2, and then third in the order, but quite a long way back in terms of track space, should be Jordan Pepper, I would offer you. No, not anymore. It's going to be Jamie Day and then Augusto Farfus, but they are behind on the pit stops. So it's very hard to get a true picture at the minute, because some have only done 1 stop and others have done 3, some even more than that. But Jamie Day for third place, Augusto Farfus fourth. Horatio Fitzsimon has taken over from Max Lynn in the grey and blue McLaren coming towards you, and that leads in silver at the moment.
Without sounding too cynical, I genuinely think today this all could be a bit academic, all of these different strategies, because if there's a safety car within the last 45 to 50 minutes, as long as you're on the lead lap, it doesn't really matter how you've got there, as long as you've got your best tyres and your best driver in. And I actually think that's going to be the key decider here. So, of course, we'll keep an eye on the strategies. But with the nature of this race, how it's been today and in previous years, I think a full course yellow or a safety car could still be a deciding factor in the last hour.
James Kellett there in the red BMW rejoining, but you know, he's got to be fairly bold to get into the queue. Everybody's going at a delta speed, and he's got to blend in somewhere, hasn't he?
Yeah, Darren Lung now taking...
sorry, yes, you're right, yeah.
And, luckily, he's pretty forthright with his physicality, so he eases in front of one of the CSA McLarens.
Yeah, sorry, James Kellett brought it in. Darren Lung takes over. He is the man who is Paradigm. It's his team, although Darren drives for other squads, doesn't he, in the World Endurance Championship and elsewhere, for example. So you've got Stolz, Boccolacci the top 2. Now, Jamie Day third, that's another 1 stopper. The best multiple stopper is going to turn out to still be, I think, the better of the BMWs, but there is the lead car. Now, this full course yellow continuing. The road clear, of course, because it was all about James Kell being off, and James Kell has returned to the circuit, and he's also pitted, and the car is back on track now.
The day in the Farfus car, yes, they're up the order, but their stint is going to have to finish in the next 8 minutes as we go to safety cars. They go Sport Tempesta getting to work. They've just about timed this okay. They now will start to lose more track position as the 80k is being lifted as the safety car is pulled. So they won't lose a lap, but they are losing track position more than they would have had they boxed a lap earlier. The only thing is there is a big gap behind them, so they may have worked that one out to Herbert's credit.
Right. Let us try and hear the thoughts, bravely, Nina Jade is going to do this, of Maxime Martin in the pits.
Maxime, firstly, thank you so much for talking with us. We are going to show you a replay of the start, and if you could just talk us through it from your perspective. Okay, great.
No problem, but I mean, obviously I don't know what they're complaining about, because I didn't touch anyone. I didn't have contact with anyone. You can see the car. There is not a single scratch on the car. So I don't know why they are blaming me, because I didn't touch a single car. Yes, I had to go on the right. The Ferrari didn't leave me go, so I had to go a bit off track. But I rejoined because there was grass, and I rejoined safely. I didn't touch any car, and now we are blaming on this. So
this is a different angle.
Sorry for everyone, but at the end of the day, I have nothing to say.
I completely understand. Obviously, emotions are high.
Well played, Nina Jade. There's the replay from on board the Alessio Rovera Ferrari. And Maxime Martin is absolutely defiant, isn't he, in his attitude? Not anything to do with me. He's had to take the penalty. The car, I think, has now been retired. It's in the pit lane. As he said, you can see there's not a scratch on it, so they have elected to retire the car. But Maxime Martin got the penalty out of the way, just in case it was carried over to Spa, for example. But he is absolutely strident in that. I think people would argue with him, but he is not for moving.
I think his argument is that he does get hit from Rivera. Does he cause the contact, or does he feel he's hit the brakes because he doesn't want to go in the back of Engel, and then Rivera hits him, who then goes off? The contact with Rivera and Martin sends Rivera off. You can see the front right of Rivera just slightly lift up the rear left of Martin. Otherwise, why is Rivera shot off? That's the other way I would question it to Maxime. Why has Rivera, a hugely talented car, gone 90-degree left?
And sadly, like all of these things, you tend to judge it on the outcome, don't you? Because the contact between, alleged contact between Martin and Rovera is one thing, but when you look at the amount of carnage that ensues, then it looks like a serious accident. But the move was the move was the move. The outcome could have been very different. You know, had it been a smaller grid, the move would have not taken as many cars. But because it looked really serious, it's a serious penalty.
There's always something I used to like asking race directors when I was being charged with something. You're like, are you judging the crime or the result?
Exactly.
And the good race directors would always say it's a hybrid.
Ah, right, okay.
So they were just getting out of jail, right, sounding like a politician. Because sometimes the crime can be small, but the outcome is large. And so which way do you go with the penalty? And that was a pretty close release from the 2C's car, going for another another pit stop on the 3. Safety car's going to be in this lap, so all of these cars need a quick lap because safety car is coming into sector 3. I don't think they're going to catch the back of the train.
Yeah, they need to get a wriggle on, don't they? So the race will be back underway shortly. We've gone into the second hour. Blimey, a lot's happened, and we've only had an hour and a bit of racing. But to echo what Nina Jade Paul was saying, thank you to Maxime Martin for at least being prepared to speak to us. You can tell how frustrated he is. It is rare that we talk about Maxime in an accident. It is rare that he's that grumpy. Now, find me a dent. So there is the car in the garage, safety car in this time, and the get speed entry out of the race. Luca Stoltz is your race leader. Dorian Boccolacci is second. Jamie Day is third. Fourth is Augusto Farfus, who by only having one pit stop has vaulted up the order. Fifth is Horatio Fitzsimon in the blue and grey McLaren leading silver. And sixth is Etienne Shelley, Eric Shelley's son, former Formula 3 racer, 43,000 racer, and he is second in silver. So for fifth on the road and the silver lead, there's going to be a battle, as there is outright. So we've seen in the first stint, Engel battling with Picariello. Now it's Stoltz versus Boccolacci for the race lead. We're green again at Monza as we go racing at the end of lap number 20.
To right, wasn't he? Weaving on the final weave. He dropped it. Safety cars breed safety cars. How's it looking at turn 1?
So far, so good. That Day and Farfus have had one pit stop, so stint time sort of reset as a legacy, but you're right, they're going to have to be, or the teams are going to have to be on their toes to make sure that they are brought in before they incur penalties for the amount of time behind the wheel. Safety car has parked itself in the pit lane. I suspect we might see it again before the end of the day, as there is Farfus and Horatio Fitzsimon in the McLaren behind. New to GT3, new to modern racing really this year, Horatio. Very, very good in historic single-seaters and sports car racing. There he is, leading silver. That behind is Etienne Shelley, up from GT4. And further back there, the Greystone McLaren, the turquoise car on the inside going through just. That is Josh Rattigan, GT4 champion, going through, makes the move stick, gets ahead of Robert Renauer in the black Porsche.
Yeah, good move, and he's got some good pace. He's already dropped those cars behind. Gravel getting kicked up, just dropping it in on that gravel trap out of Lesmo 2 is the theme. There's a bit of damage on the front of the Grassa Lamborghini, and even looked like something on the rear as well. So a few things kicking off on the 63.
So one pit stop and 2 stints then now for 48, the leader. It's in its second stint, and just a minute and 21.3 seconds in the pit lane, a tenth slower than the Porsche there in second place as they come down now towards the Parabolica. I don't want to say it's looking a little bit more overcast now. This threat of rain that has been nudged about, it's still hovering over us as the cars now dive through the Parabolica at the end of lap 29. So Luca Stolz, the race leader, an effort being made there. Look to the inside line, Ferrari dives through. That's the recovering number 71 entry. Malte Edrup at the wheel of it now as the leader goes by.
So the third and fourth car feel like they can squeeze another lap. 57 minutes is the max stint time. They're going to go over that, but it is rounded down to the nearest minute, so they can box at 57 minutes and 59 seconds sent from the BMW on the Century BMW, and it looks like job done for the 32 car.
They turn their way out of the chicane then. Stolz trying to build that race lead. Looking back at the BMW behind us as the speed builds now up through the Curva Grande, this long, fast right-hander, through which you get to the Valle di Roggia, the second of the 3 chicanes on the Monza lap. Darren Lung having taken over from James Callick, trying to make further progress in class. Still shown as James Callick on the timing screen, but we've seen Darren Lung jump on board. And another effort being made there by Josh Rattigan. So the Greystone car that had a loose wheel in qualifying, certainly being raced very effectively. Josh Rattigan has always been a hard racer, and he's proving the point here.
Yeah, he's already put 4 cars between him and the Herbert Porsche, the back car in shot now, so he is quick. And this is the difference. Fresh tyre for Rattigan versus an old tyre for Raponge, I think, is aiding the Greystone car as well. But Rattigan will know he's got to act while it's still fresh, and he's got that advantage.
This is a day, isn't it, though, for some of the underdogs to really shine because of the number of Pro Cup cars that were eliminated early on, and indeed some of the lead cars in silver and gold. This is a chance for others to really shine and trying to maximise the day here. There is, still says James Callick on the Lumirac, but Darren Lung at the wheel going into Parabolica, and that car is in 12th place. That's second in bronze now, isn't it, for Darren Lung? But 87, which has got Gabriele Piana at the wheel, leading the class. And Piana currently is in 5th place overall there in that turquoise Winward Mercedes, and he's giving energetic chase to Etienne Shelley as they come down to turn 1.
Yeah, Sean Galea all over the rear of him. So he's had quite a feisty start, hasn't he, aboard the Ferrari. I want to correct myself actually on Rattigan. He's on the same tyres as Raponge. I thought they were on a different strategy. Those 2 McLarens running 14th and 15th, identical tyre life.
I wonder if that is still Sean Galal, because he was the start driver, so he is, if he hasn't already pitted and done a driver change, they're due one, aren't they? We are occasionally having these not updating. 74 Ferrari in trouble then. That car rejoining. Lorenzo Petresi having had a spin at the first chicane, gets going again ahead of Chris Froggatt, and there into the pit lane now, Augusto Farfus. Jamie Day is in as well.
Yeah, that was enforced on them. They're going to their stint time, so now this strategy hurts them, as you can see, running side by side, and now Raponge getting held up by the 2 C's cars. Rattigan's going to look to the inside, and Raponge decides he has to defend at the last minute. So again, one of these areas that looks like something's going to kick off any moment.
Charles Dawson has taken over in the 2C's car, number 222, and he's got cars all around him. Behind is Benji Goethe. There, next up is Jordan Pepper, number 32 BMW. That car was well placed. It's fallen back after now 4 pit stops for number 32, so they're trying to, again, to play the strategy. BMW, we've been saying it all weekend, not the fastest car, so they've got to be creative on these pit stops in order to come away with a good result.
Exactly that. A lot of damage on the front of the 58 McLaren running in 11th. Benji Goethe, left corner, looks pretty stoved in. You'd say at the moment, Boccolacci looks slightly quicker than Piccarello versus Engel, wouldn't you? It just seems to be able to stay with that man filter car. Yes, we haven't been green for long, but this Porsche looks slightly stronger in this second stint than the opening one.
Hugo de Wilde, Benji Goethe, Dante Rapponge, Josh Rattigan all into the pit lane this time around. And surely Sean Galal owes us a pit stop now, if it is still him in that car.
Although he is in his stint where I think they've done their asterisk pit stop, so he's doing the double effectively, because stint time wise he is okay, and it does all tally up. I appreciate it feels like he's been in the car a long time. As long as he doesn't do in more than an hour and 27 minutes, which we're okay on at the moment, it could still be him.
Okay, so he's coming to the end as the Ferrari goes through the chicane. Horatio Fitzsimon is getting away now slightly from Etienne Shelley in the Silver Cup fight. There is the venerable Audi run by the Santalok team, the French team. Behind that is Gabriele Piana, who's had a tough day in GT4, tough weekend in GT4 indeed. But Gabriele reminding people, I can do GT3 racing as well. He was part of the Winwood team in Asian Le Mans, and I think quite keen to be a regular feature in GT3 racing, but his success rate in GT4 still pulls him back in there. He is fending off, though, the challenge of the best of the Ferraris, and that is the Sean Galal car that goes through now. Through the chicane they come, and Galal makes his way now once more down towards the Parabolica. A little bit further back, Franck Pereira's Lamborghini has done an absolute best first sector on this lap. The Temerario getting quicker and quicker the more development it has. Galal pulls out of the draft, has a look to the inside line, but no way through there. Still, Gabriele Piana in the Mercedes able to fend him off.
Yeah, and actually Shelley's doing a good job in the Audi in front of that battle, as is this Audi of Ergaard, third at the moment in the silver class. The Audi's strong. Look how much those rear wings moving side to side. I used to speak to the engineers. They said it's all normal. The flex should be happening 270 kilometers an hour. I think you'd rather it's slightly firmer.
And that lead gap is down a little bit more, isn't it? It was 7/10 when they came over the line, but under braking for turn one, Dorian Boccolacci in the Porsche getting closer still to the back of Luca Stolz in the Mercedes, and another little quiver under braking from the number 555 McLaren. That is now Baptiste Moulin. He in turn is trying to fend off Jordan Pepper, so that's the Silver Cup McLaren, the Pro Cup BMW, and a Porsche with a problem potentially trying to get out of the way. That looked like the Razzoon car, which means that it is Colomos Jr. at the wheel, trying to get out of the way. So Porsche does let the traffic go, and you can see as they brake now for the second chicane how much quicker here Jordan Pepper is than Baptiste Moulin. The BMW crawling all over the back of the McLaren. Behind them, you've got number 991 BMW, that's Darren Lung, who is second in bronze. So the class is all mixed amongst themselves here. So they're going through for 8th place is silver, 9th place pro, and 10th place bronze. And the dust kicked up by the hard-charging Jordan Pepper.
Yeah, talking of class, they really are in the class. They're in the first two. They're 3 to 4 tenths clear of anyone else for a stint average thus far, and that's why they're able just to keep working away from the RGM McLaren. Obviously different classes, but that gap now getting to 3 seconds to the lead. It just really feels like it's going to be this Mercedes-Porsche battle to the end. Yes, there's some strategies going on that we're going to have to factor in the last hour, but at the moment these two cars working very well.
Race lead gap has stretched again then as they come out of the Parabolica. You can see on the AWS Race Vision graphic the fastest driver through the Parabolica was, before the car retired, Maxime Martin, 177 kilometers an hour through the corner. Gilles Stasbader's Ferrari 176. Dante Rapponge McLaren just a little bit below on 174. Leaders go by 7 tenths last time. It stretched in fact over the lap 11 tenths. There is 23 McLaren. Let's listen in.
Good job, mate. Mega job. Keep full focus ahead. Focus on the cars in front. Get away from the car behind. You've got this. Head down. Let's go.
Horatio Fitzsimon being urged on by his engineer, and he's absolutely right, as there the 2Cs Verstappen Mercedes has parked. It was way back in 44th place, and Chris Lullum has parked the car. That's at the Ascari chicane. Has he gone through the gravel? Has he had a moment? That does not look like it's in a hurry to rejoin, does it?
No, has he gone off because of a problem would be my guess. Could be a short full course yellow. Here it is in shot. Rear just seemed to lock on him. Interestingly, when they were checking for damage, they were looking on that rear axle on the rear left, and it's something far finally broken. So even though they went into the box to fix, I would say there's something gone wrong on that one. It looks like Lulham's going to get out. They can't recover that under a local yellow. I don't think it is in a place. Smoke billowing out from the bonnet too.
So another of the potential race winners in big trouble. You can see the car stationary in the background. Yellow flag therefore at Marshall Sector 13 through the chicane at effectively turns 8 and 9. Chris Lulham out of the car, out of the race. Smoke coming out of the back of it. So frustration, another car gone. It's going to be a race of attrition, this, isn't it? That is for sure. And for some of them, it's a legacy still of the dramas of turn 1. Full course yellow is coming. It's in 20 seconds. It's now in 10 seconds time. The pit entry is now closed, so nobody can make a pit stop for the moment, and the gap comes right down as we go full course yellow. This is our third caution period of the race. So full course yellow. It might only be a short one to get that Mercedes out of the way.
Yeah, WRT need this to be a long one and open. This would be the only way they can get to the end without doing an extra stop, without going over that maximum stint time. But, like you said, David, pit entry is closed. I don't think it will open either. I think let's go back to green. Interestingly, I think the Porsche there, just tucked up behind the yellow Winward car, did a better job of getting down to 80. As long as he was at 80 at the 0, I think that gap has shortened ever so slightly between our lead two.
I would go along with that. It was 0.7 of a second when they came across the timing line, and it certainly looks less than that to the eye as the cars now go once more down through turn 1. Well, they're being kept busy in race control, aren't they? Niels Vitic, the race director, and the championship officials working with the regular local officials here at the Monza circuit to say, OK, right, car there, how long is that going to take? Where do I need to get a breakdown from? How long is it going to take to get there? How long to clear? How long to get back to post? Do I need to do another full course yellow lap, or can I go green this time? All of those conversations happening in double quick time, and it's ending on short notice. It is ending. We go back racing now then. So just a full course yellow, and this is the opportunity Dorian Boccolacci needs to try to go for the race lead. Horatio Fitzsimon ain't that far behind in third place in the RJN McLaren. It's nose to tail, Mercedes and Porsche, and way up the curve is Luca Stolz.
Yeah, that RJN McLaren that has done it. We heard from the engineer, didn't we, over the radio? RJN are having the race of their life so far. Of course, they were so fast back in the Nissan days, right, winning the championship in the Blancpain days. But now with this McLaren, finally, I think I could hear the excitement in the engineer's voice. They know they're on for a result in their class, let alone overall. At the moment, I don't think Fitzsimon knows that. He's going for the lead.
And don't forget, you've got Ben Dorr still to come. And with respect to Max Lynn and Horatio Fitzsimon, Ben is the one that's done more McLaren GT3 racing, whether it's in this or the DTM. So they've got their trump cards still to play. Pressure on Horatio Fitzsimon in a sense here to keep the car in the mix. But boy, is he joining the party. He's closing on the Porsche. And Dorian Boccolacci now, instead of going after Luca Stolz, is having to think about where he fends off that McLaren. Horatio Fitzsimon going great guns.
That McLaren's amazing. The only thing I worry there, under braking for the parabolic, the front end really bouncing along. The car used to struggle from the splitter stays cracking, and the splitter was going. We'll just keep an eye on that. Hopefully it was just the bumps there. But this car has turned its tyres on much quicker than anything else around it. And you're right with Ben Dorr. He was fastest yesterday in free practice too. Fastest driver out of anyone in qualifying this morning, and they've still got him to go.
And Fitzsimon is having to go at Dorian Boccolacci. Down towards the chicane they come. Luca Stolz now needs to make hay, doesn't he, and get away, while Boccolacci fends off Horatio Fitzsimon as they go out of the chicane. Power on up now towards the Curva Grande. Behind them in fourth place is Etienne Shelley, but he's falling away. Second in silver. Fifth is Gabriele Piana, leading bronze. Sixth is Sebastian Hugard, another Silver Cup driver. This is the most unlikely race order, but a really fascinating race it is, and it's game on for second place.
And full course yellows allowing. We've got another 16 laps or so of this stint in the middle of the race that these drivers could go. So we've got a huge treat on our hands. Bob Neville will be looking as Sean Gallel finally gets out of the car. And like I said, he couldn't go over 127 minutes. So they've had to stop that car there. Maybe wanted a bit earlier, but obviously pit was closed under the short full course yellow.
Yeah, I was about to say that perhaps came at the wrong time for them. So maybe this is another car that's going to be slightly disadvantaged by that. Now Fitzsimon has dropped back a little bit from Boccolacci, so Dorian has just steadied that proverbial ship. Tell you what, Luca Stolz likes his curb, doesn't he? Every time I look at that Mercedes, it seems to be clambering over a curb somewhere. And we're also getting a penalty for Lorenzo Patrese for leaving the track and gaining an advantage.
Okay, mate. No risk. We're still P1 in class and P3 overall. Just stay with these boys. They'll tow you along. Yeah, copy.
Horatio Fitzsimon, always very, very quick in historic single-seater racing predominantly. Raced a lot in the UK, but we're talking largely club level, admittedly, but he's also raced in the States. Coming up to race at this level, the more time he spends in the car, the more time he finds, the better he gets, the more confident he gets. And to be running up in third place, this will do his confidence a power of good, as will the fact that he's also got a gap over Etienne Shelley. But although the engineer was saying no risk, just stay with them, they'll tow you around, if he gets a little bit stuck behind them, he could get caught by the Audi before the end of the stint, couldn't he?
Yeah, it looks like the other two in front have just turned their tyres on to the same point, and now they're running at a similar pace. I still worry about the bouncing under braking for that RGM McLaren. As you can actually see, the BMW from Paradine there, the silver car, is potentially going to get the blue flags. Christian Hahn has taken over that 992 BMW. Let's keep an eye out for blue flags and what the rule today is going to be with penalties.
As they're going through is the surviving Boutsen Porsche. That's a line we've had to use far too often this year with the constant problems that number 10 has of being involved in other people's accidents. But Dorian Boccolacci then was 0.8 of a second back at the start of this lap.
Piana here is just sticking with the Audi, isn't he? He's going to want to try and make a move soon. The longer you follow these cars, the more you do your front tyres in, and that will hurt you later on in the stint.
The 992 BMW from Paradine is now being given a penalty for speeding in the pit lane. We touched on this a little bit earlier on. That's the car that was started by Bobby Thompson. And although it's been handed over now, Josh Rowledge and Christian Hahn, the other drivers, I'm afraid the penalty comes back to Horns. 96 then, which is the Rutronic Lamborghini. That also got an early penalty. Luca Engschler copping 5 seconds, so that's been slightly delayed.
Pelly aboard, and it's lost the squealy brakes. We rode on board, didn't we, yesterday in free practice, so maybe gone to a different pad compound or just different slight life of brakes. But at the moment, Stoltz is getting held up by the 992 Porsche as they go into turn one past our view here at the commentary box.
Down they turn here in this long queue further back, which includes the Johnny Adam Aston Martin. He's taken over from Petrobelli. 914 Porsche, we saw that giving up places early on. New to GT3 racing, Stellanios Kolovos getting out of people's way, but that car not really running at a true pace, as Gabriele Piana still fifth, not quite close enough to Etienne Shelley to have a go. And there you can see now that the back marker has interrupted the lead battle, so Fitzsimon closer to Boccolacci than Boccolacci is to the leader, which is still Luca Stoltz, as more of them wriggle their way out of the chicane. Number 60 Ferrari, the next one to keep an eye to in that little queue. That's the JMW entry. And that car is another one that's somewhat out of sequence after the earlier pit stops, but going nicely now.
It's a similar story, isn't it, for Piana in that Mercedes in fifth place, leading their class comfortably as well, and they've done their bronze time. So after Piana will be Marvin Dienst, who is super rapid, so they're in a really comfortable position. But Piana and Dienst will want to show where they can go, and to be honest, on the cards at the moment is a potential overall podium.
That JMW Ferrari, number 60, Thomas Kiefer, 18th, but a 10-second time penalty for speeding in the pit lane. And there is also a speeding penalty going the way of number 12, he says hesitantly, just seeing where that car is. That's Gabriel Rindon's 30th placed Mercedes. So it doesn't affect things for lead positions, but there are cars ready to take penalties.
Talking of penalties, it would seem that the second place Porsche, the number 2 car, has got away with a non-parallel park, you would say. Investigated and Claire Piccarello saying he didn't mean to do it, so maybe I'll use that excuse on my next tax return.
Robert Ranauer, who's also got a penalty, has cleared Charles Dawson on the track. Their 17th is the Valkenhorst Aston Martin coming through, number 71 Ferrari Malte Edrup, powering his way through. I think he's got himself up a couple of places on this lap, so there is still quite a bit of shuffling in the middle order. But up front, Luca Stoltz has the advantage, and there, 32 BMW involved in yet another battle. Jordan Pepper versus David Perel, the two South Africans, and it's David Perel going ahead, in fact, for 8th place. That's a good move.
Really good move. Perel's been quick all weekend, but you don't see Jordan Pepper overtaken often, so it'll be interesting to see how he deals with that. Like you said, fellow South African, so they'll be saying, how's it going, bro? And then we'll see where it goes. But
in a Welsh accent, will they? Yes.
They were born in
Cardiff, yeah. So David Perel ahead of Jordan Pepper and getting away from Jordan Pepper. So the next person that he's going to have a conversation with, as it were, is Baptiste Moulin, 7th place in that McLaren, but Perel in the Ferrari. Yep, really nice job being done here. Jordan Pepper regrouping, trying to go after him, and that BMW on this part of the circuit stretching its legs.
Yeah, looking really nice as well, isn't it? And Baptiste Moulin in front in the CSA McLaren looks like he's going to be Perel's next target. And Pepper will just be trying to stay with him as we got a car through the gravel trap there. Looks like it's got the momentum to keep going. It's done well to find that access road. It's on the exit of Lesmo 1, I believe.
Stefan Tribodini is the man at the wheel of that Bronze Cap Mercedes, and he's going to get back onto the circuit, firing gravel into the face of Gabriel Rindone, who is behind him, and that car will go through. Let's have a look on board with the Ziggo Sport Tempesta Porsche. How did it get off the racetrack? There was contact, that's how.
For me, the Corvette's well alongside though, and actually the Mercedes just hasn't seen the Corvette on its inside and has turned in. I think the Corvette is completely innocent in that one, and the Mercedes turned in not expecting a Corvette to be there.
And also that car that's just been through the gravel is under investigation for ignoring blue flags. So all of a sudden, bad and worse. Here's another look. This is on board the Corvette, the inside. There's the rub.
We're definitely in front. The Corvette's slightly off the apex, could be the only reason this car would attract a penalty. But for me, racing incident, if anything, the Mercedes at fault slightly more than the Corvette.
Through the chicanes. Number 60 Ferrari, which has a penalty applied. 89 there is the surviving Lion Speed Porsche, Patrick Kolb at the wheel, former historic Porsche racer turned GT driver. That's another of the Bronze Cup entries. It's turning into largely a bronze and silver race with a few Pro Cup cars, isn't it? We've had the Gold Cup rather decimated. The leading gold now is in 20th place, and there, Kolb busy battling with Monza Evdrup. The Ferrari tries to force the issue for 19th place on the inside line going into Lesmo 1. Evdrup up the inside. He ought to be able to make this stick, and he does.
Yeah, nice move, really clean, and that car's got Schandorf to come at the end as well, so that could be somewhere near the sharp end.
Max Hofer in the number 9 Silver Cup Porsche is up into 10th at the expense of Darren Lung now. Darren dropping back a little bit, as there he is, and actually Darren before long is going to be up against another British GT champion in Charles Dawson. The 222 Mercedes is closing fast. So we started with 57 and we have 44 effectively still in the race.
Everyone's actually quite similar on their stint time at the sharp end of the grid. 33.5 minutes for our leaders, some at 37, some at 27. So we're all within a 10-minute window at the moment. Some have done more stops than others, so that's why I'm saying we'll keep an eye on that towards the end of the race. Here's the Corvette now, Dewey. He's got the Danish sandwich, hasn't he? Mikkel Mack starting it. It's going to be Lynn to finish this car, and this could be a strong weekend for Stella. Down in 24th at the moment, but they've had some serious pace when they've had some green flag running.
The best of the multi-stoppers is still Jordan Pepper's BMW. That's on 4 pit stops. Now, does that give it an advantage, having done that many, or do we not know yet because we don't know how many more yellow periods we might get, or ...
Only if there's a full course yellow that comes within 57 minutes of the end, where they can get to the end on an extended stint,
right,
and they get it for free. So where the others still have to do 2, that would be their last. So there is still, that car has got a huge potential to gain a whole pit stop on people, but the window for the likeliness is narrow. But remember Silverstone 500 British GT, that's exactly what won the race for Optimum there. I mentioned that race because it's the most similar race to this one. It's 3 hours, extra pit stop, an awkward third one.
So stay with us is the short answer, because it's still up for grabs. The fastest lap of the race from Maro Engel in the first stint. We have 1 hour and 27 minutes to go, as we are then just into the second half of this race. And Lukas Stoltz leads the way, but never have we had a really big gap. I don't think ever in the race, no matter who's been in the lead, it's been as much as 2 seconds. New fastest lap, Dorian Boccolacci. Gap down to 1.2. And there's a right old traffic jam here, isn't there? Darren Lung, Charles Dawson, then you've got Ahmad Al-Hathi, then Johnny Adam. Behind Johnny, who has just gained ground, Amaury Cordial. Then you've got 96, Marco Mappelli, and aboard 35, Gaspar Simon there, the SRO GT Academy winner. They come up towards the line, and let us go to the pit lane. I hear from Max Lynn from the 23 McLaren with Bryn.
Well, Max, that was a tricky start for you, starting way back down the order, had to pick your way through, but now you're in P3, and there's a real possibility of a podium, or even better, further up the step.
Yeah, look, we're taking it step by step, and we've got Ben going in last, who's obviously super fast, and yeah, car's going really well. These RJM boys have done a great job. We know we had a good race car going into it. Like I said, turn 1 was very hectic and just had to get through there safely, going through the chicane, but yeah, it's all going well.
I mean, other than the fact that there was a lot going on ahead and you had to pick your way through, what's been the one thing you can take from this race, from how you've set the car up and how you guys have worked together?
Luckily, all 3 drivers, we like the same type of car. Ben's very good at setting up the McLarens because he does so much in them, and we like driving the setup that he has. So I think as a team, we're all gelling and we're all learning how to drive the car as a unit, so it's going very well for us at the moment.
Good luck. How are your fingernails? They're looking all right. They're looking all right. Good luck.
Okay, for the moment, thank you.
Max Lynn then, who looks on at Horatio Fitzsimon. He's having the race of his life here. Bob Neville, and another car in the gravel. That's Kolovos, isn't it? Kolovos Jr. in the Porsche. That's going to be an interruption, I'm afraid to say, because it's way, way off at Lesmo 1. Way into the gravel trap, and you can see it's left some debris, and it's between the 2 Lesmos, but yeah, he's gone off at Lesmo 1. He's finished midway between the 2, and that, without some assistance, ain't going anywhere. Here it is in replay. He's too quick into the corner, damages the car, bodywork flies, and he's way out of line.
Yeah, rips the carbon fibre mid-floor off, and the diffuser actually you can see hanging off. That's in between a short and a long full course yellow for me, isn't it? The way it is, could get it done under a short one. We're still green at the moment. Who would this benefit? Not really anyone that I can see at the moment. We're still too long away from the end of the race to get done on 1 stop, so it doesn't help WRT just yet.
Full course yellow is coming. I would offer you it's going to be a long one because it's going to take a bit more time to get a recovery vehicle over there and drag it out of the gravel, because I think you'd have to do it from the inside of the circuit, not the outside. But we now go full course yellow. This is our 4th interruption of the race. What was your magic number of last year? 9 yellows or safety cars. So this is a full course yellow. It may turn out to be a long one into a safety car.
Annoyingly, I think you're right, because the pit lane has stayed open so far.
So the Porsche there, I was wrong in as much as the recovery truck comes from the outside, not the inside, but even so, it's not going to be that fast an operation. So it's in the gravel bed, as you can clearly see, a long way into the gravel. And I wonder whether that was a problem that caused it to go off at such speed, because it's clearly, as you can see, carried so much speed into the corner, it's gone a long way through the gravel.
Yeah, it was wide on entry, wasn't it, when we picked it up on the shot, and then it used the gravel trap to slow itself down, but shedding very expensive bodywork. Of all the interruptions we had, have we seen under the safety car the use of any sweeping or anything? I feel like what the track we've got is what we've had from the start. It stayed cleaner than we saw in free practices, but I'm still surprised we haven't had the opportunity to clean the track up for places of like Iscari, where Lucas Stoltz has just been through.
So Lucas Stoltz is your race leader. He has made 1 pit stop in a race where you have to make 3 regulation pit stops. Second is Boccolacci, a 1-stopper. Third is Horatio Fitzsimon on 1 stop. Fourth, Etienne Shelley, who's made 1 stop. And in 5th place, Gabriele Piana, 1 stop. Then you've got 2 drivers who've made 2 pit stops, Sebastian Ugard and David Perel. And in 8th place, Jordan Pepper on 4 pit stops. Now, I was posing this question to Joe a little earlier. Let's have another look at it. 4 pit stops, you've got to make 3. But we don't yet really know if that's a help or a hindrance, do we? Because we don't know how the rest of the race is going to pan out, and there are different numbers to be crunched, yeah?
Exactly that. The leaders would love to stop now, because their last driver could get to the end without going over the stint time. But these drivers haven't done their minimum of 45 minutes.
Right.
So that's why I don't think we're going to see a busy pit lane. The first cars that can take it are actually the 3rd, 4th and 5th place cars. So ironically, with Stoltz and Boccolacci going longer to try and get more luck, they can't box yet. So if the full course yellow were to come in what have we got, a 4-minute delta in those stint times between 1st, 2nd cars to the group behind, that would help them.
Right, so Jordan Pepper is 8th. 4 pit stops, so they've cleared the regulation 3, and he's been in the car for nearly 35 minutes. How much longer does he have to go for them to only make one more pit stop before the end of the race.
So Pepper's a bit confusing because this is actually his second stint. So we're seeing the current stint that isn't added on to the one before, of which was 5 minutes. So at the moment we can add 5 minutes on to Jordan Pepper's stint time of 35. So he's still 5 minutes away. So he's effectively the same as first and second.
But he's in. He's just pitted. So Jordan Pepper, this is his 5th pit stop as you look at Horatio Fitzsimon. So that, I think, was just a splash and dash because the car's on its way. As I look out of my window, I can see the car has been in for barely half a minute. When it gets to the pit exit beam, Jordan Pepper will have been in for about 35 seconds. Let's listen in.
Okay, for our strategy, we have to do one more lap. This is a long full course yellow, so the pit lane will be open for 2 laps. Therefore, we will be doing driver change, tyre change, full tank of fuel.
Okay, copy.
So that's 23, the Silver Cup leading car. Just going back to Jordan Pepper quickly, 35 seconds. That was just a splash of fuel. And what's happened here to number 5, McLaren? Well, you can see that it's got damage. The question really being, where's it come from? Mikey Porter has been rear-ended as though he slowed for the full course yellow and somebody behind did not.
I thought he was going to have a head-on with the sweeper as well as they came out of the second chicane. That was a huge amount of damage. Really good from the engineer RGN, painting a clear picture there to Fitzsimon. I wonder if we're going to see some cars do a double stop here. So Fitzsimon will hand over to Ben Dorr, and then will Ben Dorr come straight back in to get that 3rd and final stop done. And then they can do a splash and dash if they need and not go over the maximum stint time of either 52 under green or 57 under a yellow caution period.
So as we've been saying, this is where the brains trust really start to earn the money. This pit stop of Jordan Pepper, 914 rejoining after being hoiked out of the gravel. 5 pit stops now for BMW number 32. And it would appear not to be any mechanical issue that forced the car off. Read into that what you wish. Going back to Jordan Pepper, we know how good WRT are with strategy. They would not have rolled the dice on 5 pit stops for fun, would they? They must feel that they've got their numbers right.
I feel that last pit stop can only be for the splash of dash to open up their window slightly further. So now they're done. All their pit stops can be as fast as they want. They've done their minimum times, so there's no sort of maximum connection time for what they need to get to the end. That BMW is amazing on fuel, so I think what they've done now is the fuel that is in the car as we stand will get them to the end of the race. So all they now need to do is to get their final driver in the car, because Pepper would have done his minimum time, so has Vert. So now it's going to be a Van der Linde stint to the end. So I think they may even box this lap or next, get Van der Linde in, and we won't see that car in the pit lane again after its 6th and final pit stop.
Unless it's required for the podium at the end of the race. But I know what you mean. So, yeah, there's a lot to look at this time around. But, yeah, still playing it safe, you could argue, are Winward for Stoltz and Boots and VDS for Boccolacci, because as others are ticking off the regulation pit stops, have a look at that graphic. Only 1 pit stop made for the 2 leading cars. They're on their 2nd stint. But look, WRT, 5 pit stops, and as Joe's just been explaining, that opens up their strategy completely here. They've done all the regulation pit stops, and so 2 completely different ways. Rolling the dice, 8th place, and here the 2 leaders playing it absolutely safe. But they've still got to do 2 pit stops in 1 hour and 18 minutes. And the danger then, because they're not coming in this time either, is that they drop down the order. You start... Boots and VDS, late call, comes in.
I think error. Boccolacci's only done 44 minutes. He hasn't done his minimum stint time. He's going to have to stay in the car. If he gets out, there's a penalty coming for the 2 car. There's no way around that rule. It's a 45 minimum that he's got to do, and he's done 44 as it stands.
So he could stay in the car and do another lap, couldn't he, and then change. That would add to the drive time, but let's see what they do. That's 914 going to the Razoon team, keeping an eye out of our window on the Boots and pit box if I can, but I can't see it, so we need to look on the pit camera to see there. Doesn't look like the door has opened, so Boccolacci staying in the car. Your numbers tally with the teams. They're keeping him in and expect the car to be back in at the end of the next lap, potentially.
Yeah, exactly. And then I think then they'll change the driver and they'll get Maurice Schöring in, and they could maybe go to the end after doing their 3rd and final stop, as we see the RJN car finally come in. I think that might come in at the end of the next lap as well and get their 3rd stop out the way.
Yeah, as you were suggesting, Ben Dorr in and then do another lap. They're kind of doing the opposite of what we're predicting Boutsen to do. So you do, in this case, the driver change and then your last stop. they're doing Boutsen, if you like, the last stop, and then do the driver change in the next one. So slightly in reverse.
And when you look at those time in pit lane, it was 1 minute and 21, wasn't it, for this car? That will now double. And you go, well, how can WRT have been in the pit lane for 4 minutes and not be more than the 3 minutes, 20-second difference between them? Because every time we go to safety car, everything bunches back up. Under full course yellow versus a green lap, you save 30 seconds compared to what you would lose of race time. So this is why the teams have a massive desire to pit under full course yellow. You are gaining so much time. And it does look like the RJN cars maybe drop back slightly from that Boutsen Porsche leaving shot.
Does indeed, but the real aim for that is to win silver, and they've kept ahead of the Santa Lock Audi. I just wonder whether the Riccardo Mazzola Trezor Attempto Audi has got ahead of the Santa Lock car, so we might have had a change for second place. We're still expecting this to go to a safety car, are we not?
Yeah, just unfortunately RJN did lose 3 seconds on their last pit stop. Everyone's got the same connection time of 46 seconds, so no reason for that. The Purex car out of pit lane, we saw that one catch fire, didn't we, yesterday after a fuel stop, so they've obviously fixed that car A-OK, and busy with cars merging in together.
Mikey Porter's McLaren being given a mechanical warning flag saying you've got to come in and sort out the damage. There's number 35, Gaspard Simon, who survives in the silver battle, but will be heading for the pit lane soon. That's got another stop to make before the end. And he, for the moment, is ahead of the RJN McLaren. So that's Dorian Boccolacci then. That car's now made 2 of its 3 stops. Winward, for the team Manfield and Mercedes, need to get on with their numbers now and bring Stoltz in.
They need a long full course yellow. The only way I think these cars now can win it is by doing back-to-back pit stops. And I just worry that Manfield haven't got time to do back-to-back pit stops. Full course yellow lap takes 4 minutes, so they need this full course yellow to last another 9 minutes. They do it under safety car. It's still not a disaster, but they lose so much more track position than doing it under full course yellow. So let's see.
But then you think, but these are teams that win major international GT races. They must know, they must be confident in their numbers. They can't be doing this on the fly.
That's why I love this race. It's so quirky. There isn't any other race that's got the same regs. So everyone looks at it differently. And the way the brain works is so wild. The engineers, you talk to them, they don't blink when you talk to them. And that's because they're already thinking about something else, because you're boring them. And that's where they're getting the information from.
Welcome to my world.
This must be painful looking in the mirror all the time. I look at it, and I look at it from a driver's perspective. Of course, I've got the software here as well to try and work it out. And you also look at the real world scenario. Engineers love the data and the numbers, but the real world sometimes gets overlooked. And I think that generally that's why we've got, I would say, at least 4 to 5 majorly different strategies at play. Ironically, we go to safety car now. I think this is really going to help the WRT team the most, but they still need a slight bit of luck, I think, to get to the end.
And this isn't to suggest that this is the last interruption, is it? Because safety cars breed safety cars. We've still got over an hour of racing to go. A lot can yet happen.
Ironically, the regulations are here to make the fuel the same for everyone. So some cars use fuel quicker than others, but this will benefit the more fuel-efficient cars at the end of this race.
Stoltz in. This is stop 2, so that tallies now with the Boutsen Porsche. That's that fight, but the car they all need to be keeping an eye to is Jordan Pepper, because he's just gone through into the lead of the race.
So has the number 2 Mark VDS Porsche. That's an illustration of how much quicker it is under safety car than full course yellow. So this is really going to drop him. This could be outside the top 10 now.
It could indeed. Lucas Auer getting in. Stoltz has done his 48 minutes, so he's done enough for a minimum stint, but this is looking not great anymore for 48 Mercedes. Have they timed it wrong? Have they left it a lap too late? Stoltz then gives way to Lucas Auer. But this, for the moment, is going to put 32 BMW into the lead of the race. That will owe us a pit stop, not because it hasn't made enough, but it hasn't got through all of the drivers. They still need to put Kelvin van der Linde into that car. So it leads now, but it will drop on its next pit stop. Fuel going into the Manfilter Mercedes AMG. Lucas Auer blasts away now.
So it's Lucas Auer to the end, isn't it? Yeah. So he will do a double effectively in this last 72 minutes, whereas Boccolacci is going to get out of the car, and Maurice Schöring will do the single to the end.
But if they are going to do back-to-back pit stops at Boutsen VDS, then it's going to hurt slightly, because obviously it's a quicker pace under safety car, not a green flag pace, but quicker than full course yellow. So Jordan Pepper is the on-the-road leader. Now they've got to worked their numbers backwards, haven't they, to make sure that they give Calvin van der Linde more than that minimum time, but that Jordan Pepper has ticked off his minimum time. So now they've got that little crossover point to worry about.
Yeah, Pepper's done the minimum now, I'm sure of that.
Yeah.
The VDS number 2 car, the safe thing is to box now. They'll stay on the lead lap, but they're going to lose. They're going to go all the way back to last place, but they can go to the end potentially as we get a wave around just to pick up the leader. And that's hard for race control to know who the leader is. And it is that WRT number 32 of Pepper, who still owes us a pit stop because we have to get van der Linde in the car, like we're saying. And this is where it gets interesting. So, in layman's terms, they're on the same strategy now, right? The 2 Porsche behind Pepper, they've both got to do one more pit stop.
Yeah, that's right.
And they can both do it now. They can both do it in an infinite amount of time as well, because they're full of fuel. So what do? Do you roll the dice and stay out and wait for another full course yellow? That would be my decision, I feel.
The only thing they've got to be mindful of is doing it early enough so that the third driver for number 2, Maurice Scheuring, or for 32, Calvin van der Linde, have more time than the minimum. If they're under the minimum, there's a problem. So they've got that balance to work out.
In 25 minutes, that happens. They've got to be in. Sorry, the driver's got to be leaving with 45 minutes remaining. The stint doesn't start until pit exit.
Correct.
So there's another slight quirk. So they need to be in the box by 46 minutes and 50 seconds.
So they've got a bit of grace yet before they need to panic about coming in. Ricardo Perro going through in the 97 Porsche that's up into 20th place overall. Safety car staying out on track. So regulation 3 pit stops, and the lead car has done 5 but owes us a 6th. Put the last driver in. Second placed Porsche, and where in all of this is the man filter Mercedes? Malpensa is the answer. It is miles behind now. So that stop for Lucas Auer has put him 28th.
There's your visualization of a full course yellow versus a safety car pit stop. What do you lose? That. Are they going to be able to fight back from that? Yes, they've got pace. Look at all of those cars. Remember when Petrobelli was in that Acura across Aston, the queue behind him, that could happen again.
Could they not have, I know it's too late now because they've gone past pit in, but could they not have got the last pit stop out of the way? Because they're so far back in the queue, the only thing they can hope now is for others to peel off and they can buy back some places. Getting the third stop out of the way would at least, if fuel allows, let them run to the end and keep gaining.
Yeah, I agree, because they've got their final driver in. Yeah. Out of all the cars we've been talking about, they're the only ones with the final driver in. RJN2, let's not get rid of them, and they're okay on max stint time because this is the double stint. So as long as they don't go over their 57, they would do another one then. So it's difficult, isn't it, with what to do? And I think they're now just rolling the dice, and they just need that full course yellow at some point to help them back out.
In other news, had we mentioned that the fastest lap of the race has been done by David Perel in the Ferrari, because if we hadn't, well done to David Perel. The safety car is in this lap, so we're going to go back to green flag racing with effectively 68 minutes on the clock. What we haven't touched on for a while is where the rain is up to. Let's cross live to Joe with the weather.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's looking bleak, and it's coming in from every single angle. There's just clusters of rain coming in from the northwest, which would hit us on Curva Grande first. But to me, the rain isn't going to miss us before the end of the race. It's isolated. We may get lucky, but like you said earlier, David, it's getting overcast quickly, isn't it here?
Yeah, we've been talking about how glorious and sunny it's been all weekend. Now it is a little greyer. It's not cold, far from it, but rain is predicted as we're ready to go racing again. Safety car will be in this time. Your race leader is Jordan Pepper. Dorian Boccolacci is behind. Both of those cars, first and second, owe us a pit stop. Shout for Gaspar Simon, the SRO GT Academy winner, because he's third in the Valkenhorst Aston Martin. Fourth is Ben Dorr, who can stay in that car to the end, although he still has to do a pit stop. They've only done 2, not 3. And Marvin Dienst has taken over 87, but that car owes us a pit stop as well in 5th place. So there's still a lot that's going to shake out of this race. We're back to green flag racing. 67 minutes at Monza remain. BMW leads the way. Over the line goes Jordan Pepper, tries to weave a little bit to get the tyre temperatures and pressures back up, but also to break the tow that might be offered up to the Porsche behind. Simon is in 3rd place, now leading silver. Ben Dorr is in 4th, and 5th it is the Marvin Dienst Mercedes. Through they come. So 48, which is Lucas Auer. 28th, he can go to the end now. That car has done... Oh, no, that still owes us a pit stop, doesn't it? Because it's only done 2. We've got the driver that can go to the end, but they still need to do their 3rd regulation stop.
Yes, with the correct driver in the car, but not on the time. They can't do more than 52 minutes on the green or 57 with full course yellow. And obviously we're at 66 minutes remaining of this race still. Yeah, but Lucas Auer can stay in the car to the end. All they need to do now is, at the right point, tick off that last pit stop. Change for the lead in silver again, because Ben Durr has gone back ahead of Gaspar Simon. Boccolacci kicks up the dust into his face as they come off Lesmo 2. So they're back up into the Silver Cup lead, and 3rd overall is Ben Durr. Down to 4th goes Gaspar Simon, and you've got Marvin Deans charging along behind in the bronze, leading Mercedes. So silver 3rd, silver 4th, bronze 5th, silver 6th, silver 7th, bronze 8th, silver 9th, silver 10th. Remember the last restart, that RGM McLaren really caught up, didn't it, with Fitzsimon. Now Ben Durr, arguably the quickest out of the 3 in that car. Let's keep an eye on the gap between him and the silver Porsche of Boccolacci in 2nd place. At the moment, I feel that gap's coming down. Dienst round the outside of Gaspar Simon into Parabolica. Marvin Dienst goes through and runs a little bit wide. The former German Formula 4 champion right round the outside, but he does get the drive off the corner. Evenly matched cars, Mercedes, Aston Martin, front engine cars, lots of grunts, and Gaspar Simon certainly has a heavier right foot because he's got his nose back in front as they come down towards the corner. But look behind them, Riccardo Mazzola in the Audi looking for a way through. He's got a mega toe off the pair of them, but no room to go by. Hard on the brakes, Gaspar Simon retakes the place. Good hard racing that. Nice move. I thought Dienst were going to try and trailer park it around the outside again, but he decided better of it. I was fearful he was going in the gravel. Parabolica turned around the CSA car. He's going to have to stay there for a long time. Huge amount of cars still to come past. Laurence Leclerc then has gone around. Yellow flag at turn 2 out of the chicane. Still the traffic comes by. I worry for him. He's going to have to go through the gravel. He's going to have to attack that to keep the momentum high. I thought we saw that car do that in one of the practice sessions after it got turned around yesterday, so it might not be quite such a problem as the field pours through once more. This is only lap number 49 after all of these interruptions that we've had in this race. As you see there, number 30 BMW, that's Amaury Cordeel. That's made 6 pit stops. That's the most of anybody, equal with Patrick Colm's Lion Speed Porsche, I think I'm right in saying. Yes, it is. So 6 is the most at the minute, and 5 stops for the lead car. And it still owes us a 6, sorry. The 2 running WRT cars are on such a different strategy. Would they have done the same on the 46? What happens to the 555 McLaren on your right is shot there? Is it going to be the Porsche? Yeah. It is, just goes in the back. He's too busy concentrating. Let's listen in to what was said from that 555 McLaren.
They pushed me off the truck. Get it in 1st gear. Come on, 1st gear, focus.
Brutal. Yeah, stop moaning, get on with it. That was Ricardo Pera in the Porsche that did the pushing against Laurence Leclerc. And the CSA engineer is he's not in the mood to listen to all that. Just put it in gear and get going. You've seen that restaurant where everyone's really rude to each other on purpose. It felt like that, didn't it?
Did a bit. Bored of it. Like, okay, mate, cool story.
Yeah, on we go. Still got an hour to go. So over the line, Jordan Pepper from Dorian Boccolacci. 1 second is the margin, and Ben Durr behind them, lapping quicker than the BMW. It's Gaspar Simon 4th. It's Dienst 5th. You've got Mazzola 6th. Ezekiel Perez Compact 7th. 8th is David Perel. Up into 9th place, Tanat Satran-Tirancourt in the Dynamique Porsche. That started last, and it's up to 9th place, remember. It got a 10-place grid drop, so from 57th to 9th place. That's quite a result. It's not there yet for the finish, I'll grant you, but it's quite a comeback, and it shows if you just keep out of trouble and persevere, things can come your way. Car looks clean as well, doesn't it, when you think it's overtaken, what, 48 cars or so. It is in a good state, and that, of course, helped the pace. All the cars with bodywork damage. The bodywork's there for a reason, and potentially losing performance more and more as this race goes on. Got Simon Gachet in 1-1-1 running out of sequence after James Kells off, but there is the Dynamique Porsche going through. So I know that quite a lot of cars were lost to the melee on the first corner, but even so, again is a gain, and it's good points in class. I wish my math teacher, Mr. Mackey, could see me now. I worked that 48 on the fly. I couldn't do that when I was at school, unfortunately, but motorsport's a good motivator, isn't it, for interest, and this race has had a huge amount over the hour and 58 that we've witnessed so far. When you say you worked it out on the fly, that graphic with an up arrow and 48 places, that wasn't a clue. Did I not say it before? I just manifested a huge lie. I felt like I made that in my head. So, Jordan Pepper, race leader. leader coming up towards the end of the lap. He's only gained 8 places. He's not trying. Gaspar Simon, currently second in silver. He's gained 34. Alman Ahafi, 37 places gained. This is all from the grid. And again, as we've been saying, clearly a lot of this is because of the number of retirements that we had early on. We've still got a yellow flag out, though, within the first part of the lap. Marshall's sector 13. No, it's at the Ascari chicane, in fact, that we've got a yellow currently. So we'll keep an eye to that as they're side by side. David Perel gets up the inside of Ezekiel Perez Compact, but Compact in the Audi just sprints ahead.
Yeah, couldn't get on the throttle. Perel there in the green Ferrari, but it's coming back, getting the side draft off the Audi. Advantage is now his. Dynamic Porsche wants to get involved as well. The Audi running out.
Full course yellow is coming yet again, and it's not. Full course yellow procedure cancelled. So it was coming in 20 seconds, and now it's been cancelled.
Great work from race control there. The 11 Comtu Aston was the car off. They just got going. Really, really good from race control to keep us under green there.
Right, so the race flows. The team's told it's been cancelled. Very quick work, as you say. And although the yellow flag's still shown on the timing screen, the full course yellow cancelled. That's the one that went off, and this is how it went off.
By himself offline, it's going to turn around, bash into the barrier, and then spin again. Lucky to get away with that one. Race control making that decision, by the way, to cancel the full course yellow in 4 seconds from announcing it. Fair play to them on that one, giving us some more racing.
Aaron Muss was the driver in the Aston. He had an off, didn't he, in practice yesterday as well. As you look at Compact coming through, there's a bit of debris off the Aston lying in the road, where you've got Pepper ahead of Boccolacci and Ben Durr in third. All of these cars still owe us their last pit stop. Gaspar Simon dropping back a bit in 4th place now.
Yeah, Ben Durr has gapped 4th place, hasn't he, by miles. That move was done for the class lead when we went back to green. He is now sticking with the Porsche. Are RGN going to give him the same message as they gave Fitzsimon? We're leading the class, no risk. Because at the moment, Ben Durr feels like he's got the pace to get past as Rindoni goes through the gravel trap at Ascari. Can't see anyone around him. Maybe did that by himself.
So Gabriel Rindone losing a little bit of time as a consequence of all of that, as the leader goes through the Retfilia once more. It's Jordan Pepper, new to the BMW squad this year, switching away from Lamborghini, winner of the Crown Strike 24 Hours of Spa last season. Dorian Boccolacci in 2nd place in that Boots and VDS Porsche, but not staying with the BM, is he? He's now having to think more about defending from Ben Durr in that Silver Cup leading McLaren than he is going after the BMW for the outright race lead. And still, of course, they all owe us one last pit stop. In the background, you've got Gaspar Simon being caught by Marvin Dienst.
Got a yellow flag at the moment as well. Can't see who it is, but we are now very close to getting to the end. If there is a full course yellow, I expect everyone to dive to pit lane. Stint can't go over 57 minutes. It gets rounded down to there, so you could finish the stint 57 minutes, 59 seconds. Take away the 79 seconds you're in pit lane as well. We are now in the window to get to the end on one more stop.
Okay, and the teams will be looking at those numbers, and also the yellow flag that was at turn 2 has gone in, so the car that had a moment has got going again, so the track is green. Some, of course, will be perhaps banking on a further yellow period, but they can't leave it too late, because the danger then is that you make the pit stop and you don't give your final driver enough time to clear the minimum time that they have behind the wheel. That's the other number they've all got to still bear in mind.
Yeah, and actually Simon in the Aston Martin at the front end is going to box this lap to not go over his time. There's the other WRT BMW that we're going to have to keep an eye on in case it falls into their favour. Here is the Winwood car. Remember that car? Leading easily all the way down the pack, now in what position? 24th place for Lucas Auer right now.
The minimum that a driver can do is 45 minutes, and we've got 58 to go. So that's the window now for making this pit stop, as long as the driver that's in the car now has done 45 minutes in that stint. 45 minutes is the minimum. So the engineers and different cars, of course, with different strategies, will have different numbers to crunch. There's not one hard and fast rule, other than the final driver getting into the car must do 45 minutes and a second.
So much to play out here, and I'm making a very stiff rod for my back. Where's this car going to finish now? I can't see it getting anywhere near the top 6, let alone top 10 right now, unless they get some very fortunate circumstance. Long way to go, a lot to play out. Just lost so much positions, and look how much we're getting held up now. Lucas Auer, arguably the fastest out of the 3. That's why they've kept him till the last stint, unable to get past this Audi of Carrie Schreiner right now, the bronze-graded driver in the 88.
And it's a battle for position. It's not that Lucas Auer is trying to get past a back marker, so it's a proper fight. But yeah, just by leaving it a lap, maybe 2 laps too late, they, I'm afraid to say, have given away a potential race win, haven't they? And it's now looking a lot more optimistic for WRT and or Boots and VDS. It's becoming a Belgian battle up front.
Losing a second a lap in this battle, losing your tyre more, getting more and more frustrated. That's what I mean. It's just ebbing away from them bit by bit, and it doesn't seem to be an easy overtake here.
But again, fuel allowing, they could get out of the traffic and make this last stop. Auer is going to take it to the end anyway, so they don't necessarily need to worry about 45 minutes. He's going to be the driver.
The problem is they're so far off the lead. If they stop under green, they go a lap down now.
Yeah,
they're 18 seconds off the lead. That's the problem.
But everybody else has to make another stop, so they get some of that time back. Lucas Auer coming through the Parabolica, but yeah, you're right, they would drop a lap, but then when the likes of Pepper and Boccolacci make their last pit stop, they get back onto the lead lap. However, again, you assume the brains trust at Winwood know what it's doing, and as the car comes over the line, it stays out for another lap. Tanat Safran Tirakul has just pitted the Dynamique Porsche that was in 9th place, so they've gained one spot here. Over the timing line goes Lucas Auer, but it's another lap staring at the back of the Carrie Schreiner Audi.
Painful, isn't it? And he's got cars behind him, so there's some jeopardy of getting caught up in an accident that's not your fault as well. So what does Lucas Auer do here? He's just got to keep going, desperation, moving left to right, trying to catch the eye of Carrie Schreiner in front of him. And at the moment, it doesn't look like an easy car to overtake in that Mercedes as CSA boxed the car. Remember, this car was in the wall at this car. That's why it's missing its left-hand mirror, but pace-wise, looking pretty strong.
Yeah, go along with that. Simon Gachet bringing it in then for its last stop with 55.5 minutes to go. So we've now got a, if you like, 1 hour sprint race. We've got a couple of cars being looked at for overtaking under full course yellow. Anthony Bartone's Mercedes is one, and another, I've got a feeling, is a Trezor Attempto Audi. But it's a long way down the pack, the other car in question. So we'll move swiftly back to the battle here between Ezekiel Perez-Companc and David Perel.
The other thing that goes against Lucas Auer, and this is also the same for Ben Dorr, is their last stop, their next stop, they're only able to swap left tyres because that's their second stint for those drivers. They can only do left side, whereas Pepper will go to Van der Linde, Boccolacci will go to Schuring, so they get their tyres from qualifying, which have only done 4 to 5 laps depending on their particular qualifying. So again, a positive for our lead two.
So they're going through number 89, Patrick Kolb, and he now is looking for a way to get back past Ricardo Pera, but Pera in the Rutronic Porsche has cleared him, and he's now setting off in pursuit of Chris Froggatt, who's in the Tiggo Sport Tempesta Herbert Run Porsche. Good battle on for 6th in bronze here. Down they come towards the first chicane, through which the BMWs all turn. And Lucas Auer finally makes the move and goes around the outside of Carrie Schreiner. So place gain, that puts Auer up into 19th now.
Was that 2.5 laps? We now have some space to the Porsche in front for Lucas Auer, and it's now Patrick Kolb in front of him. But that last lap was another 8 to 9 tenths lost to our leaders. That gap to the lead is growing. It's nearly up to 20 seconds now.
And another yellow briefly over at the Ascari chicane, but it's gone in. Jordan Pepper comes through. Dorian Boccolacci still chasing after him. This long line of cars further back. Thomas Kiefer, Marco Mappelli losing out as well, look, because he's being mugged a little bit by 991, but is still pretending to be James Kellett on the Lumi rank. Let's have another listen to 23 McLaren.
Your pace is very good compared to all the cars around you. All cars are 4th position. Good job, mate. This is for P2 overall in the race. So just so you're aware. Currently P1 in class, car in front, and the other 2 cars are P1 and P2 in the race.
And that must make Ben Dorr a very happy man. We've not really seen a great deal of him in GT World Challenge. He's done quite a bit of DTM racing and German GT racing, but joining Bob Neville's stable this year. And for Team RJM, a really good result beckons here. Class win maybe, and an overall podium will be quite something.
Yeah, you could sense the tension, couldn't you, in the engineer? He's given great information. Oh, so late on the brakes for Ben Dorr. I was a bit worried about the closing speed there. He does that thing that I do when you're speaking to someone from a different part of the world. You speak slow and a bit simple. Then I think he realised he relaxed and went into it, and Ben Dorr will see everything in front of him. Maybe giving a slight bit more free rein than Fitzsimon. With his experience in the car, Ben Dorr here has got a really good chance of an overall podium, maybe more.
How clear is a radio message in terms of the audio quality? Is Ben Dorr hearing exactly what we're hearing, or is it slightly different because he'll have earpieces in? And
Yeah, as we see him attacking, and that's Bocciolacci who's got a bad run out of it, and unfortunately Bendor unable to use that momentum, sticking right on the rear. It really depends on the car, on the radio system, and even the earpieces, and then the engineer. Sometimes you hear nothing and you just have to go okay and you hope it wasn't important. Other times you get a chance to call. On a long track like Monza, sometimes you have better areas to talk, and the engineer will only try and talk on those areas, but sometimes the heat of the moment, you've got to remember how loud these cars are, and inside as well that is amplified. So yeah, not always the clearest of messages, and that's why sometimes as a driver we keep them short and sweet.
Jordan Pepper, race leader, getting away now because Bocciolacci is having to defend from Bendor. He doesn't want that McLaren to go through, of course. He wants to maintain track position, even if the McLaren were able to then get up against the BMW. So Bocciolacci hanging on to second place. There are more cars now with 51 minutes to go, serving the last regulation stop. Let's see whether any of the top three come into the pits this time around. No, no, and no is the answer to Pepper, Bocciolacci and Dorr. They go by. Marvin Dienst fourth, still well clear within bronze. Darren Lung still being shown in 991 as the cars come down towards the chicane. So race order, Jordan Pepper 1.7 seconds to the good from Dorian Bocciolacci last time around. Bendor in third place, Marvin Dienst is in fourth as the cars make the run again through the Curva Grande. And now Jordan Pepper coming up against back markers, so he's got to be careful here. We're having a drive-through penalty given to Ricardo Pera. Remember, he turned the McLaren 555 around at the first chicane. So drive-through is coming for 97 Porsche Ricky Pera, and now up and down the pit lane. Final drivers are ready. That's Kelvin van der Linde. He is going to get on board the lead car. 50 minutes to go. Oh, bit of hip and shoulder there. Kian Jewis getting involved with number 71 of Frederick Schandorf. Frederick, very rapid McLaren racer and a Lamborghini Super Trofeo World Final winner as well. Lucas Auer is up with them as well now. So Auer in 18th place. Schandorf had cleared Jewis, and then that little bit of a run between the two as Jewis tried to get the place back here. Last year's British GT champion, another underrated Brit. Good to have him in World Champions this year. Lucas Auer even having time to adjust the mirror.
Arm's just about long enough for that one, isn't it?
I thought these days it was all done on a computer camera screen, but no, good old-fashioned mirror required as down they come now into the Variante Ascari. Mercedes on Mercedes here. Auer on to the back of the 2Cs car. Doesn't look like it's being shaken around, that mirror, as in comes the leading pair of cars. So Pepper to give way to van der Linde and Bocciolacci for Maurice Schuring. This is going to be a fascinating last stint.
There's race on pit lane as well, so who can get that 46 seconds of connection time done most efficiently?
And who else comes in? David Perel, the man with the fastest lap of the race to his name, is down the pit lane. And we'll see if anybody else joins that mix. Yes, they do. Ahmad Ahafi, Amaury Cordial, Thomas Kiefer, all coming into the pits. There is Maurice Schuring's Porsche. Another WRT BMW is in as well. So Kelvin van der Linde on board, sticker tyres, brand new tyres onto the car. You see 30 BMW in behind. Amaury Cordial into the pit lane. And what about Lucas Auer? Stayed out for another lap. So the windscreen is cleared. That refueling minimum time, 46 seconds. It's 45 minutes, the minimum time. So with 48 minutes to go, that's fine for these drivers. They'll have the requisite time allowance afforded to them. And is it going to be the BMW or the Porsche ahead? The Porsche is on the move, the BMW is on the move, and it maintains track position. So Kelvin van der Linde will rejoin ahead of Maurice Schuring.
Yeah, so this is to get that minimum time you're talking about. So this does now swing back in the favour of cars with their third and final driver in. Bendor is one who's now leading this race. They still owe us a pit stop, but now they've got the luck on their side to try and get it done under full course yellow. Bendor needs a full course yellow in the next 29 minutes to win this race potentially.
But if there isn't one, when do they make that call? Do they gamble on it and leave it late, or do they get it out of the way? I think they're going to have to gamble, aren't they? So what Bendor has to do is try and build as big a gap over Riccardo Mazzola, who is second in silver. Audi 66 has done 3 pit stops. Let's have a look here. the guy with the refueling hose shaking his head. Now, is that because there's a problem, or was that something personal, like needed to clear his visor or something? Anyway, didn't look like it was an issue. There's no panic, was there?
The engineers are in constant communication with the whole team. The fueler, they would have asked a question, I'm assuming. Can't think what the question would have been. That was such an obvious negative, unless there was a wasp inside his helmet potentially. But all went to plan, so no issue I can see on this 32. So these cars now going to the end.
He just had a message on the screen to say that all the full course yellow speeds are going to be looked at after the race, just to make sure that nothing has been missed. So every element of the regulations being checked and double checked by race control. It's not just a race director, there's a whole army of people, including a camera operator with access to all of the cameras that you're looking at, able to find evidence or incidents to bring to the attention of the stewards if required. So no stones are left unturned to make sure that regulations are adhered to. Over the line will go Kelvin van der Linde, still being chased hard by Maurice Schuring. So Ben Door is the race leader, and he can stay in the car to the end, but he does need to make the third final regulation pit stop. He's also got stuck in traffic, so when he wants to be building a gap, this is rather bad news. On your telemetry there, Joe, can you see whether or not 66 has gone through all three drivers? It's Mazzola in the car at the moment. Does that need another pit stop for a driver change?
Yeah, it's literally, I'm just going through now. So they're on the third driver, but they owe us a pit stop as well. So the same as the Ben Door car strategy, effectively. So
done 3 stops though. So Mazzola behind the wheel. And it's second in silver, the Audi. As there, look round the outside goes number 34, Aston, down to the first chicane. Nice move, that, to be pulled against the BMW. So Enrique Chavez goes through. Puts a move against the Rover BMW. No, yes, the Rover BMW goes through. And Ben Door, the race leader, trying to clear the traffic. All these back markers not helping hugely here.
So the Mazzola one, yes, they've done their 3, but they need to do one more to not go over their stint time. They've already done 31 minutes, so yeah, effectively the same strategy as the Ben Door car, although they've done their stop. So they could just do a driver reset by driving through the pit lane, and again, they need to do that in the next 25 minutes now.
Okay, so silver is quite intriguing, not only because of the nature of so many cars up at the pointy end, all very competitive, but also because of the fact that there are different strategies to play out with 44 minutes to go. Another car looking strong at the minute, Patrick Kolb's Lion Speed Porsche. That's done 6 of its pit stops. Need to just double check how many drivers have been through the cycle in that Lion Speed car as well, as you look at the race order there on the graphic. Remember, the blue background is silver, the orangey one is bronze. There aren't many golds left, that's the yellow background. And the white background is pro. There aren't many of those left either, given the carnage at the first corner that did sort of obliterate a lot of the Gold Cup and the Pro Cup.
Sorry, the Patrick Kolb, the 89 Lion Speed, they haven't had Fontana in yet, and the problem is he's not going to get his minimum drive time now.
No, you're right.
Under 45 minutes, so either they've missed that regulation or a driver ID issue on that car, and it's actually Fontana in the car now.
Okay, so 89 has a query over it, as there going out of the chicane is another car that's had a transponder issue, the Darren Lung BMW, but I think that's now woken up. He's got Robert De Haan shown as being behind the wheel, so that's now sorted itself out somewhat more. Right, Ben Door, still the race leader. As you see here, another huge wave of cars, oh so nearly rubbing against one another, including then the Audi of Daniele Diamato coming up to the chicane. A lot of support coming for the RJN squad. Bob Neville, I suspect, has bitten his fingernails right down to the bones and can barely look at the screen anymore. An outright win, maybe, a silver win, that would be quite a result as well for a real underdog team. Bob Neville, one of the nicest people you will find in sports car racing, and a true enthusiast. He's been a mechanic, he's been an engineer, he's raced himself, he's run teams, and his enthusiasm for the sport remains undimmed. He's a proper gentleman, is Bob Neville. So to go back to what Joe said earlier on, it was his team that was Blancpain Endurance Series champions in the Nissan days, but yeah, if he could take a silver victory or gosh, whisper it, an outright win, it would be quite something, and a really popular result as well.
Yeah, I've been racing against Bob since 2008 European GT4. They were in the Nissan 350Z, Alex Buncombe, Luca Ordeñez. We went all the way to the last round, and they finished second to myself in the championship, but they were great fixtures, nice losers to me anyway.
He has had 2 blue flags. He has to let you by. He has to let you by. He has had 2 blue flags. They're flying ahead though, so just be careful. Doing a mega job, mate. Mega job.
And the car ahead is Daniele Diamato in that blue Audi. Clearly Ben Dorr has been saying I can't get past this car, but he's being told he's had 2 blue flags. He's got to let you by. These blue flags come up on the timing screen. They're also on the in-car marshalling display, aren't they?
It's a real shame this actually, because if it stays green to the end, this is now losing him time to Van der Linde and to the Porsche of now Maurice Scheuring. So
done it.
Yeah, this is painful though, because those cars are running in pretty clear air.
Yeah, so the Audi lets him go eventually. Of course, he's been delayed, but then everybody else has to get past that car as well. Daniele Diamato skips off the circuit. Robert De Haan there coming under attack from Enrico Chavez. And in fact, Daniele Diamato, having let him go, lets everybody go.
Yeah, once you've got the rhythm and the momentum, it's hard to get back in there. You go offline, get dirt on your tyres, lose a bit of time, get a bit more dirt on your tyres. Now squeezing over the 58 McLaren, the sole remaining one after obviously Kirchhoff wiped out at turn 1, Fleming aboard that one.
The cars blast under the bridge there, over which goes the old banked part of the racetrack. The oval part of it, as there you see Daniele Diamato through the Ascari chicane. Clock ticking on down, 41 minutes to go. 992 BMW under investigation for ignoring blue flags. Josh Rowledge at the wheel of the car currently as Ben Dorr comes to the inside line, clears the Ferrari, diving now down through the Parabolica. The lead that he had over Marvin Deans last time, 3.6 seconds, and it was 4.6 over Riccardo Mazzola. That may have come down on this lap, but it will grow again, presumably, as the others have to get through the traffic. But just look ahead of Dorr. There's another wave of cars. He's got 40 minutes to go, and yes, there's a pit stop coming as well. Again, should they get him into the pits sooner rather than later to get him out of the wave of traffic, or is it just going to put him into another wave after the pit stop?
Yeah, exactly that, and then you lose the chance of pitting under a full course yellow. Shandorf there leading the Gold Cup had to lift out of it and let Ben Dorr through. That's why he's got his left indicator on. That was remnants from what happened at Parabolica, and painful for Shandorf to have to let the race leader through, because that is now a lap down for them.
The cars accelerating their way now through the Curva Grande up to the chicane. Dorr's advantage actually has gone up over Marvin Deans, 4.4 seconds. So despite the traffic, it was a good lap. Deans equally delayed. He's just cleared Daniele Diamato now in the Audi. Lucas Auer is up into 6th place, but to an extent, so what? Because he's still got to pit again.
Yeah, exactly. And there's a place he's going to drop in, so he can't. All the cars in front are on the same strategy, so they're better off than him. And then all of those cars, like our previous race leaders in terms of Van der Linde and now Maurice Scheuring, they're in front of him as well. So it's still going to be a pretty lowly position by the end of this, unless they can get lucky with a full course yellow pit stop like everyone else in front of them.
Calvin Van der Linde 12th after his last stop. Maurice Scheuring in 13th. They will buy back some pit stops because there are plenty ahead that owe us their third and final. There is Deans, who owes us a pit stop as well. We've had all 3 drivers in that car, but they still need to do the 3rd pit stop.
Another nomination for one of the best abbreviation names there. Dean's got MAD flashing in the windscreen. That isn't to warn other drivers of his emotion right now. And it's a real good spectacle, isn't it? Those driver IDs gives us the position and the driver in. So when you come and watch at the circuit, much easier to follow the motorsport that's going on in front of you.
And the Javier Sagrera BMW coming down then towards the chicane. There's Chris Froggett's Porsche. That's your race leader, Ben Dorr. So for RJN, still in charge, but just look how busy the racetrack is. We've managed to just about find everybody in one wave, all coming down to the first chicane. Number 24 Corvette goes through as well, and that's now got Dennis Lind at the wheel. That's in 34th, not having had quite as good a day as we might have anticipated given its pace yesterday, but the outright leader plus the Silver Cup leader, it is Ben Dorr then carrying on the good work of Maxwell Lynn and Horatio Fitzsimon. And for Team RJN, the Bob Neville and Simon Watts team, there you've got the McLaren going through the Curva Grande then now. This lap 64, 37 3/4 minutes are on the clock still. And now the Audi that was getting in its way is being looked at for ignoring blue flags. But this is the other battle of note. It is Van, not a Van Thor, but Van der Linde ahead of Maurice Schuring. BMW versus Porsche as they come now down through the parabolica once again. Remember, these two now can go to the end. They've done their last pit stop, so it's about their pace, but also others pitting ahead. So this still could turn out to be the race lead battle. BMW goes by, Porsche goes by, and as they do so, the margin between the pair at the end of that lap, only 0.7 of a second, so there's not much to choose between the two of them. So it is at the moment on track, Team RJN in the lead, but you need to go way outside that top 8 to 12th and 13th to find the leading two that have ticked off all 3 of those regulation pit stops.
Yeah, so if we stay green, these are our 2 leaders, in my opinion. The 98 car is on a left field strategy. It's done its 3 drivers, it's done its 3 mandatory pit stops, but according to my data, Jake Dennis in the middle only did a stint of 36 minutes, so they haven't done that requirement, and I don't understand why they would have done that one just yet. So on paper, that car could be well up there, but hasn't done the minimum drive time for Jake Dennis in the middle. Augusto Farfus did the double at the start. We've got Marcello in at the moment, and he can go to the end on the stint time, no problem. But yeah, Jake Dennis in the middle, on my calculations and data, only did 36 minutes.
So all of that will be looked at post-race by race control. The Ram on the Lumi rank, Raffaele Marciello, that's the short code for the nowadays Swiss nationalised driver as he comes up towards the line. So this is another car that was really nowhere in qualifying, and again it's down to the clever playing of the strategy that car has been brought back into the mix. But if they have got the numbers wrong with Jake Dennis's drive time, it could be a transponder glitch, I guess, because more than one car has had them, but that could be another sting in the tail. So what the other aspect of this it's managed to win pretty well on is clear track space. It's one of the few cars with nothing around it, so that's running in clear air, doing good lap times therefore. The last lap by Ben Durr, by the way, the race leader, was the car's best of the race. So now on lap 64, as he was, he's still able to pump out good lap times now that he's got a clear bit of real estate around him. Others are still pushing hard as well. And with 35 minutes of the race to go, still up for grabs.
I thought it had some bodywork flapping. It's missing its right-hand sill, that 98 car, so performance-wise, okay, like you said, lap time-wise, although the last lap was 0.7 off Ben Durr's best, and yeah, definitely missing that right-hand sill. With everything that's gone on today, probably accept that on your insurance claim as a pretty light escape.
And 0.7 off a McLaren time, in a sense, mirrors what we've seen over the practice and qualifying sessions, because, again, we've been saying it all weekend, those BMWs have just not really been that quick, and it's only because of clever strategy that we're talking about a WRT car now vying for the race lead. There's 87, Marvin Dienst, 6 seconds back now, but still leading in bronze, and he's quite a long way up the road, isn't he, from the other Mercedes that he's fighting against, Kian Jewis's car. The margin is about 24 seconds between first and second within bronze. As you look there at Robert de Haan, very feisty Porsche racer of years past, coming down to the Variante Roggia in the red and white Paradigm BMW. And he's busy defending. Enrique Chavez right there behind him. So Robert de Haan hangs onto the place. It's for 24th overall, and all of that's happening just up the road from the second placed car of Marvin Dienst. He's got to be on his toes to make sure he doesn't get caught up in somebody else's battle, somebody else's dramas.
Yeah, and that car's just done its fastest lap of the race as well, Marvin Dienst. So track temp starting to fall away. Last year we saw the same. Most cars doing their fastest laps within the last 5 laps of the race. Feel like we're getting into a good period here for pace.
I'll go along with that because Dennis Marshall in 74, the Kessel Ferrari, has just done an absolute best in the race in the middle sector. So as temperatures start to cool, we're getting to happy hour, aren't we, or happy half hour. The car's operating at a better pace. Now the temperature is not quite so warm. Ben Durr clearing the traffic as you have a look at the circuit performance. Ferraris, the best cars in sectors 1 and 2, and a Mercedes in sector 3.
Yeah, Dennis Marshall in the 74 has got sectors 1 and 2, and then it's the 48 there, the sister car to Marvin Dienst, of course, the Mann-Filter car, which at the moment is lucking out of a potential podium at the very stretch, to be honest, after looking so strong early on.
Race leaders then have put another lap in the book, 66 done. Durr to Dienst is 5.8 seconds. Last time Marvin a little bit quicker, but you can see how many back markers he's got to get through. Look, now he's got a whole wall of, what, 4 or 5 up the road that he's got to try to clear. So this will be a slightly slower lap maybe for that Mercedes AMG, and the pendulum swings back in the favour of Ben Durr. Durr is lapping in the 147s. whereas Van der Linde last time having to get through traffic, also a 47 and fractionally faster.
Yeah, the blue flags are helping these guys. Their cars are lifting off, letting them go, but it's still always a 10.2. The compromise entry to a corner being at least a car width narrower means you just have to trail the brakes slightly longer. The corner's tighter, you've got to slow it down. So these cars will start to add up, and the pace of the McLaren really starting to show as it does a green sector one. Like we said, these timing screens are livening up. Which car's going to benefit from these lower track temps now the most?
And a load of dust kicked up there as somebody has gone way, way wide coming out of the Lesmo Benz. Marvin Dean still stuck in traffic then. He's got the Enrique Chavez Aston Martin just up the road ahead of him as they come under the bridge. Then now down towards the Ascari chicane once again. Yeah, it is. So the Chavez Aston has fallen back just a little relative to the traffic. He also got more BMWs 4.5. So Dienst comes through. Remember, he can stay in the car to the end, but it has to serve its third regulation pit stop. Let's get back to RJM's radio traffic.
What's the plan now? 14 minutes until we have to box. We are waiting for a full course yellow. We are waiting for a full course yellow. Pace is mega, mate. We are fighting. We're fighting. We're up there.
So there you heard it. We're waiting for a full course yellow, say Team RJM, the race leading car. But there's got to be plan B if there isn't a full course yellow. Clears the traffic going into the chicane. Ben Dorr, mighty impressive here this weekend.
Yeah, sounds pretty chilled as well, doesn't he? What's the plan? Like he was going out for dinner on Sunday night, not racing at 197 kilometres an hour as an average round this 5.7 Monza circuit. And yeah, that's what we agree with. They've got to be in the box in the next 12 minutes now. Radio message slightly delayed on that front, but the pace is good. They're going to be close to the front too when they do drop in. Just waiting for Van der Linde and Scheuring to cross the line so we can see how far behind they are on the leader. We know the pit stop time, so we can start to work out where Ben Dorr will drop into.
We've had confirmation that Marciello, number 98 BMW co-driver Jake Dennis, does still owe us, if you like, 10 minutes. They could make a last pit stop and put him in for the final few minutes, so don't be overly surprised if that car does make another stop. They might also be banking on another yellow flag, but of course the further through the race you go and the more cars drop out, arguably the less opportunity there would be for full course yellow flag situations. It is McLaren from Mercedes, Audi third, Audi fourth, Porsche fifth, Mercedes 6th, 7th, Porsche 8th, 9th McLaren, and 10th Aston Martin 10th.
Just waiting for the leaderboard to update as Van der Linde comes past. You lose 81 seconds with your pit stop.
Right.
Van der Linde, 1 minute 21 behind. If they were to stop right now, it would be nip and tuck. That's not allowing for the slowing down and speeding up, so it's still slightly advantage WRT and Van der Linde and Maurice Scheuring, who is only 1.1 seconds behind him. But that shows you that we have a real race on our hands on these different strategies.
But in fairness to RJM, they came into this race thinking of a silver win. The fact that they're now in a position to even contemplate an overall win was never really in their plan. Silver was the main aim, and as long as they can stay ahead of the Riccardo Mazzola Audi there, it is job done. But an outright podium would be quite something. That's Cian Dewis going for the pit lane in 222. Last year's British GT champion bails from 7th place. And Lucas Auer has just done the fastest lap of the race then. At the end of lap 68, Luki does a 1:46.487 lap time as Cian Dewis brings the surviving 2Cs Mercedes AMG down the pit road.
So just going for a slightly different strategy there. They were on the same one there, so 2Cs decided to get out of the clear space. Finally, someone has clear space. Lucas Auer, there's that fastest lap, 46.4. Interestingly, a long way off the fastest lap last year, done by Fabian Schiller of a 45.2, also in a Mercedes. So track not fast this year, it seems. A year older. It was resurfaced in 2024, and all the drivers raving about the grip, but also the temperatures so high here just doesn't seem to be allowing the thing. And we are hustling on. We sent that in sideways into Lesmo 2. I think Lucas Auer knows that he needs to throw everything at this to try and get a result.
It's something or bust, isn't it now? He's done an absolute bust again in sector 1 on this lap. There's nothing being left on the table here. Lucas Auer has effectively nothing to lose. You could argue they have lost it by that last call on the pits, and he's rattling over the curb. I'm sure that sounded like gravel as well. There's anger, I think, inside this car, as well as frustration and raw pace. But this could be a win that got away from the Winwood squad, and Lucas Auer is trying to mitigate the damage, but he still needs to make the last pit stop for that car.
It's like win or bin attitude. He is hustling hard. It's a joy to watch. You can see the brutal energy involved, the vibration all the way through the car, doing the short distance to the line. Last lap was the fastest lap of the race. This one could be even faster still as he breaks the beam now. It is another few hundredths quicker. New fastest lap of the race. 2 in a row for Lucas Auer.
Yeah, 1:46.445, and that was with a slightly slower last sector down towards turn 1. Stands on the brakes, turns it in. Little squirt of acceleration. Goes left at 2, back on the power. Speed building up to the Curva Grande.
Short distance here. He's got some nice space, which he'll be happy with. Just checking his mirrors. You can see his gold visor in the rearview mirror. Just checking it. Luckily for him, it's gone overcast, so he won't have the sun in his eyes anywhere here. How much curb we're going to use at this chicane from his devil-may-cry attitude is going to be sent over the inside, bang over the one on the right as well. Now into the Lesmos, sending it hard. Is there a radio issue? 87 in, that's the sister car, isn't it? Yeah. Marvin Dienst. They're worried. If they've got no radio, they still have another 6 minutes until he needs to be in, but a worrying sign. You can see it's not used often by the state of that pit board.
Yeah, exactly. In a modern era, you just do it all over the radio. Not on the good old-fashioned days of hanging a pit board over the wall. People with even longer memories might remember chalking information on, not the current numbers that can be stuck onto the pit board, but they are there as a backup rather than an essential these days. So Marvin Dienst there, lapping Robert De Haan, running in second place in the race. That's bronze, lapping bronze, of course. And Dienst coming up to the line. And is he going to see the pit board? Well, it'll be hung out for him. Don't forget, Winward is at the pit exit end, so it's a long way down the pit straight before he would need to worry about the board. But you're not really looking for it.
Yeah, they're not putting the board out yet because they don't want him in. If they do have a radio issue, I think I'd be hanging that board out, just waving it with nothing on, just to try and get Dienst go, oh yeah, I haven't heard it on the radio for a while. That's weird. Normally as a driver, if it's been quiet, you're either doing a bad job or a good job. A bad job of an exit there for Dienst, as the parodying car is going to get alongside him, and that could be a position lost. Strange it didn't accelerate, like he got caught out with an upshift and it hit the limiter. I think he's going to lose a position here, maybe 2 as well.
Let's have a look. Dienst then is ahead of the BMW coming into the corner. Up the inside goes Robert De Haan, but no, Marvin Dienst is able to take the line for the corner. He stays ahead. Good recovery that.
Yeah, smart move. He sent it in deep on the brakes. It wasn't the ideal line, but it kept him the position, which was worth more than that. But yeah, normally as a driver, if you haven't heard in a while, you just drop a little radio check just to make sure everyone's still awake and watching what you're doing. But maybe that hasn't happened. Some teams even have a procedure where there's no radio and you indicate left for yes, right for no, flash for okay. And let's see what happens to Winward, because this car is obviously on for a mega result right now.
Yeah, it's well clear in bronze. The opposition in bronze is 91 Porsche that Hugh van Eindhoven has taken over from Robert Renault, who took over from Ralph Bohn. There is Dienst up the curbs. And remember, with 25 minutes to go, we're getting to the period for the last pit stop. BMW way wide through the gravel and just scrabbling back onto the racetrack. That was 9.98. Jens Klingman, who doesn't often do things like that either.
Previous race winner here at Monza as well in the BMW. The gap is growing from Ben Door to Van der Linde. It's now gone another second up. So even with traffic for Ben Door, he is doing a mega job here. This is starting to flow into their race ever so slightly. He's going to have to box in the next 5 minutes, however, so he may squeeze 3 more laps in. Is he able to get that gap big enough where he can take the lead in pit lane?
Over the timing line there, number 9 Porsche. That is currently 5th, another of the Silver Cup cars, Alexei Nesov. Of course, where Silver was on the grid meant that they were behind all the mayhem at the first corner. That's why you've got so many Silvers, and indeed bronze, now fighting for overall honours, because pretty much all bar 3 of gold was annihilated at turn 1, and quite a chunk of the Pro Cup as well. So that is why this is Underdog's Day. There is number 9 through. And we've had confirmation from the pits that the radio for Dienst does not work, and this time around the pit board is going to be hung out to him. So there is a radio issue, and this is now all a bit sketchy, isn't it? Because if Dienst does not see that pit board, then they're in real trouble.
Yeah, they really are. The race control won't care about that as an excuse either. If he does go over his stint time, there's no one else's fault but their own radio issue. Sometimes doesn't get plugged in right as a driver. The teams put the radio connection in a place where you can have a fiddle with it and have a look. Sometimes it works one way, not the other. So at the moment, you would say it's working neither way, because Dienst would be shouting and the team would be able to communicate that way. And likewise, the other way is look like Leclerc getting down the inside in his Ferrari into the Ascari. Oh, this is going to play massive if that car doesn't get going.
Let's see whether the car moves again. I think it might be stuck. The front wheel's just about on the tarmac. 44 McLaren is the car that you can see. Let's see whether the car does get going. Race control will give the driver, Tommy Pintos, the Spaniard, time to get going. The leader comes in there. This is the gamble. So down the pit lane comes Ben Dorr from RJM. And they're banking perhaps on this quickly triggering a full course yellow, but the car comes down the pit lane. Dennis Marshall's Ferrari has just done the fastest lap. And we're waiting to see if anybody else comes in, but we're still green. There's a yellow flag at one corner, but no more than that. The race remains live.
The only way this wins for RJN is a short full course yellow now, and they're in pit lane, but it's flowing away from them. Short full course yellow would close pit entry, so they had to box. Would I have risked staying out for another lap? I think so. The 44 still not moving. Damage on the 2C's car. That's done an engine fire underneath.
Yeah, and you can see all the smoke, and there's going to be liquid on the road. That's gone bang, big time, coming down to the chicane, and whoever is behind it is going to find a very slippery circuit. Kian Jewis parks it, but this could be nasty because you can't see anything, and we do now go full course yellow. Look at the debris on the right-hand side of the road. Full course yellow, not only for the McLaren, but also for this, and the smoke screen that it has generated down at turn 1.
So Dorr does win halfway through his pit stop, so it is a gain. I think he'll take the lead, but I think Dietz, if they can get him in the pit lane, will take the lead. If they don't, then it goes to the Audis behind him, and then Lucas Auer will get a benefit from this. The McLaren gets going, but this is going to obviously go long. Are we even going to get back to green with the amount of oil down in turn 1?
Well, let's see. There's all that debris to clear. So Pintos has clearly had a wild ride to get to where we picked up the car. Look at the majority of the under tray and the rear diffuser of that McLaren scattered on the other side of the circuit. The rear of it is somewhat different from how McLaren intended it, because he bit hanging off it. That car gets going, but it's all of this. It's the liquid, it's the smoke, it's the oil put down. Thankfully, the smoke's dissipating fairly quickly. We're under our 5th caution period of the race. We've got 21 minutes to go, and the BMW there comes through with Parabolica.
The whole pit straight behind the RGM McLaren. That's how much it's gained them. 30 seconds is the big difference, but this is going to be 15. So RGN at the moment are leading this, and they are clear of these two cars because they pitted under green. RGN at the moment made the right call. It's whether everyone else behind them can do the same, and I think they can. The interesting thing here actually is because we're at 80 Ks, is Dean's going to get in the pit lane before his stint time runs out, because he's only got 1 minute and 40 seconds to get to pit lane.
And where is the car on the road? The answer is that he is trickling down towards the Parabolica, I think I'm right in saying, in a big queue of cars. I think he might get in. I think he should be okay. 20 minutes remain. 20 minutes. Fastest lap of the race, Dennis Marshall. I think I mentioned that. And it is then Ben Dorr back out in the lead of the race. All pit stops done.
Yeah, so they're in a medium place. Marcello's going to hand over to Jake Dennis to get his stint time up from 36 to the over 45, so they're okay, but I don't think they're in contention personally. It's whether they can get into pit lane before they get over 57 minutes and 59 seconds of drive time, which happens in just over a minute.
Right, he's at Parabolica.
Yeah, fine,
but the other aspect to this is, did he see the pit board? Because, of course, there's no radio message. If he didn't see the pit board and doesn't know he's due in, then... Box. Come on, Marvin. Better right, please.
Looking positive.
I think he's no, yes, no, yes,
Jeopardy.
no.
Looking worse.
No, he's not doing it. He is doing it. He is doing it. Go on. That's it. Yes, phew, he's in. Right, excellent.
That's easy.
Breathe easy. Yes. Aren't you glad you're not a team manager? The stress. Right, so Ben Dorr, the race leader. It's all going to shuffle behind as the field come over the line with some boxing.
I think these two are going to have the same gap as Ben Dorr has to Van der Linde when they finish, because Ben Dorr was halfway through his pits while it went to full course yellow. Okay. So I feel like this is the 87 car's race to lose.
Right, why has Lucas Auer not come in? Come on, why has Lucas Auer not come in? I'm going to stand here until I get an answer.
Because he's not in the pit lane.
But thank you very much.
Where is he on track looking for the 48? He should be coming in. He's somewhere in sector 3, so expect him to come in. There he is.
Yes, he's down this time.
That's why, David.
That's why. He's
Never
in this time.
Me.
Thankfully. So that's going to bring them slightly back into the mix. They've been banking on this as well, but...
I think this will give them a podium. I think this will drop them just in front of RJM.
So down the pit road comes Lucas Auer. There is Marvin Dienst. He will remain at the wheel of that car. It's serving its final of the 3 regulation pit stops. 18 minutes on the clock. Lucas Auer arrives, going past the Santalok Audi. Ezekiel Perez Companc in as well.
I wonder if Dienst is going to be out of the way before Auer gets there. He's not. Auer having to come in pretty slowly, isn't he? And they only got 1 fuel rig. No, both fuel rigs are side by side, so they couldn't stop. So that's really hurt the Winward car there. They've got 2 rigs, but for whatever reason, they're running next to each other. Normally, the teams run them either side so they can double stack. Winward not. Interesting call on that one. Love to find out why.
But what did they lose? 3, 4 seconds, maybe?
Yeah, and so Bendor is going to come into shot in the next 4 to 5 seconds at the top of this picture. So, yes, pit straight gap from our lead car to Bendor, pit straight from Bendor to Van der Linde.
So that's going to put Dienst into the lead, is it not? It's certainly going to put him ahead of Bendor, but no, the Audi's jumped the pair of them. So Mazzola now will take the lead of the race and the lead of Silva. So
where's that smoke? Is that still from the 222 smoke?
I assume so, yeah.
The Audi, was it?
But what that means is that the RJN team have lost out badly on that pit stop by coming in under green flag. So now, number 66 Audi of Riccardo Mazzola is going to be ahead in class, potentially.
Yeah, for sure. I think they're down to 3rd in the class. I think Perez Compact has done them in another Audi. There's Lucas Auer going, so that's how close they were. And if it wasn't for Winward not being able to double stack, he probably would be in front of Bendor in that McLaren.
So could we end up with an Audi winning? 66, remember. It's one of the Tresor Attempto cars, arch enthusiast, Arkin Arca's team. But this is the car of Rocco Mazzola, Sebastian Ogard and Ariel Levi. Never have any of those 3 been outright winners. No, there's your leader, it's Santalok. So Companc is ahead.
His pit stop is 20 seconds too short, and he's only done 3, so all of them should be at least 1 minute and 21. The last one was 1:02. So their fuel can't have been connected for long enough, or he did 1,000,000 miles an hour in pit lane. Either or, he's going to get a penalty. I can't see how his pit stop was 20 seconds quicker than everyone else and legal. It's got to be a penalty.
So the car leads, at least on the road. Just looking to see if there's any
If he had done
use from the
4
team.
or more pit stops, then that could have been a short one, of course, but he's only done the mandatory 3. All 3 have to be connected for 46 seconds. Marshall doing a good job under full course yellow. I have to point them around, but they're still doing a good job. But why were Winward slow with the 87 of Dienst? They lost the win potentially for being in the pits for 2.2 seconds longer. Sticks out, doesn't it?
Does, rather. So Ezekiel Perez Companc's pit stop time, 62 seconds. Everybody else doing 1 minute and 21, 1 minute and 22, 1 minute and 23. So that does suggest that one of its 3 regulation stops has not been done to the requisite fuel connection time.
I mean, Mr. Mackie, my maths teacher, listen to this. It's 81 seconds in pit lane normally. 46 is connected. Pit lane takes around 32 seconds without stopping. So these cars have done 35 seconds. He's somehow lost 18 seconds of it. So, like I said, either the pit lane speed has honestly averaged out at 140 Ks, or they have connected for nearly 20 seconds too short of time.
I think you're right.
I don't see how they get away with this one.
Yeah, the refueling regulation is 44 seconds. Doesn't matter which of the pit stops it is, it's got to be 44 seconds.
Well, even it was made 46 this morning, actually.
Sorry, yes, you're right.
Original 44, but it's up to 46. So I think we're going to have to look at this car, the leader, but for me, no chance it keeps that position. We're looking at the Audi behind the black car as our leader, which inherited the lead because the Mercedes behind for a slow pit stop for no apparent reason, because Winward was stacking. Were they caught out by that? Did the fueler look at the yellow car, was worried about that? I don't know, but that has lost them the race.
But it was perhaps more beneficial to do that than leave 48 out for another lap and risk losing more time. So there's that decision to be made. So Rocco Mazzola, then, we reckon, is going to be the real race leader because of that quirky pit stop for the Santalok car. As back in comes Companc. So Ezekiel Perez Companc comes in. Perhaps they have realised that they haven't connected the hose for long enough, and so they're going to have to redress that balance. But either way, we can ignore that car because it's now going to drop down. So this is your race lead battle. It's silver versus bronze. It is Rocco Mazzola for Tresor Attempto versus Marvin Dienst for Winward. They lead silver and bronze respectively.
So this has got to be a full service. The problem is this is going to drop them back a minute and 21 seconds, and now they're doing tyres. So it's like they meant to do that previous short stop, because why would you have 2 new tyres ready to go if you're planning on doing a fourth. I'd love for Bryn or Nina Joe to get down there and ask the question. Santok hugely experienced.
Absolutely, yeah.
So they know what they're doing, but at the moment I can't understand that previous stop being a short one at all, because even if they were low on fuel, a splash and dash, why would you splash and dash to come back the next lap?
Because you've done 3 stops. You don't need to make a fourth. If you can get away with 3 to the letter of the regulation, you do it.
The team weren't ready.
Maybe.
They just stopped, and then actually Perez Compact just went and just stopped in the box and weren't ready, drove out and came back.
Or there was a problem with the fuel rig, so it was better to send him out.
But why weren't the tyres done? That's the only weird bit, that the tyres and the fuel seemingly weren't done.
Well, that's going to benefit Dur and benefit Auer as well. So your race order will be Rocco Mazzola, Marvin Dienst, but then 50 seconds back in 3rd place will be Ben Dur, and then, as you can see, behind him is Lucas Auer. They need a safety car now at the end of this full course yellow period to get back anywhere near the leading cars ahead, and I think we will do that because this has been a long full course yellow period, so I'm anticipating a safety car, but we've only got 12 minutes of the race to go, so here we go. Safety car conditions now are activated.
Yep, so 3 cars of lap traffic at the moment between Ben Dur and Marvin Dienst. So Ben Dur's still got a chance, but he's going to have to clear that traffic pretty sharpish if it's going to be a fight between him, Marvin Dienst, and Mazzola. I'm just going to look at their average stints before we went yellow to see who was the faster out of all of these.
It's going to put a lot of pressure on Rocco Mazzola. So that black Audi, that is the car in the lead of the race, and it's the car, of course, now leading its class, and it's in silver. It has taken over that category lead. Rocco Mazzola, last year's Italian GT champion, so he is another very competent driver. That is Ben Dur, who is now in 3rd place and playing catch-up while we have the safety car out there.
So the data is saying that Mazzola's previous stint, his average lap was a 47.9, Marvin Dienst 47.9, Ben Dur 47.5. So 4 tenths in the pocket for that RGN car, but there's the traffic. There are the 3 cars we're talking about. Remember the blue flag rule, it's been so strict, that's going to help him. Can he clear those 3 cars in a lap and a half? Lucas Auer behind him, his stint average was only a 48.1, but remember the traffic he had. He's done the fastest lap of the race. So this is where the data doesn't show you everything. Lucas Auer, finally, can he show what he can do? Did he take too much out of his tyres doing those fastest laps for no apparent reason in hindsight? Let's see.
But there's also quite a bit of traffic, is there not, between 2nd and 3rd. How many? 1, 2, 3 back markers. So Ben Dur needs to be on his toes. You can't overtake, of course, until you get to the timing line. So that gives the car of Rocco Mazzola, the Audi, the Mercedes and Marvin Dienst a chance to get away when we are ready to go. Certainly Ben Dur and Lucas Auer could do with those back markers heading into the pit lane. Getting out of the way, clearing the way through. So 3rd and 4th they run. Ben Dur ahead of Lucas Auer. Seems wrong, doesn't it, for RJN now, after so much good work all day in silver, to be on the back foot, not only having to fight for the category lead again, but to be away from the lead car in terms of track position because of that traffic in the way. But it was just the gamble of pitting the car when they did turn out to be the wrong call.
Who's going to win?
Dienst.
Yeah, if Ben Dur can clear the 3 trafficked cars in a lap to a lap and a half, I give him as an outside chance. Lucas Auer, yes, fast, but remember how hard it was for him to overtake with the strengths of this Mercedes. Is there anything left? The fuel coming off. We saw the track getting cooler. It obviously came to Mercedes lap time-wise, but I just think straight line performance, this Mercedes doesn't seem to be one of the strongest out there. And let's see, the Audi's been strong as well. The Audi seems like the safe bet, is in the lead. It's got some good strengths, but at the moment there's a lot to look for. And there's Van der Linde and Scheuring, who remember pitted under green.
And safety car is in this time, so we are going to have round about 7 minutes of racing to take us to the end, barring any more dramas in what has been a really busy day for race control here, not only in GT World terms, but GT2, GT4, McLaren Trophy. And even at the start of the day, there was drama in the hardship laps, creating more hardship all round. But that's your leader, Rocco Mazzola, then, the reigning Italian GT champion. Marvin Dienst behind him, who was another absolute weapon in Formula 4 going back probably the better part of 10 years now. But Marvin made the switch to sports car racing, initially Porsches, then getting scooped up by Winward to come and drive with alacrity these Mercedes AMG. And the battle between those two on the run down towards the Rettifilo is going to be something to savour next time when we go racing. There is Ben Dorr. You never know, bit of hip and shoulder between the top two. That might play into the McLaren's hands.
I think we've got to mention as well the classes. We're getting overall podiums, obviously, but you've got to look at the class as well. So blue background silver, the orange is the bronze, and the pro is Lucas Auer in the 48, and then the gold leader Shandov all the way down in 22nd.
As I was saying earlier on, we haven't got much of the Gold Cup left after the dramas of Turn 1, but also, likewise, Pro has been somewhat decimated with many of the cars eliminated. So now the Tresor Attempto team on the blow-up to Rocco Mazzola to tell him exactly what he needs to do on this restart. He slows the pack down nice and early. Safety car will peel in this time. 7 minutes 23 on the clock as they come up towards Parabolica. It is Audi versus Mercedes, so you need to keep an eye on Deans for the lead. You need to keep an eye on Ben Dorr and Lucas Auer through the traffic. Here we go then. We're going to go back racing. Hopefully this will take us all the way to the checkered flag. 7 more minutes of racing at Monza. The green flag is ready. A good restart by Rocco Mazzola. But is this a part of the racetrack where the Mercedes may have the advantage? All of that grunt from the long nose front engine Mercedes. Deans looking for a tow. Mazzola is not getting away. Down they go towards the first of the chicanes. Marvin Deans is leaving it late if he's going to dive out. Rocco Mazzola covers off the inside line. You've got the Porsche there trying to unlap itself as well. And round the outside goes Deans. That puts him up the curb. He's going to come out just alongside. Mazzola keeps the advantage.
I think Rowley just gone through the chicane there. We don't have to worry. Oh no, it's the Rutronic Porsche actually. It was fair and hard from both. And look at Ben Dorr already. This is an amazing restart. The 3 cars already cleared. They're going to be 3, if not 4, with Lucas Auer following through.
That car going up the escape road, the Porsche certainly helped Ben Dorr. He gets past the Michael Grenier Mercedes, so it's 3 for the leader. Mazzola makes a little mistake and goes in deep. Deans has to check up his progress a little bit, and that brings Ben Dorr right into the equation as well. Lucas Auer might yet be a winner of this race because he's about to clear the Mercedes. No, he's not. The Mercedes takes the line for the corner and delays. Wide goes Dorr. The Mercedes up the inside trying to get out of the way. There are cars everywhere. It's still Mazzola leading. Deans is still second. That's Auer up the inside gate for third place, and he forces Ben Dorr way out wide over the curb, over the gravel. Ben Dorr bounces back onto the circuit, but he's dropped behind the Santaloc Audi now. Disaster for Ben Dorr. Lucas Auer, he might get censured for that. Let's see. He still can't get past Michael Grenier's Mercedes. He does it now. Lucas Auer could yet be a winner, but we've only got 5.5 minutes to go.
Ben Dorr's just lost that. RGM will be devastated. Dropped it on the exit of Lesmo 1, I think, by himself, and then lost momentum. I think Lucas Auer was all okay. I don't see a problem with that. The Audi now needs to steady this ship. They've gone in. They don't have the pace. They're holding up the 2 Mercedes.
The incident between Auer and Dorr has been noted, however, so there is Lucas Auer coming into the Parabolica. It's the 2 Winward Mercedes together, but Rocco Mazzola driving the race of his life. He still leads the way as they now come up towards the timing line. The Tresor Attempto Audi, the Silver Cup leader, ahead of the Bronze Cup leader, ahead of the Pro Cup leader. Lucas Auer third, Marvin Deans second, and the Winward cars being told to swap positions. Marvin Deans being told to let Lucas Auer by.
He'll be happy his radio's not working. He'll blag that one, and for a month of Sundays he didn't see it. Can't see that.
Oh, more mayhem. That's Compank who's been eliminated, and there's another car involved, so big, big damage. This is the number 9 Porsche that's gone off spectacularly, Alexei Nesov. That's going to be another safety car. This could take you to the end of the race, and I think Deans has been eliminated, hasn't he? But where's Marvin Deans gone to? Because Mazzola leads, and I can't see the other Winward car. So Mazzola leads the way, but if we get another safety car now with 4 minutes to go, that would be effectively the end of the race. There's been another big drama down at the first corner. There are nervous faces up and down the pit lane. Rocco Mazzola leads. There's no sign of Marvin Deans, so they swap positions. Safety car is called again, and this, I think, will take us to the end of the race with only 4 minutes to go. And Tresor Attempto reckon they've won it.
They're fighters there, and they'll be happy with this. No way we go back to green. Look at the damage on that. Was that the Purex car that ended up hitting him?
Yeah.
He's not swapped positions on purpose. That is brutal, brutal for, I think, one of the cars of the race. All 3 drivers will be absolutely gutted. We started with a big crash at turn 1, and we finished with a big crash.
We've got 3 3/4 minutes to go. By the time that is recovered, I suspect we'll have run out of time. And Tresor Attempto racing then out of nowhere. When did they start on the grid? 66 Audi in the Silver Cup was a long, long way back, but what a drive. Lucas Auer, oh so close, of course. He is seemingly going to be denied, because I think even if we were to get the incident cleared, it would only really be for a ceremonial finish, wouldn't it, to run up to the checkered flag. The number of hard luck stories here could fill a book, couldn't they?
Yeah, I have to say I haven't been massively impressed with the driver's standards. Yes, Monza always is a dramatic circuit, but there's been a few too many big accidents. We've had the best GT drivers in the world. It won't have slow safety cars going now. I need to get the thing rolling up so we don't concertina up. Yeah, I just think there's been a few too many incidents today that I've not enjoyed. The safety car drivers indicating to go straight through the chicane, and everyone so far has checked up nicely.
You could also perhaps levy some of the blame at the nature of that chicane. It doesn't seem to matter what the category is, there are always incidents. I know you can't do much about the nature of the circuit, but where the big grid, you know, it's an overtaking opportunity, but it's a tough chicane. You can go side by side through it. It has been proved, but it's a tough chicane to negotiate. So down the cars come through the escape road, and Marvin Dienst and Alexei Nestov eliminated from the race. We've got 2 minutes on the clock. I think it's going to be the checkered flag at the end of this lap, looking at the pace. So the race result effectively is now determined. Everybody being sent up the escape road. Good advice and good instruction from Niels Vitić, the race director, to allow the marshals to work on the incident, and also, of course, to keep the cars away from debris.
Yeah, look at those progress positions. 28 for the 66, wow. 4 for Lucas. Now, they've had a boring race, not much has happened, does it? 38 for the McLaren behind from CSA.
And don't forget, Lawrence Lequerta was on the radio a while ago moaning about being turned round, and the engineer's attitude was, yeah, right, get first gear. Well, all of a sudden, they're in third place.
Yep, second in class as well. Bendor will keep third in the silver class, but that will feel like a bigger victory has slipped through their fingers.
And Jake Dennis has got back into 98 and is still in 5th, and Van der Linde is 7th. Dorian Boccolacci's car, Maurice Schöring at the wheel, is 4th, so they've benefited slightly. But the Tresor Attempto team now getting, understandably, remarkably emotional, and it's going to be the checkered flag at the end of this lap. An extraordinary race, a huge amount of damage, and I think I echo what you say, a lot of it perhaps unnecessary, but what a race. There's 555, 3rd place, out of nowhere. Talk about lucking in on strategy, but you run your own race, and sometimes you win and sometimes you lose. Poor old RJN, you've got a feel for. So close to a class win, so close to an outright win, but not today.
Yeah. Dennis Marshall winning the bronze class as well, worth shouting them out.
Oh, yeah.
Furia Koch just behind as well. And Sagaris in the 42 BMW will be happy. Century with by Oman Racing will have had a strong day as well. Nearly a podium for Ziggo Sport Tempesta as well.
We've got a feel for Bob Neville's team, but Arkin Arka's squad, loyal to Audi. They lost the number 99 car, of course, a legacy of the early damage. They're doing this without one of their regular stars. Alex Arkin not racing this weekend. We look forward to seeing him back at Spa. But as far as the last lap is concerned, they're just going to run to the checkered flag, and Rocco Mazzola will bring it home. 29th on the grid, they started, and they're going to bring it home. When was the last Audi victory in GT World Challenge is the next stat we need to get to the bottom of. Put your anorak on, delve into the pocket, but it's been a long time, and a car that people had written off as old, past it, only good for GT3 revival. Well, we said it was capable of class wins. Don't think anybody predicted an outright win, did they?
They really didn't, and it's maybe starting to look a bit old. It is the oldest out of the 10 cars on the grid, but remember, this was the most popular car out there at one point. WRT ran it for so many years. Naturally aspirated V10 as well, so it's a fan favourite, and great to see it still competitive. And like we say time and time again, Audi Sport moved away from this programme to go to Formula One, but maybe this is the sort of result where they may reconsider.
Exactly right. So the field coming through Parabolica now. And the checkered flag awaits. The clock has hit 0, and so it is going to be number 66 Audi then that takes the checkered flag to win. A great effort this from Rocco Mazzola, from his co-drivers Sebastian Ogard and Ariel Levi, making history by being the first Israeli winner in GT World. And you can see the celebrations. A day for the underdogs. Audi wins at Monza. The drivers involved in the incident at Turn 1 are out of the cars, taken to the medical centre for checks. It's hard luck, cruel luck for some, but utter delight there. Arkin Arka, a larger-than-life character, embracing everybody he can find. and he can't believe it. He's had a huge amount of bad luck. It's been a long time since the last outright win for Attepto as well, and he deserves that. Well done, Arkin Arka. Lucas Auer coming home second. Well, that was a get-out-of-jail-free result as well, wasn't it?
It really was. They were all the way down outside the top 20. You remember that one? Pitted slightly too late, missed the full course yellow. They lucked in massively.
Let's have a look at what happened there.
Yeah.
So we'd seen a big bang, hadn't we, as the cars turned through the chicane. And now that we're happy that everybody is okay, we can have a look at the replay, because it was a big hit. So, looking down, the Porsche gets hit from behind by Kelvin van der Linde and barrel rolls, having hit. So you've got one car eliminated in the middle of the chicane. Dienst was the innocent party, but the Porsche having been just used as a cue ball, it looked as though van der Linde missed his braking point and hit the Porsche, which bounced into, I'm trying to work out what that was that's sitting in the middle of the chicane. Is that the Rutronic 97 Porsche?
This is the Rutronic Lambo.
Yeah, this is the Lambo.
You're going to see the Porsche goes to the inside, and then the chaos. Dienst gets nailed now, doesn't he?
Yeah.
The exit of turn 2 where we're approaching, and listen to all the debris. To see a modern GT car roll like that is phenomenally scary. And
look at this in super slow-mo. Marvin Dienst is one of the innocent parties, so look left, you're about to see a car utterly out of control come careering into view, much like at the first lap of the race. Lucas Auer is lucky to get through. And
the exit of 2, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's so late.
The accident's all happening behind, but look, it's the angle of the Porsche that rolls. 97 Porsche is blitzed, and then bouncing back across the road, the white Porsche hits Marvin Dienst. Look, Compact's gone into the back of traffic as well.
How's van der Linde got no damage on the front of his car? He finished 7th. That's got to be a similar penalty, right, to Maxime Martin? Watch Dienst in front. He's going to get nailed any second now from the left side. Bam!
Oh. And how lucky was Auer? I mean, how lucky was Engel on lap 1, and how lucky was Auer there? That car has got 9 lives.
I can't believe what I'm watching. Drivers practice, iRacing, Assetto Corsa. This has been Wreckfest here today, and you have to pluck your way through. And this is the car that's done it the best, and fair play to them. But I am genuinely speechless at the energy involved there, and so happy to hear everyone has walked today away from every incident today. Medical checks obviously going on like they should, but wow, what a race.
Love to be privy to what Niels Vitic is thinking, ready for his next driver's briefing, because I think there's quite a lot to talk to drivers about, really, after this. I know it's a high-speed circuit. I know that, yes, cars could have a brake issue at the end of that straight. I'm assuming it was Kelvin van der Linde that got in the back of it, but, yeah, it's been quite a race, hasn't it? And the teams now with work to do before Spa, which in itself is going to be another enthralling race. A massive grid, 70 entries for Spa, some star names. It's going to be a great way to pick up the endurance season at the end of the month. But some amazing stories of underdogs coming out with good results, and Tresor Attempto being one of them, CSA Racing another, and Kessel Racing, that never really featured in the lead battle, picking up on the win in bronze.
Driver of the day?
I don't know. I was tempted to say Dienst. I was agreeing with you earlier on, but of course that car eliminated. Lucas Auer did nothing wrong. The team strategy perhaps not helping. Ben Dorr, I've got to say, has been mighty impressive. And again, it was team strategy. But Rocco Mazzola managed to keep them all at bay in his stint to the checkered flag. So you've got to give him credit. And the team absolutely beside themselves. Complimenti Rocco Mazzola.
They know how to celebrate, don't they?
Brilliant. Arkin Arka trying to restore calm.
Must be the first time he's ever had to be the calming in the situation.
Absolutely. He's another great character, is Arkin. He always manages to find positive in negative, and an outright race win will absolutely delight him. So the technical team want the car for scrutineering. We want the drivers, because there's going to be a lot of smiles on their faces. Ariel Levi, the first Israeli winner in the championship, but still the Cup car winning outright. Rocco Mazzola delighted. Absolutely outstanding race in terms of action. And yeah, going to watch that back. There's an awful lot to dissect, isn't there?
Lucky number 29 for their grid position, right? The stat being that that matches the record for the lowest starting spot for a winner. Happened 3 times now. That's an interesting stat.
And the last Audi win, 2022, Hockenheim, Santerlock. to answer that question as well.
Thanks to Jim Weeks for making us look like geniuses and giving us the stats, but phenomenal stats there, aren't they?
Yeah, we've been a bit busy looking at other things, so thank you, Jim, for being the third man, as it were. Down the pit lane come the cars not required for scrutineering, well, drama all the way, finishing under the safety car. But the best news of all is that the drivers in that last incident, and indeed all the others, are okay. So it's silver from Pro from Silver, a Gold Cup win in the end for Frederick Schandorf, Tom Fleming and Dennis Lynn bringing the second and third place cars home. Silver for Tresor Attempto from CSA and then RJN. Well, the pit lane is a crazy place as well. Let's get to our winners.
Utter mayhem in the pits here. There's so much excitement, no surprise. Tresor Racing's first ever endurance win. Rocco, let's have a quick word with you. Your teammates are over there. It's just a crazy race and a crazy result.
Yeah, crazy. Today the luck was our side, but just no words. Big thanks to everyone. And now we have to enjoy, because this is a special moment.
I think you will be enjoying it. I mean, it was crazy from your point of view there. When did you realise this one may be coming to you?
Yeah. Everything was crazy in this race. Honestly, I don't have much to say, as I said before, but yeah, everything was crazy.
Let's just get a word from the other teammates who are just away from this little chat here. I mean, this means a lot. You can see how much it means to the team.
I still cannot believe it. It's crazy. We won last year in the class, but overall win I cannot believe it. I'm lost for words.
29th on the grid. That's where you started, 29th.
Yeah, honestly, from 29 to P1 is quite crazy. I think there's so many reasons this is crazy. I mean, I drive this car only for 3 months. I still have basically no idea what I'm doing. In the pit stop, we had no idea what we're doing as well. And we somehow won as well. This is so crazy, honestly.
Yeah. Well done. You've just won silver. Oh, and the whole thing. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ariel Levi, former Carrera Cup Middle East champion, Porsche champion in the Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. So he knows about GT cars, but racing at this level, coming into it for the first time. Former single-seater gun as well, going back a few years. So, yeah, an extraordinary result. Looked at one point as though it was all going to be about Winward. It looked at another point as though it was an RJN win. Way back in 15th place, Ferrari 71 has won gold, and Nina Jade has rounded up the drivers of that car.
Big celebrations down here too. Simon, you did the first stint. Talk me through that crazy start.
Yeah, it was crazy. I think I had the front row to the start incident, but I avoided it with clever driving, so it was really good. And we came through the start without any scratches, and I think we were P5 on lap 1, so it was not bad.
What was the key today, would you say?
Yeah, I really had a good stint. I managed to climb a bit of positions, and I really had fun out there, so I could carefully give it the car over to Fred.
Well, Frederick, you came out of the car and said that was really fun. So how was it out there for you?
Very fun and super intense. I mean, I think we need to do a little bit with the driving standards here, because there's not enough cars to finish this race. So I think we're lucky that we still have a car in one condition, but it was really fun to drive and really good for the team. This is the first time we're doing this also with a fully Danish team with all the support we have here. We have a lot of guests as well. That is the first time for them to come for the race, so it's pretty cool to deliver this to them.
Congratulations, boys. Go enjoy the podium.
Thank you.
So the Gold Cup winning AF Corsa run, selected car racing entered. Ferrari drivers, Simon Birch, Frederick Schandorf, Malte Ebdrup. They go and pose with their class winners trophy, and then there will also be eventually the Bronze Cup victors, Dennis Marshall, Dustin Blattner and Lorenzo Patrese. Lots of drivers, I think, just can't believe their result, good or bad. And they're the Pro Cup winning Mercedes, Lucas Auer and Lucas Stoltz and Mauro Engel, taking, in the end, second place overall, but that was looking a bit shaky at one point. Bryn has got the Bronze Cup winners next.
As the party kicks off around us, congratulations to you all. I mean, it was an incredible race to watch. What was it like to be in, Dennis?
Yeah, indeed, completely chaos and crazy. I think the last safety car screwed us a bit. But on the other side, so many things happened in the end. Of course, we're sorry for the 87. I think they played the strategy casino the best today. But I think we also have to mention that last year we had such a good winning streak, and we came to Paul Ricard. We thought everything would just continue like last year. Nothing worked out anymore, and to be back like this now with a good car, good pace, this is a big thank you to Kessel and my teammates. Feels very good.
It mentions the disappointment there for particularly at the end. It was a great performance out on track from other teams as well, but it was for you guys a really solid performance, and that's the thing you have to home in on, what you did.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we kind of struggled at the beginning of the practice sessions and stuff, but I feel like we really pulled it together. So, yeah, thanks to Kessel for everything, and yeah, regrets to the 87, like Dennis said. It's really bad, and then, yeah, it was just a strong performance from all the drivers. Yeah.
What's it mean, though, to get back to the top step in the class as well, because that's ultimately the number one goal?
I mean, it was nice. As Dennis said, it was not an easy start to the season. But yeah, first of all, thanks to the amazing job of the team and to my teammates. I mean, they did an amazing job. We had an amazing pace. The race was not so smooth, but in the end, it was not so smooth for everybody. And in the end, to end it like this, for sure, sorry for the Mercedes. They did really a good race. But yes, it's at least good, you know, for the work that the team did, and just for the general pushing, you know, the whole 3 hours, and yeah, we will just keep it going now.
I think it's time you go and enjoy. Well done.
Thank you. Thank you.
So the Bronze Cup winning Ferrari, that was a car that got a penalty early on, don't forget. Lorenzo Petresi was given a penalty for overtaking and gaining an advantage off track. The only other one we haven't heard from is the Pro Cup winner, Lucas Auer, Lukas Stoltz, Mario Engel, second place overall on the Pro Cup win. That's perhaps very surprising given where they were looking at as a race result after the final pit stop that car made. So a nuts race in many respects, with so much happening, so much drama right to the very end, and a great result. As I say, a day for the underdogs, whether at one point it looked like it was going to be RJN or ultimately Trezor Attempto Racing. You've got to be pleased for them. So there'll be a lot to investigate, I think, for the stewards. So the provisional result, Rocco Mazzola, Sebastian Oegaard and Ariel Levi, the winners, from Lucas Auer, Lukas Stoltz and Mario Engel. Baptiste Moulin, Romain Andriolo, Lawrence Leclerc come home third, ahead of Maurice Schuring, Dorian Boccolacci and Alessio Picariello. Augusto Farfus, Jake Dennis and Raffaele Marciello fifth, brackets how, because that was a long way back for most of the race. Horatio Fitzsimon, Max Lynn and Ben Dorr sixth. It's a good result, third in class, but it could have been so much better. Should have been so much better, you could argue. Kelvin van der Linde, Jordan Pepper, Charles Weir, 7th from Luca Engschler, Marco Mappelli and Patrick Niederhauser. 9th and 10th, your top two in bronze. Dustin Blattner, Lorenzo Petresi and Dennis Marshall, the class winners from Giacomo Petrobelli. Lorcan Hannafin coming new into the Blackthorn Ecurie Cost team, and the redoubtable Johnny Adam making it home in second in the class. You're looking at the different category winners on the right-hand side of that result sheet, but you see how many cars did not get to the end, eliminated late race, so many that were running in the leading group. Best news of all, although there are some damaged cars, drivers are all okay, and we look forward to seeing them all back on track in the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. Spectacular engine failure that put Kian Jewis out. Big shame for 2Cs. That's a squad that's had a tough day. No argument about that either. So the winning drivers making their way to the podium with the trophies all ready behind. Some of the teams getting the cars back, not required for the post-race technical checks. Fans allowed into the pit lane now that racing has finished at Monza. Some heading for home, some letting the traffic go and taking the advantage to go and have a look at some of the cars at the end of one of the more dramatic races that we've had in GT World Challenge Europe history. So Audi, Mercedes, McLaren, the top three. Audi wins silver, Mercedes winning in Pro, Ferrari winning in bronze rather, and Ferrari winning in gold as well. So the representatives making their way to the podium. The fans, the teams all getting ready underneath. Camera crews heading that way as well. The SRO team making sure the right trophies go to the right people. They are there as well. Recovered cars you can see in the Parc Fermé area in the background. And the Blackthorn Aston Martin yet to be moved, sitting there in the Parc Fermé area as well, just as the cars have come into the pit lane. Just have another look at that last incident. It looked as though it was the WRT BMW getting into the back of the Porsche that cannons into the Rutronic car. That launches it over, and as it bounces back onto the ground, Marvin Dienst completely unable to do anything. Mega surprised to get a harpoon, and how Lucas Auer missed that by millimetres. He and Mario Engel can go and compare notes as on to the podium. come. Mario Engel, along with Lucas Auer and Lukas Stolz. Their race winners, Rocco Mazzola, Ariel Levi and Sebastian Oegaard, joining the CSA McLaren drivers as the national anthem comes for Trésor Attempto Racing. So the trophies now to be presented to the winning teams. The third place drivers then for CSA Racing. Another extraordinary result. Baptiste Moulin, Romain Andriolo and Laurence Leclerc receiving their trophies courtesy of Pirelli. First two trophies. I'm coming. So Pirelli's representatives. There's the trophy for the third of the drivers. Romain Andriolo now joining his co-drivers. Trophies aloft then for second place on this overall podium. The trophies go to Mario Engel, Lukas Stolz and Lucas Auer, who got that car back into second place. But again, it's an element of good fortune on their part. One Winwood car having just been told to give the position to them to fight for the race win. Well, in the end, it became academic with that last accident, but by a few millimetres, they were able to keep out of trouble. The team's trophy goes to Arkin Arca for Trésor Attempto Racing, and his drivers take outright honours then here at Monza. The trophies to Ariel Levi, Sebastian Oegaard, Rocco Mazzola. They are winners of our second Endurance Cup race of the season. Arkin Arca getting ready with the champagne to celebrate. He's gone, he's already done it. He is beside himself as a race-winning team owner. There's a lot of applause, as I say. A day for the underdogs. They win silver, they win outright. Trésor Attempto Racing then coming through to score honours outright. Rocco Mazzola, Sebastian Oegaard, Ariel Levi win round 2 of GT World Challenge Europe powered by AWS Endurance Cup. The champagne sprayed, and a very happy team indeed. So lots of discussion going on for the drivers, talking about their very hectic races. And posing for photographs one last time, and then the podiums for the classes will be in business. The CSA Racing trio, again, can't quite believe their luck. Second in silver, third in the race, and Jacob Ebrey there, the photographer, you can see trying to marshal everybody into place. Our cameraman onto the podium as well. Not that he's won, but just because it's a great shot. There you are, your winning drivers, the top three in a crazy race at Monza. McLaren, Audi, Mercedes, AMG as you look across. Silver, silver and pro. Silver wins, pro second, silver third. A result nobody could have predicted. Mercedes drivers throwing hats to the crowd. And our winners for one last photograph, savouring the moment, understandably. There's your top two in silver as well. And the drivers looking to the fans. The McLaren after its spin. The Audi keeping out of trouble. And from 29th on the grid, remember, to a race win. Just extraordinary. So those teams are going to score big in terms of overall points, but it is Engel, Auer, Stolz that lead on 43 to the 33 of the non-scoring Sorensen team and Drudy. Up to third overall, Ariel Levi, Rocco Mazzola and Sebastian Oegaard. That puts them ahead of Jordan Pepper, Kelvin van der Linde and Charles Weert, Louis Pret, Tom Fleming and Benji Goethe next from Augusto Farfus, Raffaele Marciello and Jake Dennis in the Rover Racing BMW. A decent haul of points for Andriolo Leclerc and Moulin as well today. Same is true for Picariello, Boccolacci and Schuring, with Max Lynn, Horatio Fitzsimon and Ben Durr also scoring good overall points for Team RJM. So as Monza takes a breath, now the drivers making their way to the podium for the first of the class podiums, where in gold out will first of all come the combination of Mikkel Mack, Dennis Lind and the third driver Antoine Dokiem. Second in gold, Louis Pret, Tom Fleming, Benji Goethe for Garage 59, joining the SRO Motorsports Chevrolet team. It is a win for AF Corsa, the selected car racing team name, which is carried by Malte Ebdrup, Frederick Schandorf and Simon Birch, the very Danish Ferrari team. So congratulations to Selected Car Racing, the car run via AF Corsa, but now trophies to be presented. Dennis Lind along with Anton Duquin and Mikkel Mack coming back to GT World Challenge Europe, taking the trophies for third place. Limited number of hands, so it's 2+1 as it were. Then for the second placed crew, hello, Champagne's getting a bit eager. There for Garage 59, surviving car, of course, one eliminated at turn 1, but Tom Fleming, Benji Goethe, Louis Pret. His dad has had a good day as well, with successes in both the GT2 races over the weekend. Louis Pret now gets his trophy, and then the trophies will go to the winning team, Selected Car Racing, and the AF Corsa squad operating successfully under different team names, of course, these days. Then the winners' trophies go the way of Simon Birch, who we saw doing good things in GT2 last year, but he's made the step successfully into GT3 machinery. And although in the end there wasn't a lot of opposition in gold, and again because of dramas, that car was quite a long way down the overall order relative to the silvers, even so, a very well-deserved class win. So the trophies to our winning drivers. The Ferrari team pose for photos, and then the champagne awaits. Ferrari from McLaren, from Chevrolet. 3 more brands represented on a GT World Challenge Europe, powered by AWS podium. So the champagne is sprayed. Happy drivers now will make their way back to the teams. There you can see other teams at work, bringing their cars back down the pit lane, ready to pack and de-rig. Some will be involved in other championships, others will now have the prep time for Spa. They've done the prologue, that was a couple of weeks ago, so they had 2 days of testing, and the entry list released with a new format for the Super Pole qualifying as well, when we get to the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa at the end of the month. So as we often say, if you've never been before, it's an event you really ought to go to and sample. And if you're a regular, well, we'll see you there for what promises to be another very competitive edition. How much of a guide what we've had at Monza is going to have in terms of either an overall or the class results, time will tell. But for Ferrari, McLaren, Chevrolet, they're on the podium here at Monza. So we've had some of the silver teams on the podium already. The silver podium awaits, as does bronze, the surviving cars from the bronze category. And the drivers making their way from the Gold Cup podium. A shame that quite a few of the cars suffered dramas early on in that, but even so, a very good result for Garage 59. Louis Pret, Benji Goethe, Tom Fleming now ahead in the championship from the Simon Birch, Frederick Schandorf, Malte Ebdrup trio. 12 points the margin, and then Arthur Rougier, Simon Gachet and James Kell persevering after James had his off to be third in the standings. Hugo de Wilde, Jens Klingman, Tim Tramnitz come next from Antoine Doquin, Dennis Lind and Mikkel Mack. Mikkel joining here, that's why he's on a different number of points relative to Antoine and Dennis Lind. Christian Hahn and Robert de Hahn are next with Ash Sutton. Ash not here, but with the car not scoring here, they don't gain as a result. And Lorenzo Ferrari, Dylan Pereira and Andrea Frasinetti pondering what might have been that car so good in the qualifying session, but sad to say eliminated, of course, at the very start of the contest. It did do a few laps after the clash at turn 1, but the damage to the gearbox putting it out of the race. As now we have the drivers to the podium for silver. Ben Dor, Horatio Fitzsimon, Max Lynn thinking what might have been. Back onto the podium come Baptiste Moulin, Laurens Lequertier and Romain Andriolo for second. And back again come the race winners now. Here are silver winners. Ariel Levi, Sebastian Nugard, Rocco Mazzola. And the RJN drivers at least can force a smile and congratulate the people that have defeated them at the end of a crazy race in silver. So we've seen the drivers before, but more trophies for Sebastian Nugard, Rocco Mazzola and Ariel Levi. First up, though, the trophies for Bob Neville's team. Ben Dor, Max Lynn, Horatio Fitzsimon will be the next one to receive the trophy. And podium in only his second race at this level for Horatio is still a jolly good result for him. Then the CSA Racing McLaren drivers, who again had a car that was tagged into a spin, but carried on, as the engineer said, yep, first gear, regroup, and the team bringing the car home for second in class. It was Laurens Lequertier who was, of course, the man tagged into that spin. And then the trophies will go to the winning team, Tresor Attempto Racing, this time as the class winners rather than outright, and to the drivers once again at the end of a race. They were the winners by 0.7 of a second, but of course that was courtesy of the safety car bringing them home, so made a slightly false picture. But Sebastian Nugard, Ariel Levi, Rocco Mazzola get more trophies as Sebastian Nugard lets it all sink in. And after a tough season thus far, great pace. And as Ariel Levi was saying, the combination still gelling when he said we don't know what we're doing, or I don't know what I'm doing. I think he was playing himself down a little bit, but a great result for Arca's team. It was in Porsche racing many years ago that they made their name. They came into this series in the old Blancpain Endurance Series days with McLaren and other brands, but with Audi, the team has found a very happy home indeed and has remained loyal to Audi Sport, as although there's limited manufacturer backing these days, they've got the cars, they've got the engineering now, and a great result for the team. As I say, all this provisional because the incidents after the last safety car restart are under investigation. It says on our timing screen message line. So the provisional championship situation in silver has Sebastian Nugard, Ariel Levi and Rocco Mazzola ahead by 7 points from Alexei Nesov, Alex Malikin and Max Hoffer, with third Aymeric Cordial, Ignacio Montenegro and Mathis Lismont. BMW that at one stage looked as though it might have been on for a result, but ended up sixth in class, in fact falling away toward the end. Kirby Powells, Oliver Söderström, Sebastian Bode retired early on, tough day for them, up to fifth. Max Lynn, Ben Dor, Horatio Fitzsimon, and sixth now Laurens Lequertier, Romain Andriolo and Baptiste Moulin. That's on the points based from Paul Ricard, which was a 6-hour race, so a greater allocation, of course. And at Spa, there were points at the 6 and 12-hour marks, as well as the end of the race. In bronze, we'll get the podium next. Dustin Blattner, Lorenzo Patrese and Dennis Marshall ahead by 4 from the non-finishing Antares Au, Ricardo Pera and Luke Hartog. Not here, Sven Muller taking his place, but the car not getting to the end, of course, eliminated late race. Darren Lung and James Kellett come next, ahead of another non-scoring combo, Gabriele Piana, Renat Salikoff and Marvin Dienst. But good points today for Callum Williams, Javier Sagrera, and for the third driver of the WRT BMW, which is Ahmad Al-Hafi, who brings the Oman racing name to the car. Century Motorsport, forgive me, not WRT. Global manufacturer points, Mercedes AMG, 9 points now ahead of Porsche, with Ferrari third, then BMW and Audi 20 points back in fifth at the end of a quite extraordinary race here at Monza. So the final podium awaits. The Silver Cup drivers make their way off the podium, and the Bronze Cup drivers now step forward. So the Century Motorsport team do come forward. So there is Callum Williams, Ahmad Al-Hafi behind him, and Javier Sagrera in the Oman Racing by Century Motorsport team. There, Giacomo Petrobelli, Johnny Adam and Lorcan Hannafin. Another day, another Aston, another podium for Johnny Adam. Back racing not only with us, but in the World Endurance Championship this year. And there, the Bronze Cup winners, Dustin Blattner, Lorenzo Petresi and Dennis Marshall, who also set the overall fastest lap of the race. So for Kessel Racing, the Swiss team, the national anthem is played, and now the trophy is ready to be brought forward. It will be Callum Williams, along with Ahmad Al-Hafi, returning to GT World Challenge Europe, and Javier Sagrera, a former single-seater racer, who are the first drivers to receive trophies. Callum had a year off last year, having been really successful 2 years ago. He then got reclassified under the FIA driver grading system. And that didn't really help life for him, sad to say. So he struggled to find a drive, but it's been great to have him back on the grid, and he'll be delighted with that podium finish. Another good result in his CV. The trophy's going then for the second-placed crew, Giacomo Petrobelli, who has been another mainstay of this series for many, many years. Johnny Adam, who always goes well around here, and Lorcan Hannafin, driver that came from Ginetta Juniors through British Porsche Racing, the German Carrera Cup, and has been a bit peripatetic finding drives in sports car racing in recent years, but doing a good job here. For Kessel Racing, the mechanics being whipped up in enthusiasm as the trophies now from Paolo Longoni, the Vice President of SIAS, go to the winners, Lorenzo Petresi, to Dustin Blattner. Dennis Marshall patiently awaits his trophy as the other key part of the bronze winning team as they celebrate trophies in the air. A bronze win, and also Dennis setting the fastest lap of the race outright. Drivers being told where to look for cameras and photos, and work done on the podium then. Most of them are all smiles. And another victory for Ferrari, but a different team this time. Kessel scoring honours. The champagne is about to spray, and Lorenzo Petresi will be delighted with a win on home soil. So let's have a look at a very eventful race. Here it all began with this big accident going down towards the Rettifilio, for which Maxime Martin in the red and white Mercedes copped the wrap as he got himself back into the queue. Cars cannoned into one another. There was one accident coming into the corner and another in the corner that just decimated the first few rows of the grid. Maxime Martin led. There was a long safety car period to sweep it all up. There was more drama behind as well as other cars got involved, and around was tagged Mikkel Mack in the Corvette, and thankfully nobody collected him. It was an eventful stint all round, with other cars being squeezed up the escape road. Maxime Martin eventually was given a 3-minute stop-go penalty. The car was retired, and Lorenzo Ferrari, who just about escaped dramas in the first corner, eventually had another tag and was out of the race. Martin served the stop-go. They ticked that off the list, so the penalty couldn't be carried over, but then the car was retired from the race as James Kell caused a yellow by going off at the Ascari chicane. The Boutsen VDS Porsche arrived somewhat confused and sideways, and the Engel Auer Stolz Mercedes pitted a bit late and gave up a potential chance of a race win. RJM, though, was having a great run, leading silver and even leading the race for a considerable period of time. Lawrence Leclerc was tagged into a spin by Ricardo Pera, but even so, that car came back to third place as out of sequence, Kelvin van der Linde and Maurice Schuring rejoined. Then we had dramas late races. Off the road went Tommy Pintos with the McLaren. There was an engine failure for Kian Jewis, so another interruption. And then as the race went back live once again, it was going to be a battle for honours between Rocco Mazzola and Marvin Dienst. Lucas Auer was carving his way through the mix and squeezing out Ben Dorr to go wide. And then there was this final big accident as Van der Linde hit the number 9 Porsche that hit 97, that then hit 87, and more mayhem. That meant that we ended up with the race finishing behind the safety car with a win for Tresor Attempto Racing, Sebastian Ogaard, Ariel Levi and Rocco Mazzola here at Monza. The delighted team celebrating success. And the next stop is going to be the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa, last weekend of June. It all begins with the parade into town and the autograph session on the Wednesday. Track action from Thursday morning for the GT3 cars. There's GT4 and also Lamborghini and McLaren in support, and GT3 legends as well. A chance to look at the earlier days of GT3. There are concerts, there's plenty to do off track as well. It is going to be a fantastic weekend to enjoy. We'll bring all of it to you, GT3 and support races over the course of the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa weekend. It is always an event to savour, and we'll look forward to your company, whether trackside or in front of your TV. Last year, a win for Lamborghini, and the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa will be next in GT World Challenge Europe, powered by AWS Endurance Cup. For now, it's goodbye from Monza.